What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our game and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get sore throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
Alrighty, a very good afternoon.
Hey, it could be morning for most of us gamers. This is about the time when I mostly wake up.
Have you ate your lunch yet?
No, that's breakfast.
So it's morning. Good
Yeah,
morning.
good morning.
to everyone. Welcome to MPL Singapore Season 11.
Yep.
It has been quite some time since we are finally back in here.
That's right.
And of course, with myself, I mean, blah, 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 I have I have Jace. Sorry,
He forgot my name.
We are so out of it. We are so out
Okay.
of it. Yeah, I'm looking at him as who he is now instead
you.
of Jace now.
Yeah, so you almost doxed me online, right?
Not almost.
I also
he is
almost
Chris. So
All right.
of Columbus.
Anyway, so my name is Jace, this is Abstract. We are delighted to be your casters for today. This is MPL Singapore Season 11. It's double digits, 1 already. If you are a nerd like me, it means 2 for me. But anyways.
11.
Oh, sorry, it means 3.
Uh-huh.
Binary. It's 3 in binary. But anyways, we're not talking about nerd stuff right now. We're talking about MPL Singapore Season 11 because there's a lot of changes that's been going through, especially a lot of shifts. I think we have to also address the elephant in the room, which I'm looking at it right there. That Team Flash has already gone over to MPL Malaysia. So we're looking for, you know, a potentially new team to kind of root for, and I think we've got quite a few teams to look at right now.
Yeah. So honestly, when it comes down to the teams, I think that a lot of you guys have already gotten a pretty good teaser as to what to expect. But before we even talk anything about the tournament itself, we gotta have to talk about what really supports the tournament. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta have a we gotta give a gift.
Good morning, Abstract. Of course, you gotta have to show some support to the person that actually, the brand that actually supports the tournament. That's of course Ergotune, our chair of this particular season. All you have to do is go to ergotune.com and use the discount code MPL SG, and you can get some code. Because to be honest, right now I'm actually looking for a new chair, and this particular chair right here really comfortable. Especially, you know, when in Singapore it's so hot, the mesh actually helps me so much.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I blame the chair. I really blame the chair for that stutteriness. I still feel like I'm on my bed.
It's too comfy, right?
Yeah, honestly.
It's too comfy.
Yeah.
But of course, with that said, just in case you're joining us for this time round, let's take a look at the tournament format, especially when our tournament format is slightly different than the other regions.
Yeah, it's actually really very different. So let's take a look, as now we are going to be advancing into week 1, day number 1. As such, this is just the regular season.
That's right.
So regular season is going to have a total of 3 weeks. And of course, within these 3 weeks, we'll be watching regular season game for all of that weekends.
Yep.
However, something a little bit different, but let's just pop something up and of course take a look at what exactly we're gonna expect for the entirety of MPL SG Season 11.
Last season, we debuted a new format designed to empower Singapore's rising talent. Now, as we enter Season 11, the stakes are higher than ever. New here, here's everything you need to know. The road to the crown is split into 3 high-stakes stages: the regular season, the challenger qualifiers, and the challenger brackets, all leading to the ultimate goal, the playoffs. In the regular season, 6 invited MPL teams face off in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The goal is simple: finish in the top 4 to secure a direct spot in the playoffs. The bottom 2, they'll have to fight for survival in the challenger brackets. Meanwhile, the hunt for new blood begins in the challenger qualifiers 1 and 2. In both qualifiers, teams are split into 8 groups in a best-of-3 round robin. The top team in each group advances to Phase 2 for a high-pressure, best-of-3 single elimination knockout. Here's a challenge for you. In Challenger Qualifier 1-2, MLBB Rising Open, teams are seeded directly into the phase finals, acting as the final bosses on your route to the next stay. In Challenger Qualifier 2, however, there's no MRO team. It's one straight route to the Challenger Brackets day. This is the last chance. The 2 relegated MPL teams will meet the 4 top teams from the qualifiers in a double elimination showdown. The MPL teams start in the upper bracket, but in this format nothing is guaranteed. Only 2 teams will advance, who will seize their second chance. This is it, the playoffs. 4 giants from the regular season and 2 survivors from the challenger brackets collide in a brutal double elimination format. No more second chances, no more safety nets. 6 teams enter, but only one can be the ultimate champion. MPL Singapore isn't just for the veterans. It's for anyone with the ambition to be the best. From the grassroots to the big stage. Could you be the next star?
that video, I think it's a lot easier to digest as compared to this graphic. Personally, it took me a while to really digest this graphic, but yeah, thanks so much for the production team for actually coming out with such a great video. Just in case you missed that, all you have to focus on is actually the middle portion of it, where you're looking at the seeded stage, where we'll be doing it on 9 and 10 May, 16, 17 May, and 23 May, where your 6 MPL Singapore invited teams will be battling out in a best-of-3 round robin.
Yep, we will be covering every single one of these games during the seeded stage. Well, in the meantime, like for example, tomorrow we'll have the Challenger qualifiers that will be happening. So that would be for the MRO and the community teams, which unfortunately we will not be covering. We will have that Challenger qualifiers twice, once on the 10th of May and once on the 17th of May. The reason why we have that is just so that we will have a total of 4 teams that will be able to be fielded into the Challenger bracket, which is also known as the last chance qualifiers for whoever in the seeded stage were to be knocked out.
Yep, so that's basically a very shaky stage, in my opinion, for the side of the seeded stage, especially for the 6 MPL Singapore's invited teams. That's not a very good place for you to be in, right? So in the Challenger bracket stage, after that, your top 2 will be advancing into the playoffs, where they're really battling out again in the playoffs, happening on the 5th June to 7th June. 6 teams, play-ins, double eliminations, and 4 of the seeded teams will be proceeding into the upper brackets. 2 will be from the Challenger bracket stage.
Tons of games to cover. So we gotta take a look at the seeded teams with Evil, Kingdom Esports, Clarity Gaming, Absolute Zero, Ignite Gaming, and Syndicate.
Yeah, especially if you look at these teams at a go. All your 16 Team Evil, Kingdom Esports, Absolute Zero, and Ignite Gaming, they are non-strangers to MPL Singapore Season 11. However, thank you so much. I love this graphic so much because it highlights the 2 new teams where the slots have been transferred over to them, namely Clarity Gaming got the slots transferred from Team Flash, and Syndicate from Stallion.
So understandably, we gotta have to get a little bit of a better idea as to what to expect from Clarity Gaming and Syndicate. But for now, we gotta introduce Clarity Gaming. Yep, some of these players we actually have seen before.
Yeah, that's right. As I would like to highlight for Clarity Gaming, right, is that Symbol and Riston, these are your 2 players. These are your 2 like coach and analyst that has been around in the MPL Singapore scene for quite some time as well. And of course, they used to be under tutelage, under Youngin as well, and now they're rising up the stage, you know, going up against Youngin himself. But apart from that, if you take a look at the players, some of them you've probably seen as well, like Ryzen, Iron Ryan, even Rensa as well. And you've also got, you know, combining down with Bumboy Reborn, and also Ricky Wurst has been prevalent around the community scene as well.
Yep. When it comes down to Clarity Gaming, I'm not too surprised with what kind of, you know, I would say performance that they will show us. However, I would say that Syndicate is the one that will probably surprise us quite a bit because, look at who's there.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, looking at Bray coming back into MPL Singapore's scene has been really something that a lot of us has been anticipating. He's the one that kind of led RSG during the golden age, 3-peat, all those kind of stuff. And now he's also been joining together with Sailor, and now you also see slowly coming back into MPL Singapore as well. So these are your 3 players that we definitely had to look out for in Syndicate Esports.
Yep, I gotta have to say that when looking at these players, especially, you know, kind of with Bray being one of the big names, we've got Sailor as well.
A lot of pressure on them as well.
Exactly. So the thing is, we gotta have to remember that Sailor was previously in Evil.
That's right.
And he's one of the anchor players as well that managed to help Evil get themselves to the first place in the previous season.
Literally fear the sin, right? Like, look at how Sailor just did a bit of a Sasuke Uchiha towards Team Evil, right? Leaving Gear and also Powerful back, joining Bray this time around. It seems like, you know, we know who his better friends are.
We gotta have to see about that. But for now, the first game that we're gonna be casting today is gonna be Kingdom Esports going up against Evil. Well, for second game, we've got Clarity going up against IG, and finally with Syndicate against Absolute Zero.
Yeah, so this is really going to be a very interesting matchup for today. You get to see, you know, Kingdom Esports and Team Evil really highlighting what's the standards for MPL Singapore Season 11 this time round. Because don't forget, even though there's a lot of changes in terms of the meta, we also have to take a look at, you know, the comfort levels of our players as well. They may surprise us again. You never know. You know, you may come out with another new Khalid this time around. We may determine our own meta, and then after that, surprise every region as well.
That's the thing about MPL SG, right? Whenever it comes up to the first week, the stakes are absolutely low.
That's
Everyone is still kind of figuring out themselves who they are, what they are, how do they play, and how they fare against all the other teams.
Yep.
So a lot of testing stages.
Yep, and just to refresh your memory just a little bit as well, MPL Singapore season has been around for 11 seasons already, right?
Yeah.
And now let's take a look at the past 10 champions as well. It kind of sets the stage, especially it kind of highlights some of the players that I really want to highlight, especially from RSG. You know, Bray was entered during season 3. You also got Lord Vanix as well, joining Team Flash from season 6 all the way to season 9. And of course, you gotta have to take a look at Powerful and also Gear and Van as well for this particular season, because they were the powerhouse of season 10.
Now, looking at the history, I really miss the past. I'm not gonna lie, right? EVOS SG, RSG SG.
We're old.
We are old, yeah, all the way from like the first season and all. But hey, now that we are 10 seasons in from the very first one, there's definitely a lot of nostalgia in all of that.
Definitely.
But hey, you know, we gotta move on. We gotta look at the present.
Yep.
And the one that is staying, or rather the one that stayed with us so far, I gotta have to say that Evil were here all the way from like season 3, I think.
That's right.
Season 3 all the way until now. So they are understandably one of the big dogs that we're gonna have to look out for, and if whether they will still be able to hold their crown from the previous win.
I feel like Team Evo is really that Singaporean brand of MPL's teams, especially when it comes to, you know, they started from nothing, they built the brand all the way from season 3, and then really established themselves all throughout the years, and then finally they got their first championship last season. But now I feel like this time around we have to see whether they're able to defend that throne, or we may actually break that pattern just a little bit. If you notice, most of the teams, usually they'll win back-to-back for a couple of seasons or 3 seasons or 4 seasons in a row. Maybe this season, season 11, will be the most competitive season we've ever seen.
They put in a lot of hard work in their previous seasons, and it finally came into fruition in the previous season. I do want to know how it's gonna be like for this season, but you know, first game, we are gonna look at Evil. We don't really know too much about them yet as to how they're gonna perform this game.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, let's introduce their opponent instead first. That will be Kingdom Esports, hurling with the All-Stars.
Coming to the first game of the day, we've got quite a man. Oh man.
Yeah.
What do I say?
Well, quite a team, I would say. What's the thing that jumps out, that captures your attention from this graphic?
Okay, it wasn't a graphic that threw me off. It's his aggressive hand movements. God damn! I don't even want to know what they are talking about.
I'm very sure it's 6-7 if they're that kind of aggressive hand movements. But of course, you know, Kingdom Esports, yeah, Yon, Lozy, Hate, Vanix, and Airy. Fun fact: Yon, Lozy, and Vanix used to be from Team Flash as well, and Vanix has a massive glow up. Abstract.
Yes, and I see that his hand has a little bit of a problem as well. I don't know what happened to his hand. I gotta have to go and ask him.
I think it's better now. During the photo shoot, that when we saw his photos, he actually had
wrapped up.
Yeah, it's kind of wrapped up. So hopefully that is already, you know, kind of fixed right now. He should be very comfortable right here. Maybe it's just, you know, he's doing the Chiku thing with the heat pack as well. But of course, another few players to highlight from this particular team, Airy and Hate. They are your non-strangers as well. Naming Airy used to be from Onyx X Minerva, MDL PH, and Hate from MPL PH TNC Pro Team.
And let's not forget about the members on the sides, or in this case, behind of them, we've got Youngin as well as FMA. TM that will be able to lead this team to great heights. But before we talk even more about Kingdom Esports, we gotta have to introduce the players on the opposite side. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Evil.
This is the roster for Team Evil. Same but different. Azu, Powerful, Blade, Van, Gear. Powerful and Van, Gear, they are your mainstays from the side of Team Evil. As per usual for the side of Team Evil, they always switches the jungler, but the brains and the brawn literally usually fall in the hands of Powerful.
Powerful has always been the anchor of the team and always doing whatever that he could to lead the team to victory. Now, understandably, we do have some shuffling going on about, and we gotta have to see if whether that kind of change is good or bad for the team. Now, of course, Team Evil, we gotta also talk about whoever that's gonna be at the side and in the back. Of course, with Coach Bitoy coming back in again. The last time, yeah, because of the previous season, right? The moment the Coach Bitoy came in, and then suddenly like, poof, wow, what's going on here?
Yeah, and of course, you know, Coach Bitoy coming back in this time around, Team Evil have the power to coach, and part of that Powerful is also a very strong coach and drafter here on his own. And when it comes to strategies, he's also really done his homework for the past few seasons. Hopefully those homework still prevalent and relevant for this particular season. Another thing to also take note that Azu is a Filipino import that played in MPL Cambodia last season, and in fact got 3rd position, so he's actually quite a powerful house of himself.
Now, one thing that I need to remind everyone is that for the past few seasons, Evil actually has been, you know, from the moment that they started to pick up some imports, their imports have religiously been Indonesian players. And I usually would think that it is attributed to their kind of playstyle, very micro-mechanics based, and they
Magic
always
of
play...
team fights.
Yeah, it's magic of team fights. But now, this season, as well as I think like last season as well, right? They started to bring in Filipino imports as well that kind of go more towards the grain of what Singaporean teams much prefer. Because Filipino games and Singaporean games, they are much more similar in some sense. They are moving in parallel when it comes down to macro games.
Yep, I feel like it's a fair balance between the macro and the micro, right? But at the same time, you know, Singaporean teams somehow just realize a lot more macro when it comes to map, push and shove. And then after that, you know, for the side of Team Evil especially, right, even when they go over to international stages, they actually can put up a really great fight. By the way, that's a very nice jacket that Gear is wearing as well. Can I get one of it?
I hope we could.
All right,
Team
Evil,
extort them.
Yeah, time to extort. Well, I can say good stuff about you as long as you give me freebies, right? But anyways, of course, you know, these two teams are, I would say, one of your top tier teams in MPL Singapore right now, and it's actually really exciting that we get to see this team really setting the mood right off the bat for our first match of the day, Abstract.
Yep, but however, I actually kind of want to take a trip down memory lane a little bit. Okay, maybe it's not that much of a lane, but it's kind of like a aisle or something like that. Because in the previous season, or rather in Season 10, when we first looked at Kingdom Esports lineup, the first thing that we look at them is we thought that they are the Megalodon. They are scary, they are tough. However, in their regular season results, it did not particularly show anything to out of the ordinary in some sense. It's not great. It's not bad. Okay, maybe it is bad, but
it is great. But I feel like they could be better, right? Of course, you know.
I mean, most strictly speaking about regular season, because their playoff was actually pretty good, right? However, regular season, we looked at them and like they are shaky as heck.
Yeah, but this time around, you know, hopefully they are a lot better this time around as compared to last season as well. But of course, you know, Kingdom Esports, this is technically, you know, you've got your mainstays Lozy and also Yon right there. So I hope this time around it's a lot better. So we're gonna go into the first match of the day and also the first game of the day. Expanding Rivers is going to be the map. Evil on first pick, Kingdom in second pick.
As such, we're gonna have Juicin, Leomord, as well as Khalid thrown in to the banning pool for the side of Evil. But in the meantime, for Kingdom Esports, we already got Freya and Glue thrown right in. Now, I wouldn't say that there's anything that I'm expecting out of these two teams. I think that most of the teams will still be experimenting a little bit. They would want to leak some heroes here and there as well. If whether they think that, okay, we can deal with a Harley, for example, then they will just give the Harley away. So I don't particularly want to dictate if whether their banning phase is going to say too much about the way that they want to play. But it's more of, they're kind of testing what can they deal with.
Yeah, but if you notice, there's a lot. I feel like both teams actually got their kind of patch notes updated, right? Like if you noted how Coach Bitoy has already banned away the Leomord, that's been really prevalent in this current meta, especially with the changes to Killing Spree. Whereas on the other side, FMM has decided to ban away the Freyas, the Glue, and Harley. These are like your new must-ban heroes, especially when you've been playing in the higher ranks of MLBB and even the international stage. What is that coming off on Blade?
Valir, honestly, okay, this would have been great if Ares was casting in this one, because he's like he's really like a Valir fanboy. He plays a lot about Valir, but in this particular case, it feels as though that Evil, they are actually kind of showing their hands pretty early, isn't it? The wild card of a mid player or the mid hero, as well as the fact that their Fanny has already came right out, right? Kingdom Esports, they started things off with very AoE oriented playstyle, and of course with the jungler that is fast-paced and moving, they want to be in on par with what a Fanny is capable of doing. However, they don't particularly have an answer to Fanny as of yet, which should be drafted in the 4th and the 5th.
Yeah, so this Valor is really something that we have to totally look out for. It's a very strong anti-dive composition. If you notice how Kingdom Esports is really dive heavy, you got the Phobias, and then after that you got the Suyo that really can pop off at level 3. The Valir potentially could match that. Marcel in the early game does a lot of damage as well, and is also something like a combo breaker against what you want to do against a Suyo, what you want to do against a Phobias.
As such, we've got Evil's lineup that doesn't particularly tell us too much about what and how they want to play the game as of yet. It is still relatively open. However, Kingdom Esports, they do definitely show that they want to play a little bit more of the aerial denial. They do want to get more control over the river by having a strong lane presence in the top, middle, and bottom, with a fast-moving jungle at that as well.
Fanny is something that Azu definitely could play. You know, you come from a region that's really all about the micro. That's exactly how Team Evo likes to play, I would say. However, you know, Blake hailing from the community, I'm really excited to see what he has in store, especially, you know, showing hands with the Valir right off the bat. I think in this particular patch, it's looking really decent. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, bans away the Atlas and also the Terizla. So really, they want to be the one that dictates that I control this box. None can come in and really push that Eve away from my real-world manipulation.
Anyone that is capable of doing any AoE card control is going to be sent to the chopping block. That is why Terizla as well as Alice has already seen a goodbye for themselves. However, there are still a couple of heroes that we generally want to talk about, such as the Lapu Lapu, who does have a pretty decent crowd control to his own name, especially since KE can no longer pick up any XP heroes. They can't steal it.
Yep, Sora looks really good for the side of Kingdom Esports, right? You box every bit, but inside the box. But looking at Vanix, he's also a very flexible gold laner, right? So Sora definitely can go in there, but it seems like, you know, we're gonna pick the Grok for the side of Lozy. Once again, it still screams that I want to lock you inside the box. We're gonna duel in this box. The Phobias to make you stay there. You've got the Yve, and it looks like a very strong and scary composition if you allow Kingdom Esports to really run at you in the death ball.
Nope, particularly aggro kind of lineup as of now. However, that doesn't mean that they don't have the kind of capabilities in the early game. Their main plan of the game is not to aggro. However, it's more of to control the game until the point in time where they know that they have the grasp of the game.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting coming up Team Evo right now, right? Selena being selected, this should go into the roam position in the hands of Powerful. This is something that Powerful doesn't really play as often.
We've never seen him do that.
Correct. Usually usually expect like a Cho coming out, a Tigreal coming out, but this time around, it shows that Team Evil is switching out just a little bit. This feels more like a poke composition going up against a clash and a combo composition coming out from Kingdom Esports.
I thought that this is a very interesting way of drafting as of now, right? So I'm not gonna mention too much about Evil because I'm pretty sure that I'm not gonna hit the nail in the coffin. It's really just about them playing their own game and trying to figure out what they want to do. XP Valir?
This is a pretty interesting switch around. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I forgot there's a Marcel already. So, Valir going into the... Okay, this is really confusing coming out from this Team Evil this time around.
Squishy as heck.
But it's a very good counter against Phobius, right? Now you've got so much range, and also you could just duel the Phobius against 1v1 in the early game. And, you know, in early game Phobius, you're super weak, and you hope to really scale out of control and just limit that Phobius right off the get-go in the early game.
And honestly, this doesn't seem like a draft where Evil, they just first pick on the Marcel and they're just banking everything in by playing for the Marcel. I think that they have a completely different kind of game plan as to how they want to use the Marcel. So we're gonna have to bear witness what kind of game plan and what kind of strategy that Team Evil have got for us today.
Yep, pretty good start actually. You know, setting like what I mentioned, I'm really excited to interesting picks coming out like the Valir in the EXP lane coming out from Gear as well. Gear usually plays very strong EXP laners, like engaged EXP laners, like your Yuzhongs, like your Lapu Lapu. This time round, this is a mage EXP laner that likes to poke, strong early game, and then later parts of the game you start becoming the CC monster, and I really need to see a lot more action coming out in the EXP lane. If you notice, Gear's really pushing Airy all the way down bottom lane.
Yep, this is a laning composition that doesn't particularly do very well for Evil, but we'll see how it goes.
I mean, the stun coming out, first blood giving over side of lane right off the bat. The fight is still on. Yon trying to dish out some additional damage onto Azu. Perfect pick up right off the get-go. Even T-minus even less than 1 minute. And it seems like Team Evil's going to go again.
As now, the game lays to rest. Evil picks up their very first kill of the game by getting a pretty good pick-off off of Hate. I thought that they wouldn't be able to get too much out of the lanes in the beginning, but hey, I guess a little bit of a clash would help.
Yeah, but it seems that's because, you know, Team Evil opted for a very strong early game, right? You've got Blade, you pop off at level 2, you could just literally burst down anybody coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports. Azu, once you've got your cables, seems like Team Evil really want to dominate the early game immediately. First turtle should be the main winning con and also priority for them to really escalate out of control. Blade lands the Abyssal Arrow again, and Azu goes for the spin, looks at Lozi like it's food. Team Evil controlling the map.
This is a lot of surprises that Evil is able to bring down over to Kingdom Esports, because it really just feels as though for the side of Kingdom Esports, they are just taking a little bit of these pokes from Gear, and they're just expecting like, okay, this is not gonna hurt us too much until a random Ace just pops up or random Blade just pops up. They have the burst capabilities on the on their own side, so Kingdom Esports, they really gotta have to sleep with one eye open.
Yeah, and now if you're talking about Kingdom Esports, right, you're Yon, you're a Suyo, you need to pop up at level 3, but it seems like the pop-off doesn't happen because Azu just spinning for the win. Hate must have hated that one.
Oh man, they really need to keep an eye out, right? There is a lot of these kind of burst capabilities that I previously just mentioned about. Not only is it coming in from the Fanny, but it also comes in from the Selena. And we know that Blade plays a pretty mean Selena as well. So these two players, they are going to be dictating the start of the game. They are the aggro makers. Well, in the meantime, Kingdom Esports, they want to find a way to be able to control the battlefield. They want to be able to just kind of hold them down.
Yep, speaking about controlling, just so many CCs landing on the Array. Array could literally put down the phone right there, especially Gear goes in with the ultimate massive stuns right there. Easy kill over the side of Team Evil.
But in the meantime, Kingdom Esports with not a single kill to their name. they probably realize that they can't be any more aggressive in the lane, despite the fact that, in theory, they win in laning conditions. However, it's just because of the fact that there's just so much mobility from the side of Evil. They can just pop in from on the top lane and then randomly to the bottom lane very quickly.
Powerful joining the fight right here, looking at Vanix Frozen, lands the arrow. What a combo coming up of Team Evil. Blade picks up a mega kill. Team Evil scaling out of control. I was just about to talk about Vanix on this Harif, right? Kingdom Esports need to make sure that Vanix scales, but if Team Evil identifies all these main win columns for the side, Kingdom Esports slams the window down, Team Evil is in a good position.
This is a very similar kind of game plan between the Marcel and the Selena. It's like what we saw in the past with Selena and the Baxia thing.
Alright, diving onto gear right there, but he eats a lot of these massive fireballs, and also Absol Arrow. Array forced to burn the flicker right now. Lozi slams Azer right in the wall, but Azer still bugs out. The real world manipulation coming in, but the stun coming up from Marcel from the side of Powerful. Man is just slowing down Kingdom Esports in every of the combos that they want to do.
That was a really unfortunate sacrifice coming in from Lolzy, thinking that they might have enough damage to really bring down Azu. Because the sacrifice of his own life, despite being only at a sliver of health, that amount of gamble would have been great if they're able to lock him down and just kind of reset Azu for a little bit. But that doesn't seem to be the case. They don't have that kind of damage because I mentioned this lineup from Kingdom Esports is not particularly an aggro comp, but they're more of a composition that wants to play for control.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the amount of control coming in. Azo has a bug out of there. He takes too much punishment, but you can see that Yon wasn't able to play the game at all, and now Team Evil cracks open all the way up top, dictating everything. Kingdom Esports unable to pick up any form of kills at all. They're behind like easily 6k. Lozy smacks into Natalia or something right there as Powerful just stuns everybody up. That's a massive CC already burned away. Angel joins in the fray, spins for the win. Lozy going down. Ari looking like smooth for the side of play. He picks him up, and Kingdom Esports cannot play MLBB at all.
This is really tough for them as they, right off the bat, before the fight even started, they started the fight with a failed tectonic charge.
Yeah.
And that, unfortunately, is just what... No matter what, however you see it, you know that that's doomed because you executed a tectonic charge onto a Valir. That is a very high percentage chance of landing because a Valir have got no mobility skill. You are bound to land it one way or another.
Yeah, and the fact is, you know, Kingdom Esports cannot play anything at all because there's so many CCs, right? The Marcel, you've got the Valir, you got Blade, especially if, you know, Powerful lands on a very good frozen moment. It's an easy target for the side of Blade. It's literally a sitting duck, and now it seems like they're going to go fight. A Powerful sets out a fight as well, and now it seems like Kingdom Esports finally picks up a kill onto the Valir right there. Ben should be looking for, but Azu finally joins in the fray, trying to spin for the win right here. Yon's unable to find an angle. Lozy looking that is low, but he gets Azu gets stunned on the wall. Nice smack coming up from the side of Kingdom Esports. Just a shutdown. A bit of signs of light coming up from Kingdom Esports.
So this is the moment where both teams, they are starting to be a little, trying to be overly aggressive for what they want to do. Team Evil have got a little bit of, I would say, overconfidence onto themselves, especially when it comes down to Azu, right?
Yep.
He thinks that, okay, look, I got the Malefic Gun, I got the Blade of Heptases, I can actually try to take down the frontliners first, because once I bring down the frontliners, then there's no way of advancement for Kingdom Esports. However, I think that this is where, you know, the distance check between Azu is just, it did not come out well, because he still requires so much energy just to bring Longzi down to a sliver of health, and he didn't even manage to get a kill.
But if you notice, this is where Kingdom Esports truly shine, right? Especially when you're Clash combo. And if Evil wasn't able to do a pick-off right there, Kingdom Esports should be able to win the fight. The past few times when Team Evil wins team fights is because they go in and they pick off somebody and they bug out. Ben goes in with the Blazing Duet all the way back end. And it's also the Marcel ultimate also activating right now. And members of the side Kingdom Esports pushing all the way back. Vanix lands down the Zaman Force, but he's already down low. He has to bug out because members of the side Team Evil is just cleaning up at the bottom lane. Kingdom Esports falls.
This is not a game plan from Evil that they want to make big plays out of Marcel's ultimate. They just want to buy time in the middle of a team fight. They want to create havoc and just make the opponent think, do we go in? Do we stay out? How do we help? Gives them this sense of uselessness.
Yeah. because, you know, remember what I was talking about earlier just now, right? Eri, as a Phobia, starts off the game a little bit difficult because he's already counted by the side of the Valera. Why should he coming up, Coach Victoria right there? Gear has the time of his life, sets up. He's not afraid of actually getting knocked out because he has this built-in Purifier in his ultimate, and everything's so easy for the side of Team Evil. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, they're trying to look for an opportunity to basically find a bursting a player from the side of Team Evil to burst down. They're unable to do so because they're already far behind. Take a look at the gold lead. It's 9k gold lead, that's right.
It's not gonna be easy for Kingdom Esports to climb back into the game. We gotta have to look at who is gonna be the main anchor or the main power spike that we should be expecting in the next few minutes, and unfortunately that would be Uyo.
Catching out with 3 members from the side of Kingdom Esports, allowing Team Evil to reposition into a beautiful blaze in the red. However, getting locked out, denied by the side of Lozy, but the damage has been done. Hate and Vanix gone in a jiffy.
10,000 gold lead, and Gear picks up a double, even though he's just playing as a random Valir. Is untouchable. It's really difficult to touch him because of the steering torrent, and let's not forget about the very powerful kind of game plan as well as how aggressive AZ can be.
You know, when you're so far ahead, Abstract, you can do 2 things at once. Push down Lord, and then after that, take down bottom lane turret as well. Team Evo is making it look extremely easy against Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, this is actually really grim to watch, right? Most of the time when we are talking about a super aggro team, if you know that you gotta have to play a super early game kind of composition, what your main goal is to get 10,000 gold lead in 10 minutes. However, this is where Evil, they far surpassed that kind of goal. They got 12,000 gold lead in 10 minutes, and they even have the Lord fighting for them.
Yep, and now it's just, you know, this is the power of early game matchups, right? Team Evo literally did a gamble right there. They trusted in the mechanics coming off from Azu, and also Blade lands another absolute arrow, allowing Powerful to pick it up, and after that, it's just Eri going in Havoc, trying to catch onto Powerful, and Gear right here, he's still full health, and Eri literally gets burned all the way down, picking up a killing spree as well. Team Evo cracks open the floodgates, mid lane already open, members like Kingdom Esports already gone. Team Evo starting the MPL Singapore Season 11 strong with game number 1.
That is one heck of a performance from the side of Team Evil, and they showed what a champion really is. Despite the fact that this game is supposedly low stake, you don't necessarily expect too much out of a team, or kind of showing their hands in some sense. And I still agree that this is Evil just playing their own game.
Yeah.
This is not particularly a draft issue. It's not particularly a it got outdrafted moment. Yes, definitely when it comes down to the aggro gameplay from Evil, they managed to bring out the best out of this team. In fact, if you ask me, I feel that even though Marcel has been first drafted for this team and they found great success with this, it feels like this is a roam slot that could have been taken by literally any other roamer that have crowd control.
Yep.
Because the Marcel, the main signature of Marcel is his ultimate, and it doesn't seem like it's highly utilized in this game at all.
Yep, so take a look at the match highlights right there. It is just literally, Team Evo setting the game really strong in the early game, making sure that, Eri doesn't grow into a very strong Phobias. When Phobias needs a lot of items, needs a lot of loving care, and tender a little bit. I really cannot verbalize that one. But you can see the problem when EXP laners really falls off very easily, and that that's the powerful ultimate right there. Buying time, allowing Ven to go all the way to the back line, cutting off the escape, putting like literally a knife's edge in between the front liners and the back liners as well, allowing them to basically win all these team fights.
There's so much that we can expect out of this team from Evil, right? This is just their first game, their first showing, and this is crazy performance. Coach Bitoy, I mean, I don't know. I don't know too much about how they want, how they intended to play this. They even got a pretty good insurance policy out of that Claude, which in the end is 1:0:8. I don't think that Claude played too much in this game. However, the rest of the team, such as Gear, Azu, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. Powerful as the Marcel, it's just crazy.
Yep, Ben picking up the MVP of this this particular game.
What did you just say just now?
I know, right? But he did a lot of damage, especially when he's the one that's pushing most of the turrets, creating a lot of space all the way on the other side of the map. If you notice, you know, Clots these days, the flavor of the month is your fighter emblem because of those massive, juicy life steals that you're gonna get, especially when you go into the Blazing Duet. There's also another reason why he deserves an MVP is that he's also going up against Lord Vanix himself, right? Vanix is so well known as Harith. Harith has generally a better early game as compared to Claude.
Yep.
But the problem is Kingdom Esports wasn't able to utilize Vanix at all because every single lane is having problem, right? Hate on that, Hate on the Yve is also having a lot of problem. You also got Eri on the Phobias having a lot of problem because Gear, Blade, Azu, and Powerful is just creating havoc everywhere, and Lozi is just one Lozi. He cannot be anywhere, everywhere at once.
I think the main problem about this game is not about the lane matchup, but it's about the tempo of Kingdom Esports themselves. Because what they want to do is that they want to win in their own individual lanes, and they are supposed to. However, they are not able to hold their ground enough against a fast-moving team like Evil with the Selena, the Marcel, as well as that Fanny. So they can pop by into these lanes at any point in time, and they can render a lot of assistance in order for their gold laner or their XP laners to win or perhaps even get a better matchup.
Yeah, I like how you really exemplify that one, right? Team Evil, a very movement-oriented kind of team that can be everywhere, anywhere at once, and literally overwhelms what Kingdom Esports want to do, right? What Kingdom Esports want to do based on this matchup is that they will want Suyo to start picking off Blade or perhaps even Gear in early game. Then after that, you know, group up with Fight S5. Hopefully Eri on the Phobias was able to hold down the ground just a little bit longer. But unfortunately, Gear is just literally shoving Hate all the way back. Yon wasn't able to gank Gear because it's so hard to gank a Valier, especially when Suyo is all about dive. There's not a lot of mobility for you to get out of dodge, especially when you're constantly eating fireballs right in your face.
Yep. Free Purify is one thing. Searing Torrent just completely throws the Suyo away. So Suyo always needs to be on the lookout for whether the Searing Torrent is already used. If the Searing Torrent is not used, you gotta have to wait a little bit longer or look for another opponent that's not too close to the Valier. So what's the only other way for them to bait out the Searing Torrent? Unfortunately, not much, because right now the main thing that we're looking out for, the one that can really go in, is Grok with his Tectonic Charge, and only shortly after the Tectonic Charge will then be the point in time where Gear be like, okay, back off. No one else in the lineup of I would say Kingdom, they have anything else that really really gives Gear the reason to say back off. No one else.
Yeah, and it's just so hard, right? Like, if you look at the matchup earlier just now, is that your EXP lane is already suffering. Suyo is unable to create space as well, even though you pop off at level 3. You gave like super early kills over to this other Team Evil right off the bat. That's exactly what the Selena can want. It will hopscotch from it and then just scale out of control. So it's really a very fast-paced early game composition coming out from Team Evil. If you're not able to hold down the fort just a little bit, that's exactly what you get. Kingdom Esports unable to keep out the tempo coming out from Team Evil.
And not to forget, right, I think that the crowd control situation is also another thing that we gotta have to talk about. One thing that Suyo have is, of course, a single stun in the line. Other than that, is gonna be Grok when it comes down to his Tectonic Charge. If you want to consider the route coming in from the RWM, sure, but that is mostly just 3 stuns. That is not of really high, I would say, high importance to Valier, because he can just escape from most of them pretty darn easily.
Yeah, and we'll have to also talk about Marcel. And, you know, Powerful being really, I would say, the anchor of Team Evil as well. Especially, you know, he's been here since Season 3. If you noticed, it is 4th place, 3rd place, 4th place, 3rd place, 5th place, 2nd place, 4th place. He has managed to stay in Team Evil, and Team Evil has almost a good consistency all throughout the existence in MPL Singapore.
What's really scary is the fact that the moment that they step into the league, they started off at Season 3. Did not have great performance at all. Yeah, did not have any great performance in the regular seasons, mind you. Everyone was just calling them out, just be like, okay, community teams doing community team things. So that's just not something that you will want to see, or it's not. It's something that you will see from a community team that thinks that they're
But
okay.
generally, if you're calling them a community team, I'd say the MPL Singapore community teams are doing quite well, right? Like they perform really consistently, not only just locally. Team Evo is also a threat to some of the overseas team as well, especially on their high octane kind of playstyle that you saw in that game #1. And the magic of team fight, somehow, somewhere, they would just win the team fight because of the sheer, command coming out from the anchor, the powerful himself.
This is no longer the community team that we know of back then.
They're not a community team
Not
anymore.
anymore.
They've graduated.
An international team. They are an international team, and they know exactly what they're doing, for damn sure. And Powerful has been at the helm of it this whole time.
So it's really nice to watch him grow all the way to, Powerful today as well. So really, shout out over to Team Evo's Powerful as well. But, we talk about Team Evo's WinCon earlier just now. We talk about Kingdom Esports, how they're unable to achieve their WinCon. Going into the next game, based on what you see in Abstract, like what do you think that Kingdom Esports could work on? Do they focus something more high octane to match Team Evo's speed, or do they continue to play their own game?
Honestly, I think that the main thing that they gotta look out for is to get more information. I think that they lost the information game pretty early on. Even though they have a LOLZ just kind of moving around with that Grok, it doesn't give them too much to work on.
Well, we talk about Team Evo already, Powerful being the anchor, and, All-Star Vanix right there. Of course, we mentioned the glow up right there. However, we're starting to see a little bit of crack, not only just in his hands, but of course, even that performance just a little bit worrying if that's the case. Because don't forget, even if Harry did pick up some form of buff, he's unable to perform that well because the rest of the team is unable to support him in a sense. Long gone are his teammates from the side of Team Flash. They've moved on to MPL Malaysia right now. Now, Vanix, there's a lot of pressure on this dude right now.
Lord Vanix. First game did not go too well, but I don't blame him, right? It didn't have the chance to really shine at this point in time. Most goal laners, you gotta give them chance. You gotta give them time in order for them to really pop off. The main roaming trio from the roamers, roamers, mid laners, as well as jungler is really what helps the goal laner to get to his peak performance later on. So as long as the early game is fine, then that's fine and dandy. So learning from game #1, I think that what Kingdom Esports really gotta do is that they gotta have to get individual heroes that are pretty good in the laning situations, as well as not just looking at the fact that okay, this hero will win in this lane, this hero will win in what lane. It's not more about lane priority anymore. Mid lane, yes, you need that lane priority. However, you still need to have to consider about what your other teammate is able to bring onto the board. This is a very different kind of chess game that Team Evil is playing onto Kingdom Esports.
And of course, don't forget, Kingdom Esports also bringing the big guns, right? Apart from FMM, did call him the boy wonder before because he's really strong with his game knowledge. And now, and also with Youngin Intel, Youngin joining like right off the bat in week 1 for the side of Kingdom Esports. That's really a confidence booster over the side of Kingdom Esports. However, game 1 did not go as per plan, but of course you're facing the defending champion themselves. A bit of twists and tweaks, but it seems like, Blade fits in that shoes over the side of Sailor very comfortably.
Still early. It's still early. There's a lot of chances and time where both teams can just kind of play an experiment, right? After all, they just need time. Week 1, day 1, everyone is just still, kind of in the open. They're still kind of resting. They're still in a resting stage, like me. Still haven't really quite fully woken up as of yet.
What do you mean? Seems like you need more Calbys as well. You've been staring. I know you've been staring at that Calbys packet on our table right there for a long time.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah. That's the main thing that is really distracting me right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that really why?
I love hot and spicy Kelby chips, dude.
Really?
This is my #1 chip, dude. And the moment that I saw that Kelby is actually our sponsor, I was
Yeah.
like, can we get a lifetime?
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about it on the group chat, right? And really, I think I don't know what the producer is thinking about, like literally putting the Kelby's packet right in front of the table and like, what are we supposed to do with it? Are we supposed to eat it, or are we supposed to just leave it there as a prop?
I mean, they put it here.
I think it's for us to eat, right?
It's meant to be eaten, right? Because the table is low enough that you guys can't see the chip. So you guys, if you guys can't see it, you guys gotta hear it.
What were you thinking? ASMR? I can't believe we're getting ASMR week 1, day 1.
I mean, yeah, why not, right? They have a bunch of these.
I mean, they put it on our table, it means that we can eat it, right?
Yeah.
Let's just open it.
I'm just waiting for you to say that on screen, so that if anything is, I can just point to James and like, he told me to open it.
Like any
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
literally how I like to enjoy my games, just eating and also playing at the same time.
Oh yeah. No, you want some?
I cannot do spicy.
Are you serious? No, this is good
I'm very weak with spicy.
This is really
I'll
good,
take
though.
one. I'll take one.
This is really good though. Ah, heck yeah.
All right, Game 2. Broken walls this time around. I really should stop talking with my mouth full.
This one you're talking.
Yeah. Sorry, Mom. Anyways, Team Evo this time around going back in first pick. Kingdom Esports second. Same bans coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports. Freya as well. Team Evo bans away the Juicin. And Khalid, same bans so far. Leomord is really leaking out just a little bit. Kingdom Esports bans away to Marcel. Ooh, nice ban coming out from Team Evo this time around. The Phobias gets taken away. That could be a potential sign that, you know, they can go for really a lot of dashy kind of heroes like the Leomords as well. You know, Freya is also really the Phobia is really strong against Freya as well, especially with the new rework. But well, I really like Freya. I've been playing her almost every day in the gold lane if I have the chance to.
Yup. And I really love Kelby.
Nice insights, man.
Oh, right. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, I really love our sponsors this time around. Kelby's got Indomie as well. Glue being banned away by the side of Kingdom Esports as well. First pick, Leomord looks really juicy for the side of Team Evo.
Well, hold on. Let me finish biting this now. I'm almost done. Sorry.
All right, Kalia being picked up by the side of Team Evo as the first pick. That's something, you know, that's something that Powerful could use as well. It has used in the last season. Purposely leaking out of Leomord. Seems like they got an evil plan behind that.
Oh, really evil. So, if whether they are actually gonna pick up from the side of Kingdom Esports, that remains to be the question. But for now, it doesn't really particularly tell us that, hey, look, we have someone here that can play pickoff, but it doesn't mean that we are actually gonna go for pickoff as of yet. So, I think this is where things are gonna get a little bit interesting. In the previous game, they were really high octane. They play a lot around the river. They are constantly just jumping into these lanes and providing support over to the likes of Gear as well as Van as well. So we'll see how that's gonna go. Now, opening up with the Garukacha as well as the Yves is something that we see a lot in the previous season. It's very common. You know that for, as a matter of fact, one of the only ways to counter against the RWM is a taunt, and that is something that Garukacha is able to bring onto the board.
Yep, Guinevere this time around coming to the side of Team Evo, another hero that's also popularized by Hades, and also very popular in other regions as well because of the amount of CCs. And how, you know, Valentina coming into the meta due to, you know, your Yves and Farsa coming into more meta picks this time round. So Team Evo, technically speaking, they have a very good equal spread. They can pick. They can also continue on if Valentina takes away the Yves real world manipulation. They can basically turn the medicine back to the doctor.
Yep. So the only reason I will see why the Valentina is actually going to be good here, it really just boils down to the fact that there is a Garukacha on the opposite side.
There are two juicy ultimates for them to take, right? You've got Yves, real world manipulation, the AOG as well, coming out from the Gatukacha. So yeah, I think coming out from the side of Blade, it's a no-brainer for that one.
But it's kind of like a counter gameplay, right? For Evil, they want to defy away the that RWM, because you don't really have any other ways or no answers to really just snap that RWM out of the hands of Kingdom Esports. And if Gatukacha has already been taken away, then why not we take the ultimate ourselves without committing into the Gatukacha? This is one way that Evil can look into this. The only problem about Valentina that has always been the case is because Valentina is a very committal hero. That's right. Very committal. You have to just jump right in the moment that your team moves on with it. So it works very well against it works very well with a dive comp. We just so happens to see that the first to pick is gonna be 2 heroes that can dive.
Yeah. And it also provides a lot of coverage, right? And it also allows, you know, Kalia to really pick somebody, allow the Valentina to basically don't really need to really do that committal. We pick somebody, hope the Valentina has enough damage to burst. And in the early game, I would say Eve versus a Valentina, technically speaking, I would say it's a skill matchup. If the Eve, but I would say the best part about the Eve is that you've got decent range. But hold on a second, it seems like, you know, FMM, I think that's overthinking. Yep, I've seen Valentina's being shifted over to the EXP lane as well. So I think Kingdom Esports just anticipating that problem as well. So that's banning the Selena away from Blade, because that was such a problem in game number 1.
That can always happen. Now, of course, this also discourages Kingdom Esports from playing any Sora in this case, or perhaps even Lucas. That's something that a Valentina was always picked up in the XP lane in order to counter their ultimate stats. However, if Kingdom really want to, they can, because they can overload Evil with options as to what are the ultimates that you want to go. Do you want to go green by picking up the ultimate of my Sora? And thus, that means my RWM is actually completely full range.
Yep. Seems like Team Evo is going back into a more traditional gameplay, as I would say. Game number 1, I would say it looks like a cheese, right? Like you've got your Selena, you've got a Villier in the EXP lane, but this time around it seems like Team Evo goes back to your regular meta. This is a really strong lineup, I would say. You've got a decent front line from the side of the Guinevere, the Kalia, and also the Lapu Lapu as well. The Lapu Lapu does really good against the Eve, and now Kingdom Esports putting Airy on that Arlot instead.
I actually kind of like the Arlot as the final pick for the side of KE. They have got more ways to engage now, and of course displace the members of Evil. Evil can always be very aggressive in the way that they come in. They can just dive right in, but with a good flicker and with a good final slash, I think that this Arlot can put Evil's positioning even deeper than what they originally wanted.
Yep, I would say Team Evil does have a lot of escape mechanism, unless you expect Blade to go a little bit over position, just a little bit, right? The Moskov, you know, you have some form of late game insurance to basically solo push on the side lanes, join the fight with your Spear of Destruction at the same time. So yeah, that's something that, you know, Team Evo has a very fair balance. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, still same playbook, right? Leomord, however, I would say you still need some form of burst to be able to utilize Leomord. Unless the Leomord is so far ahead, he just goes in and cleave, then yeah, hopefully. But once again, Kingdom Esports, a lot more pressure on Yon, I would say, to really ramp up the aggression as quickly as possible. And they're doing it right now around the mid lane.
Yep, take a look at Blade. His HP doesn't seem to be working, doesn't seem to be very nice. However, he will heal back up pretty quickly regardless, because it is, after all, powerful that is playing right there. And he's got a lot of healing potential that you can expect coming in.
Yeah, powerful in Blade. We talk about how, you know, Blade also does have some form of potential sustain as well. Now you couple that alongside with powerful, it makes Blade's life so much easier for this rookie.
Yeah, so the problem about being too committal is no longer a problem.
Right there is Blade's tick that takes hate all the way back to the graveyard. First blood given over to Blade once again. In 2 games in a row, Blade has shown so much aggression as a mid laner.
Overcome it, not a problem. I have a Kalia. And Kalia will heal me up whenever I need HP in this case. So very good play coming in from Evil as of now with the first kill up. Down at the bottom lane, it does seem like Gear do have got his very good gameplay against Ari. So against an Arlet as a Lapu, I'm actually kind of surprised that the Lapu is on a pretty good win rate.
Yeah, Lapu, I would say, still very strong. The particular matchup, Lozi opens up against, the CCs in the world, but Yon riding the barbell on his trusty steed, tries to hunt down Powerful, but not good enough. He gets Azu, but that, I would say, is a better price as compared to Powerful.
Would have been a double kill in favor for Kingdom Esports. However, a quick little maneuver around coming in from Powerful to make sure that he does not die.
Oh, Eri level 4 already. Eri slices down Gear Wei. He stands, and all of a sudden, the scales have tilted in the favor of Kingdom Esports, Abstract.
Yep, that is what we want to see from the side of Kingdom Esports, where they finally, I wouldn't say finally, but they have kind of figured out how they want to play this game, right? Especially against Evil, yes. Aggression all the way.
Yep, you fight aggression with aggression. Hate spews out his hate for the real world manipulation. Beyond picks up another kill onto Blade, and over the sudden, Team Evil, you know, that game #1 momentum is slowly gone.
If you go first, you get tempo. When you're falling behind, it's really difficult to kind of climb back up, and that is the kind of concept that Kingdom Esports is trying to play onto Evil. But the irony is that Evil did exactly that over to them in game #1. Yep. So now Evil, they're gonna have to find a way to climb themselves back up again. They need to look for when it's gonna be that power spike in order for them to dictate the tempo of the game.
Yeah, Team Evil is so behind, right? If you take a look, Powerful and also Van finally take over to level 4, whereas Vanix and also Lozi already take all the way to level 4, and Azu is not having a good time.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake from him, thinking that there will be one final tick of the burn, but it doesn't seem to be that case. A little bit of time wasted, but not that big of a problem.
Yep, and now Team Evil seems like, you know, they really cannot try to push it. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, would take this opportunity to really go in. They've got a Leomord, they're scaling out of control, and they're gonna take good care of that one. Vanix, on the other hand, on the carry, is doing good job against Ven, especially as he makes sure that his lane stays neutral. He's got to farm up and hopefully outscales Ven right there.
So in the end, I would say that this is a pretty okay game for both Evil and Kingdom. This is very likely a game that should be able to bring us past 15 minutes. So one of the main few heroes that we have to look out for if we are looking at a 15 minutes game, gotta have to be the gold laners. Carry as well as Moskov, both of them are really greedy heroes where they would want to get as much items as possible. If they are able to get a burst down, that will be good.
Oh, so close. No follow-up coming out of Kingdom Esports. They're looking at that like it's food. But you can see Vanix is doing a really good job in the gold lane. Massive control. And because of that, shots banned all the way back. And all of a sudden, they've got a bit of a window to take down this turtle for themselves.
Now that's a pretty darn good catch, but they're going forward.
Real world manipulation. There's a Venn diagram of the box coming up on both sides. Hate and also Blade just struggling right there. But Yon drives all the way in with the ultimate in a wonderful time. He tries to do it, but Powerful tries to slow him down, and Yon unfortunately goes down for the count. Powerful stalls, but does give the shutdown go over the side of Team Evil.
It's a 3-for-3, and it does seem like both, it's literally the same 3 rolls that went down. However, Kingdom Esports, they're taking that advantage. They brought down the middle lane T1.
Mid lane T1 at 5-minute mark. That is a really good opportunity for the side of Kingdom Esports. Over the sudden, Team Evil have a very wide open map for Kingdom Esports to hard invade right now. If you take a look over to the items, the carry is so ahead.
Carry, at this point in time, have got the Corrosion Sign. But so does the Moskov, but we've got a little bit of half-built items that has already been had. And that is roughly about 800 gold lead for Vanix as compared to Ven. So with that all said and done, I think the Kingdom Esports, they should be able to hit that kind of power spike a lot earlier than Evil, despite the fact that this is only a 1.2 thousand goal lead in total.
Yeah, Yon is already snowballing right there, Abstract. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, they've already switched their lanes already to make sure that Vanix has a very good time. They're going back to status quo and basically going back to how Team Flash actually babysits Vanix right now. Loading, setting up the charge. That's a final slash being missed as well. AOG missing. Real world manipulation coming out of Blade. Nice one, but Kingdom Esports not in very good position. Ari giving out a sacrificial lamb. Losey down low already. Yon looking for the entrance. Looks at Gear. Gear goes into Bravest Warrior, slicing them down, and also the stun at the same time. The SOD does land, allowing Moscow to potentially join the fight, but no, he doesn't want to take it because Vanix is on side and he's outputting the damage. The light wheel just bursting down Blade right there.
That is a good play from Kingdom Esports. Initially, the start did not look really good for them.
It was a bad start to a good fight.
Yeah, it really just boils down to the fact that, yeah, they missed the AOG, they missed the final slash, all of their initiating tools were all completely whiffed.
Yep.
But fortunately for them, they didn't have gold advantage. So even if they did whiff, Evil literally sent themselves into the face of Kingdom Esports, and that has allowed for Yon to go in, summon the Barbill, and with the amount of gold advantage that he have, the amount of items that he has, and the amount of damage that he has.
And of course, you know, Kingdom Esports doesn't really need to be afraid against Team Evil, right? Van's playstyle right now is definitely going to be fighting off-site, and then after that, join using the SOD. And that's a chance that the SOD doesn't land. If Vanix is there, it's going to be a 5v4 easy for the side of Kingdom Esports to basically deal with Team Evil right there. And now, you know, you've got the Golden Staff already built for the side of Vanix. He's online, he's ready to fight.
So the name of the game for Kingdom Esports as of now is going to be fast-paced. They need to be really fast-paced. If they want to catch anyone, they have to do it fast. And the moment that they know that the SOD might be coming, they would want to possibly move back. Aside from that, they would want to play together. Yep. Because they need to have enough damage.
Yep, Kingdom Esports definitely does have a very strong clash because Hate is, well, the sole proprietor in a sense of the real-world manipulation blade. That's still an IMU, that's still a copy. But don't forget, Team Evil, on the other hand, earlier just now, they didn't really get a very good start because, you know, they lost quite a few key heroes. I would say Azu earlier just now. That allows Kingdom Esports to really start to snowball, especially when Yon is on the slow mode and he needs that snowball.
Really not enough burst from the side of Evil. So now with Kingdom Esports, they are getting themselves a really good tempo on top of Evil. They have very good control over the river as well, ensuring that Evil can't get anywhere close to the river. They're stuck within their own jungle. And this gives information to Kingdom. This gives them a lot of space to breathe.
Team Evil's definitely going to play the macro game right now. Van taking down bot lane, whereas Kingdom Esports is, you know, walking around as 5. Yon already summoned a Barbill already, looking at Azu getting taunted out by the side of Losey. Realm picks up the Lord at the same time. Losey dies onto Powerful right here. Yon still on the Barbill, trying to output some more damage, trying to find the Airy. Will be tagged onto Powerful, but Powerful to sustain the real world manipulation coming up from Hate. Blocking out the escape coming up from the side of Kingdom Esports. Team Evil, on the other hand, is pushing top lane instead.
Now Powerful is leading the way. Vanix gives chase all the way in. Definitely there's no way for Powerful to run away. This is just giving a very good stagger over to the side of Evil. So now no roamer for the next 20 seconds. Kingdom Esports can take this opportunity to look for some avenues to fight.
Yep, Lord marching down top right there. But in the meantime, whereas Team Evil is basically, you know, retreating backwards, Van has did a significant damage all the way on top as well. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, they're focusing on these team fights, handshaking them, yes, because that's their nature, right? They're 4K gold lead ahead, and their nature is to really team fight, and then after that, look for objectives, which they did. They got the Lord for themselves, but Evil is looking for a sneaky plan to basically, you know, steal turrets and objectives left, right, and center.
Yep. I still think that the macro game of Evil can come in and triumph over Kingdom Esports, because if we take a look at this, Kingdom Esports doesn't really have anyone that is really good at dealing with split pushes or any form of residual lane presence. Well, in the meantime, Evil, they do have Ven is playing as Moskov, provided that he actually lands his SOD. But Kingdom Esports is a team that can win in team fights. However, Evil is someone that can really work around with the macro in order to get themselves some more advantage out of these team fights.
Yep. First, it's now just the first tier turret for the side of Team Evil and Shrek. Kingdom Esports have solid control around the map, and now they're going to start to starve Team Evil. Put them on house arrest right now.
Speaking of house arrest, Kingdom Esports, they're kind of arresting themselves. They do not want to be overly aggressive.
Yep.
They want to wait for the perfect time to eventually go in. They don't want to be overconfident in this case. whatever lead that they have, they're going to hold on to it dearly.
Yep.
And they will wait for the typical. Wait for the Lord, push in the opposite lane, get themselves an advantage, and then eventually win the game from that point onwards.
Yep, they're freezing the lane. If you noticed, Team Evo right now, they're forced to step up if they really want to get any form of farm right there, right? Like Kingdom Esports could be anywhere, and Team Evo, you know, Kalia right now steps into the bush. He's immediately going to get bursted down by the side of, especially if he walks in the bush with Vanix, right? Gear, on the other hand, is also suffering quite a lot of damage because don't forget, Eve also burns high HP heroes really well at the same time.
With about well over 5,000 gold lead, with the Lord spawning out in the bottom lane as well. You can see that Kingdom Esports finally stopped with their freezing up in top. They managed to push it quite a little bit. This is definitely going to force the movement from the side of Ven. They see Ven in the top lane now. So what is going to be the answer for Kingdom Esports? Are they going to be jumping right in immediately?
Looking for an angle right there, I would say Abstract. I love the position coming on Team Evo to kind of challenge, even as if they are actually on the same path. Lozy taking a lot of punishment from the side, Azu and Blade though. Kingdom Esports still baiting the Lord around.
Doesn't seem like they're particularly too afraid, but Barbil is going to be spawned out.
Barbil going in at the same time. The Lord still being secured by the side of Kingdom Esports. Real world manipulation coming out from Hate. AOG already summoned by the side of Kingdom Esports to try to cut off the escape from the side of Team Evo. But the massive team fight after all said and done, the Lord still falls over the side of Kingdom Esports. But if you take a look, Van is still doing something on the top side. Maybe this time around, he has more bitter more than he could chew.
Yep. But unfortunately, the gamble from the side of Evil did not come into fruition. What they wanted to do was to completely get a crack down over to the inhibitor turret up in the top lane, but they lost that gamble. They lost too many members from the side of Evil, and now Kingdom Esports seems like they have something.
Putting some sort of damage right here. The Spear of Misery does that, and Van sidesteps that one, but the Lord is coming in with the charge. Remember, so at the time, Team Evo is starting to come back online. They have to try to deal with, but unfortunately for the side of Kingdom Esports, the wave is not in their favor.
That was a very good sacrifice from the side of Ven. That 1v1 doesn't seem very necessary. However, it is very crucial in order for Evil to buy time.
Pick up. Also find a slash as well. Follow side of AOG. Y'all pushes the members on the side of Team Evo, the defending champions, trying to defend the base. But Kingdom Esports swarms them with overwhelming force, and they equalize the score. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into game number 3.
What a way to start MPL SG Season 11 with our very first series going all the way to 3 games. Good thing we opened our account be hot and spicy chips because this is quite a spectacle.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need a lot more than this one. This seesaw.
I'm going to ask for 2 more packets.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we'll do that during the break. But in the meantime, this is a really good showing coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports, right? Earlier just now, game number 1, I would say definitely they got caught off guard by the Selena pick, by the Valir pick. But now, when Team Evo plays standard against Kingdom Esports shows who's boss.
It's not an easy game for Evil at all. It's gonna have to go down to Yon, right? I think that Yon plays a very big part in these games.
Definitely.
Because I think he's just playing his own game now. The previous game, there were too much surprises. They don't know what to expect coming in from the Selena, the Marcel, and everything. Threw them completely off guard. And now, they finally got themselves back. And they're like, you know what? Let's go for a reset. We should be able to play this game pretty well. They may have a lot of crowd control, but all we need is a couple of purifies.
Yeah, and if you notice, like for the side of Kingdom Esports, right, even though there are some missed opportunities, especially from Hate and Lozy with the AOG and also real world manipulation, somehow, somewhere, right, because Yon was so far ahead and he snowballed, he just needs, you know what, a couple kills, and all of a sudden he could just literally carry himself, right? And don't forget, Vanix coming online, and he was able to deal with Van as long as he equalized. And, you know, trust in Lord Vanix, he will be able to scale in time to basically win you the game.
I mean, it's one thing that the jungler is able to get momentum. It's one thing that the jungler is able to get tempo. He's playing as a Leomord that is able to win in the early games pretty effectively. But it's another thing for a gold laner to identify some of these gaps as to where the jungler is unable to fill. And such, Vanix knows when to join into these battles and really get the most out of it. This is a very engaging gold laner. You don't see this carry just casually walking around trying to farm as much as possible. He's very active in the fight, very active in the map, but still not losing any form of farm as well.
Yeah, and of course, you know, MVP of the game goes to carry Vanix, I would say this time around. I would say honorable mention, of course, Yon. He's the one that dictating the pace of the game from the get-go as well. And if I would say, if Yon doesn't really set the tempo right, Vanix would not have enough space for them to breathe, because if not, he'll constantly get gangs by, you know, the Guinevere and also the Kalia as well.
This is a very pick-off heavy matchup, but for a carry to not die at all a single game, it really means something, right?
Because range as well.
Because when it comes down to the jungler as well as the roamer, they can always trade each other out with the crowd control. If I do not hit my magical thumb, then I can always go for my ult coming in from the side of Kalia. Anytime now is very interchangeable. They must be able to find a way to at least lock down onto Vanix. However, Vanix, despite being a shorter ranged marksman, he is able to escape from the grasp of evil a lot and always maintain a very respectable amount of distance between him and the real threat on the opposite side.
Yeah, and I would say that, you know, Hate, a bit of a switcheroo in terms of the graphics right there. Hate is the Yeve earlier just now, and, you know, with the real world manipulation, it provides a lot of cover for the side of Vanix to really do what he does, right? And not only just he covers for Vanix, he also covers for Yon as well. Yon's discipline on when to activate the ultimate is wonderful, because mind you, I've seen a few Leomords that really go trigger happy with the barbell and then are able to activate it on time. And yeah, it's just really, really not a good idea. And you just overcommit, and then after that, you just find a lot of problems, right? And Lozi, on the other hand, nice catches from the side of Gato Concha, was able to catch up to Team Evil, but I feel like Team Evil game plan earlier just now, they overcommitted on the 4-1 kind of gameplay when, you know, it's not working for, I would say, the first 10 minutes, right? Because they're constantly one man down. Kingdom Esports fighting as 5. Van needs to try to join the fight as quickly as possible. And the SLD is a hit or miss, right? If you don't land it, you're not joining the fight.
And unfortunately, I think that Ven realizes in the early stages of the game, he can't really do too much per se. So they have completely changed their game plan, and they went for, okay, let's go for a late game. Let's wait for a moment in time where Van is able to pick up all of the farm that he really needs by sending him on the opposite side of the road. Let him farm, let him push up all the waves. However, it doesn't seem to be too good. It doesn't seem to really come out as good as what they wanted, because is Vanix on the opposite side is really not the most ideal situation for them.
Yeah, and also another thing to also consider is that, you know, Vanix immediately counters what Kalia wants to do, what Guinevere wants to do, right? If you don't catch Vanix and you provide him a lot, and if you see how Kingdom Esports really sets him up, he's gonna shred through the Kalia and the Guinevere like butter. And apart from that, yeah, you can see Abstract just really gonna finish that packet. I think we're gonna need more, guys.
I'm finishing it soon.
Yeah, I think you're finishing it. I only had one piece.
No more?
I'll take the next packet. But anyways, this is really interesting for the get-go. We're going to go into game number 3 almost immediately. And with that said, we're going to go on a short break. I'm going to get one packet or more, a couple more. We're going to make a mountain of Kelbies here. And of course, you know, shout out to all our sponsors as well. ErgoTune also keeping us very comfy. And we'll see you in just a moment.
Thank you.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
I think I wish I could actually pan down the the camera just a little bit, because we do have quite a huge horde of Calbies. Thank you so much, production, for actually entertaining.
Oh no! My Calbie!
You go save your Calbie.
Oh no!
That's such a good problem to have. But of course, thank you so much to our, shout out to our sponsors as well. We've also got Speedy Ninja this season. Of course, the many Calbies that you see online as well. Roto coming back in as well for the eye drop, because he was already complaining that it is really, really dry to constantly be staring at the screen as well. I believe you guys also having the same problem. We also got Ergo Tune, and it's really, really cooling. Some other chairs that we sit on, it gets very sweaty once in a while. And of course, you also got Indomie as well. I think this is one of the most exciting sponsors that I've had so far as well. So I think, Abstract, we're getting fat.
Yes, sorry, I need product placement. There we go.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna work. But seriously, thank you so much for our sponsors this time around for helping us with MPL Singapore Season 11.
Sorry,
Are you ready?
No.
Still not ready?
No.
Yeah, he's still eating your cubbies. Anyways, just in case if you are joining us for this time round, we are still in the middle of our first match. We are literally going into a little bit of an overtime. Team Evil and also Kingdom Esports. Current score is 1-1. Kingdom Esports not gonna bow down without a fight. They gave a good showing in game number 2. However, game number 1, Team Evil with the speedy kind of gameplay caught Team Kingdom Esports off guard.
Now, both games, they both ended up in a way whereby both teams really want to capitalize in the,
Early game,
aggression, right? They really want to play in the early game. They want to be the aggressors. They want to be the one that goes first. Because every time you go first, you kind of get the tempo on top of your enemies. And it's a little bit tougher for them to be able to hold anything based on what they have drafted for themselves in this very case. So, right now, with us going into game number 3 between Evil and Kingdom, both of these two teams, they're gonna have to identify what is exactly gonna be the real answer here. Because there's always this thing whereby it's either you play aggro, you play mid game, or you play a control game all the way to the late stages. And understandably, if you want to play control and late game, aggro always prevails. But however, if you do have a very good way to play mid range and just kind of pop off in the mid stages of the game with very good amount of I would say power spike in the mid stages of the game, you should generally be able to hold against these aggro team comps a lot better.
Yep. Now, if you take a look at the bug right there, we're going to go into drafting phase in just a minute, literally. Score is 1-1 currently. Of course, pretty excited of what Team Evil have in store for us. Maybe this time around, you know, they're going to go back into the more fast-paced maneuvers as compared to their game number 2 performance. And I feel like there's also a bit of a testing of the waters just a little bit, whether Azu was able to perform on a utility jungler or an assassin jungler, because Azu on the Fanny was absolutely wonderful showing, especially from the get-go. Blade has showed himself that he's also super aggressive, identifies an opportunity, he will pounce at it, and of course, like what we've already stated earlier just now for this match, it feels like aggression is king between these two teams.
Yep. However, looking at these two games, I don't think that either of these two teams are gonna look at a game plan or heroes that are too similar to game number 1 and game number 2. They, like I said before, the stakes are low. There really isn't a need to really just go all ham and really try to gain that win. Yes, game number 3 is important in order to get yourself that second point, but at this point in time, right, to any of these teams, if they did not manage to get a flawless victory, then game number 3 is important, yes, but you don't have to show all your cards per se, especially since today is day 1. You're going up against Kingdom, probably one of the strongest team aside from Evil themselves, and I think that Evil puts Kingdom at really high regards because of whoever is in here, right? Look at the fact that there's
team of
Vanix.
All-Stars, literally, right?
Yeah, we've got Vanix, we've got Lolzy, we have got Yon, and let's not forget the coaching staff. Both of them are very renowned players. Youngin has been in here for the longest time ever as a coach, and FMM finally kind of took a step back now. Used to be kind of like that all-rounder player. We've seen him play mid, we've seen him play roam, we've seen him play gold. Mage. Wait, he played gold as well?
He's a main gold.
He's a main
He started
gold.
off with gold in Almighty.
Oh, right, yes.
Then season 3, and then season 4, he joined Slate. Well, technically EVOS. Wow, I'm literally a historian right here.
Yeah, like, he does everything very well. So I think that him being on the back lines, being able to tell the teams what exactly each of these role wants means a lot. And that kind of experience is what we want out of a coach or an analyst in this case.
Yeah, I was just watching a TikTok reel about you know, football coaches, right? And they're so crazy the way that they can like literally grab the ball flying and they can just dribble around.
Was it Piero?
I can't remember. I was just watching some compilation. And it goes to show, right? These are the coaches that you literally will start to respect. FMM, I will feel like he's really on that path where his experience as a player and then now back into a coach position, his teammates, I think, really will start to respect him a little bit more because, you know, imagine you're a coach but you haven't played before. And it's not easy, right, to get that trust among the team. So, yeah.
Indeed. So, right off the bat, here we have game number 3. We're going to be jumping into a Flying Clouds map. We already have got the Phobias, Glue, Freya, and as well as the Juicin that has been thrown into the banning pool already. Marcel now joins into that fray as well. And let's not forget that this time Evil is going to be on second pick and Kingdom is going to be on first pick. So I will say that the Leo mod played really well for Kingdom. So if anything, I think that Evil would want to take that away just to kind of give a bit of a handicap, right? Ensuring that Yon do not get super comfortable with that Leo mod.
Yeah, I think Leo mod is something that Team Coach Bito should ban away, especially where you already removed the Phobias. One of his counters, mind you, I would say. There's also still potential be a Valier that could just pop out of nowhere to kind of slow down the tempo coming out from Kingdom Esports, right? If you notice how Team Evil won in game number 1, it's just the sheer amount of CCs, combo breakers from the Valier, from the Marcels, that kind of slows down the tempo for the enemy and making Kingdom Esports life a miserable time. And that's where, you know, Marcel should belong. He should belong in the banning phase forever.
How can they do this, or rather, how miserable can they make them? We're gonna be looking at a Khalid first pick coming in from Kingdom Esports, and now the baton is now passed back over to Evil. Same thing as always. I think that on your second phase, if you do want to play for team fight oriented theme, then having Gacha Yves is always going to be a pretty good idea. So far, Khalid is a very committal hero. He's also a very strong roamer that is able to just be very annoying over into the jungle, as long as you're constantly just poking in.
Yep, seems like Azu will be on the Leo mod. Kingdom Esports prioritize the Khalid right off the bat. Khalid cannot still go into a roam position, can also go into the EXP position. It seems like for the side of Kingdom Esports, right, they've also selected Valentina for Hate, anticipating the potential Yves pick coming out from Team Evil, but looking at how Blade has been playing, he hasn't played anything like your artillery mages, right? The last time I saw Blade in a community tournament, he's played that Ruby DD Lunox that literally sweeps up and cleans up the whole team. Literally a bit of a throwback to his community level stage.
I've been waiting for too long.
So at this point, we know for a matter of fact that if we want to look at a jungler that is faster than Leo mod, it would be a Suyo, and Suyo would be nice. Now, the Valier has come back, and based on game number 1, we should not immediately assume that the Valier is going to go over to the XP. Or we should not immediately assume that Valier goes to mid. It can go to XP like how Gia played just now. So, at this moment in time, there is still a lot of question marks as to where certain heroes are gonna go. We know for sure that the Kalia is gonna go to roam, and of course the Leo mod goes over to the jungle. But that's that's pretty much all that we have.
Yeah, Coach Bitoy still opening. This is a very sus R3 pick, right? It really throws a lot of question marks over to the side of FMM right off the bat. And now you talk about, you know, the Suyo being a potential something that could potentially match the tempo coming off of Team Evo. There you go, immediately ban away, even though Valier kind of counters Suyo just a little bit in a sense. I think Coach Bitoy will consider to lock down even more jungle so that Yon doesn't have a great time, because now, you know, I've already taken your Leo mod away. What else can you play, right? There's still a potential Fanny that Yon can pick up to really go in. I think pick off the Valier and then after that just fly away. Valier couldn't do anything.
I think that if they were to go for a Fanny, it is mostly because of comfort levels. Yep. Especially if we're looking at game number 3, perhaps comfort is going to be really important. At this point in time, they do have a carry that can work very well in a pick-off scenario, a pick-off stage. So as long as Kingdom Esports were to pick up heroes that is able to do kind of point blank or rather point click stun heroes, I think that would be a pretty decent direction.
Point click stun, I was thinking of Carmelia. It's a bit of a. I'm actually excited about Camellia, especially especially in this particular patch.
Right.
That that ultimate is really helpful, especially when you pair out with your Valairs, you pair up with your Clods coming in, you know, that HO wombo combo.
Anything that is like AoE that can really make full use of the thorns, because any hero that you hit, it starts to kind of like bounce to the other people and such. But
Hanabi?
right now, KE, they don't have anyone that is super AoE oriented as of now. And even when it comes down to the Valentina, you don't really have a lot of very prime ultimate that you could steal at this point in time because of that sorry, what's this guy's hero's name? Okay, the Final Slash. Final Slash is another item hero ability that can be stolen aside from anything else. This is probably the best case scenario, I would say. Unless, you know, Hate plays the Valentina like a pick-off hero, right? You take the ultimate for the side of Kalia, and then you just slam. Tsunami slam enemies back, and then after that, you're right. Steal Tsunami slam and play for the carry. And it's a lot easier for Eri to kind of steal that Hate to steal that Tsunami slam away from Powerful as well. And now Kingdom Esports locking in. Yon is going to go for a utility this time around. Greeniver coming in, and it seems like it's also going to be an Eri going for the Alice now. Super massive AoEs coming out for the TOR, the Raging Sandstorm, and even the Valor Requiem as well. Okay, so now we're left with the final gold laner for the side of Evil. We know that the Valia will indeed go to the mid lane, and with that Arlott that will go over to the XP lane as well. So a lot of crowd control, a lot.
A different way of death for everyone.
I was talking about Hanabi. I was just talking about Hanabi. I was not expecting this in game number 3. Okay, we can try. Okay. The sync is there, I would say. There's a lot of crowd control from the side of Evil. Yeah, like you pop off the Aegis and all of a sudden you are immune. And I like how Coach Bitoy saved this Hanabi pick all the way to the late, because if the enemy picks an Esmeralda, the Hanabi is easily cooked. Yep. So in this case, we've got the full lineup coming in from both teams. Looks like they have got something brewing in the back, and this is gonna be fun to watch. Catching people off guard, literally going back into game number 1 status quo, right? That's how they want to play. The Belair going back into the mid lane, the Hanabi pick, you pick up the Aegis, and all of a sudden, you know, and technically speaking, Hanabi has a longer range because of the way that her projectile bounces from one hero to another, one entity to another. Quite some bit of respect coming in from Kingdom Esports, because Hate as well as Vanix both has picked up the Purify for themselves, and is understandably pretty darn fair because of the crazy amount of crowd control that we have here. Van, Powerful, Blade, and Gear, they all have one of those. And we are starting off really strong in the middle lane. Look at that. Wow. Of these two mid laners and roamers, for both these two teams, just like to brawl it out even before the minions clashes. And that's extremely exciting. Remember what we talked about earlier just now in this particular match. The aggressor is the one that usually wins. Yep. But in this case, Lolzy could... Actually, both Lolzy and Powerful could do that because they have abilities that allows them to get heals back. The only different thing is that Powerful have it in the form of passive, so he can be a lot more aggressive than Lolzy straight at level 1. I'm actually interested in the bottom lane lineup. Vanix, Aegis already popped right off the bat. And Vanix is actually doing a good job against Hanabi in the early game as well. Well, Van's, okay, hold on a second. Hate joining the fight just a little bit, but Van, immune to the CC, managed to slip away. It's really unfortunate, especially when it comes down to Van. He was just that close to the final burst from the side of Hate. It could have been a kill, and that would have been a tempo for Kingdom Esports to play around with. Hanabi late game is also nothing to scoff at, right? Like late game Hanabi, you could just like start throwing your projectile from a safe area. You've also got, you know, people like Powerful and also Blade to set it up, especially when Gear final slashes, everybody's compiled into that one small little area. Your ultimate Hikabana is just gonna make sure that everybody gets locked down, tons of CCs, and Team Evo's happy about it.
2 minutes into the game, we've got the turtle that's currently available as well. It does seem like Kingdom Esports, they are really eyeing on this turtle. All 4 of them is actually just going to be wandering around this area, and actually, so is Evil.
Vanix's position there is actually moved all the way to the mid lane, whereas Van is trying to match, but it seems like he's a little bit slow, not riding on the river right now. It seems like Team Evil and also Kingdom Esports, they are trying to congregate around the turtle.
Now, of course, when it comes down to the side of Long, he's just going to be jumping right in almost immediately, and now they're going to be getting themselves a kill down on the powerful turtle, taken down in the favor for Kingdom Esports, and now managing to push the rest of Evil away. Now, that is quite an engagement I honestly wasn't expecting too much.
Yeah, and of course, you know, it started off with the TOR coming out from area as well, setting it up, and now Lozi and the members on the side of Kingdom Esports catches Van in the midst of traveling all the way back. Hanabi needs a lot more farm and gear this time around, trying to use the final slash flicker, also to try to buy some time, but Hate is riding on his horse, but this is a fake Leomord, mind you. But he makes it work, and all of a sudden Kingdom Esports is 3 kills ahead.
I didn't realize that it's a fake one, but hey, down to the bottom lane once again. Kingdom Esports jumps onto 1, but Evil seems like they want to fight back.
Evil's Juice goes on for the chase right there. Vanix uses the light wheel ultimate form to try to run away. Azu not gonna continue on the chase right there against Kingdom Esports, and all of a sudden Team Evil in that small little 1 minute loses, I would say, 2k gold lead and 4 kills.
As we continue on, 3 minutes into the game, we've got Van all the way down the bottom lane. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye. There's no way that you're getting out of that. This is a very similar kind of game plan in game number 1 for Evil, but Kingdom is the one that's doing that instead.
Yep, this is Kingdom Esports, you know, gaining momentum. Don't forget, Yon is a very momentum-driven kind of player. Once he gets a very good day, he's gonna make it a mile. And now Team Evil, powerful down low, has the burn the flicker already, but Blade is here to join the fight, pushing Kingdom away. A bit of a respite, but if you notice how Kingdom Esports ramping up aggression in the enemy jungle.
With a 3,000 gold lead, oh no, another Tom that lands.
Another one, Yon this time around will be able to just dodge it out. Here comes Hate's Barbell, Azu also going into the same, but Hate, don't forget, he is not a fighter, he has to back off. Yon joining in the fight right there, tries to find Van, goes into, I think the Aegis is also popped just to make sure that he stays safe. They touch and they go for now. Why is Team Evil fighting as if they're equal?
Maybe they're slightly equal, but
they're 4k behind.
They're 4k behind, but when it comes down to mentality, they are not equal.
Yeah, man, like they saw the goal lead, they're seeing like, yeah, looks equal, right? Even though they're 4k goal lead behind, it seems like they're still fighting as if they're equal. And handshake all these fights, they're not afraid to take fights, and that's the power of Team Evil, right? But Kingdom Esports is still ahead. Vanix right there is scaling out of control, and Van on the other hand still needs more time as the late game Hanabi.
Yep, Vanix currently 2-0-1. We'll jump in and take a look at the items in a jiffy later. Now, Kingdom Esports, let's remind everyone that they have a total of 6 kills, while Evil have not managed to shed a single blood from Kingdom. They are receiving a little bit of a flack from everywhere down to the bottom.
Finding a lot of damage onto Van right there. Finally, Vanix gets dealt with by the side of powerful Lozi. Goes in, trades on Van, and now Lozi just engages but gives his life over the side of Blade. And now Yon just hard invades gear in the enemy jungle, and all of a sudden Team Evil Azu is not having a good time.
As we continue to move on, we even have an Alice that moves all the way to the top lane, managing to push quite a bit as well. Gear unfortunately misses out. Oh, there's gonna be a Final Slash for a Final Slash. Hate really wanted that, really wanted the gear.
Yeah, and also that's a missed flicker, right? If you take a look at the items coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports and Team Evil doesn't really have any, their pockets are not deep at all. Kingdom Esports has already secured, you know, your critical items. In fact, Yon goes for the first item, Winter Crown, at the same time. Should be going for a concentrated energy. But hold on, so the gear, that's going to be the Final Slash landing onto Lozi, but Lozi looking very tanky. The Raging Sandstorm lands. Blade as well, trying to throw as many fireballs to try to slow it down, but Kingdom Esports unfazed.
Damn! We were surprising, or rather, I was surprised.
Nobody died there.
Yeah, I thought that Evil might be able to take a little, 1 or 2 out of that team fight, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be the case. Kingdom Esports, in the meantime, is doing a pretty damn good job in putting up a lot of pressure up the top lane, ensuring that Evil really needs to go back up to really just deal with that. So now that Kingdom Esports saw that the Leomord was last in the top lane, they can realistically try to do something.
One knock up there. There's also going to be a Tsunami Slam. All of a sudden, Yon is in neck deep, in behind enemy territory. The Winter Crown is the one that saves it, but not only does that, Airy comes in with a critical TOR, turns the tide around, saves Yon just a little bit, trying to buy us a little bit more time. 1 kill for 3. I will take that trade any day.
My, oh my, that's a fight that we want to see. But definitely not the one for Evil. They lost all of the turtles so far, and they are going to lose this upcoming turtle as well because they lost 3 members just from that team fight, landing them at a 3,000 gold deficit. We thought that the goal lead would have been a lot bigger because of whatever that they have transpired thus far, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Esports has been steadily stuck at about 4,000 gold lead. The fact that they have a lead is still great, but the longer that this game goes on, Evil will get even more ways to deal with Kingdom Esports lineup.
Van needs a lot more time, and every death he actually experienced, there's another additional minute put into his timer right now. Team Evil, the only way that I would foresee for them to get back to it is a beautiful final slash coming out from Gear. There's a lot of pressure for that one, but however, Kingdom Esports has the tool to slow it down. The TOR coming out from Airy, you've got a Raging Sandstorm as well. Vanix scaling out of control already, has the Golden Staff, and also going to go into the Demon Hunter Sword as well, whereas Team Evil, Navi, finally secures the second attack Trinity item.
Yep, still pretty far behind, close to 1,500 gold behind in terms of itemization. So Team Evil probably need to wait until like 15 plus minutes.
Looking for a flank right there. Tsunami Slam does land onto Airy. Airy toss into the TOR. Where is that damage coming from? For the side of Kingdom Esports. All of a sudden, Van got popped like a balloon or something.
What was that? The damage that came out from absolutely nowhere, and now Kingdom Esports to jump right in.
Also jumping all the way in, just dives like it's nobody. Vanix deals with the mid lane terrain, and over to the Team Evil fell to Gear. That's not the final slash that you want to miss.
It's unfortunate that it was not able to reclaim land. They didn't manage to push back the rest of Kingdom Esports, but that is only due to time. It would have been great if they managed to push back Kingdom because of their actions. However, that final slash did not go anywhere and did not manage to capitalize on anything else aside from some of this overpush from Kingdom.
A bit of a jitters coming up from the Team Evil right there. The momentum that they secured for game number 1. They thought with the Hanabi that could be a cheese moment, but it seems like Kingdom Esports saying, nah, I'll play standard and I'll win that cheese.
10 minutes in now. With 5,600 gold lead in favor for Kingdom Esports, they move themselves up to the top lane to deal with the Lord, which will subsequently fight for them. It will, of course, move down in the top lane due to the absence of a second-tier defense turret. Bottom lane and the middle lane still have a defense turret.
Looking for that critical final slash, but he gets busted out almost immediately. Vantage goes all the way into the ultimate as well. Yon down low right there. Azu looking for an angle, but he's on the wrong side of the wall. There's a nice pickup coming off the side of Yon and Lozy. Some shutdown goal will be great for the side of Team Evil, but there's a Lord still marching against them, and they still need to defend.
The lanes are all pushing in from the middle lane as well. And now Powerful, with not much HP to work with, he's gonna have to just put himself around here and try to push the rest of Kingdom Esports away. They did manage to push them away, that's great. The Lord is also taken down, they managed to keep the top lane intact.
Azu, that barbell right there. He doesn't really have that discipline that I was talking about in game number 2, right? Yon's barbell was on point, but Azu a little bit trigger happy with that one because number 1, he's unable to find that snowball. Number 2, his team is already behind, but it seems like they're still fighting like there's a potential chance, trusting in the brand of that magic of team fight. And now we talk about Ven. Securing the golden staff already going into, I believe, should be a Malefic gun, and that's where potentially, you know, Ven can hit his power spike, but Vanix, he's already there. He's already secured. He's almost like, you know, 1 component and a half away from that particular item.
Yep. Unfortunately, I say that Vanix's power spike is not really that big of a deal anymore. He is indeed a very scary hero and a very scary player as of now with total 3 items. But the fact that Van himself also have got the Trinity, that would mean that both goal laners are pretty equal in terms of value to a certain team fight. The rest is now going to be left to the frontliners. How do they want to engage and what exactly is going to be their total game plan? For Evil, how much do they want to bait out all of these purifiers? Because the moment that you jump right in, if Hate as well as Vanix just straight away purify it off, then that could be great because you have many more of these core controls at your disposal.
Yep, a bit of a pulse spike coming up from the side of Vanix already. Benefit gun secured by the side of Kingdom Esports. Aerials as well earlier just now. The Chatai's Pauldron, something that works really well against marksmen like Ven on the Hanabi as well. That's something that, you know, slows down your enemies' attack speed and also provides you a significant health boost on a regen, especially when you're down low.
With most of the players from the Southern Kingdom, they're looking for an avenue to eventually weave their way in between of the gaps for the Southern Evil.
Yep.
Evil with 5,000 gold deficit. They're just sitting around in base looking for the right time to eventually head out. But it's going to be tough because now the Lord is going to be popping out in under 5 seconds. And with this Lord out, Kingdom Esports, if they were to get it, then it is essentially going to be a free inhibitor turret up in the top lane. There's no way around it.
Yeah, and I mean, unless, you know, Gear can force a Final Slash, force a Purify out of Hate or Vanix, and then Powerful picks off. But unfortunately, if you are Team Evil, right, Gear kind of, it's not say an anti-synergy. I would say it's just because, you know, the way that Gear works is that I want to commit to a fight, I want to commit to a massive team fight with a Final Slash, but Powerful still wants to find a pick-off, unless, you know, Team Evil was able to use Gear as a pick-off mechanism. But it seems like Kingdom Esports sticking to, with each other so close, providing cover for Hate, providing cover from Vanix. It's so hard to isolate them.
With the Lord now marching up into the top lane, ready to pillage everything that Evil holds dear. This top lane inhibitor turret is bound to go down, giving a wave of mega creeps onto the next one.
Brute Force Breastplate built for Valer already. He's going in full defense mode. And now it's just Team Evil has to brace for impact.
As they continue to move right on in this. It does seem like Longseed managed to catch on to Van for a tad little bit, but Evil, they're not gonna be exploding as of yet. They're dealing with a lot slowly until Kingdom Esports goes in.
A bit of a catch onto the unfortunate target for the side of Team Evil right now. They goes into the ultimate mode, but Powerful down low. No more peel coming over Team Evil, but Yon falls this time for the side of Kingdom Esports though. He takes also 2 members for the side of Team Evil down. Team Evil still handshaking, trying to defend, but he's actually starting to run out of steam. Blade finds a shutdown go, hopefully to equalize that one, but at the cost of the first tier turrets from the side of Team Evil.
Now that's 2 turrets down already. Evil is having a rough time trying to defend this from this point onwards. The amount of gold deficit that they have is relatively high as well, close to 6,000. And the Malefic Gun is finally bought from Ven. This is a max item gold laner from Vanix and Ven.
And now if you talk about max item gold laners between Carry and Hanabi, in terms of impact, I would say Ven has a bigger impact because how the projectiles would jump around. And yeah, Carry right now, for the side of Vanix right now, right, it's just going to be a single target person that could shred 1% at a time. So Team Evil, hopefully they maneuver around Ven, make sure Ven has a good game. If Kingdom Esports find onto Ven, it deletes him almost immediately. It's almost immediately over for the side of Team Evil.
50 seconds until the next Lord eventually spawns. We are actually down to 15 minutes into this game, the longest game that we have in this series thus far. Evil is not willing to give up as of yet, and that is completely understandable. They do have a lineup that will allow them to play a pretty mean late game solely because of the Hanabi. However, with the amount of crowd control that they have in their own lineup, it also allows them to get quite a bit of kills or quite a lot of space for Van to kind of bounce all of these basic attacks.
Yeah, but don't forget, Yon is a CC monster, right? Members from the side of Team Evil, they don't really have that Purify. Ven does have some form of CC immunity. Another Final Slash right there, really hits it.
Lord is going to be spawning right now. Lozi.
Offering quite a bit of damage as well. Eri coming for the TOR. Ben cutting out escape, cutting out Team Evil, and allowing Kingdom Esports to just literally flood. Members from the side of Team Evil has been routed. Ben right there, the pop, the burst damage. Ben does take down Hato, but members from the side of Kingdom Esports just punishes Team Evil. One after another, they fall as Kingdom Esports still 2-man strong with a minute wave rushing in. Gear defending for dear life right there. Fenix working on the core right there as well.
Oh, no
the
way.
Wind of Nature already committed, but Gear down low. Unfortunate defense coming out of Team Evil as Kingdom Esports will be able to take this series.
Congratulations over the Kingdom. Despite not having that great of a showing in game number 1, losing out in under 15 minutes, now game number 2 and game number 3 is where they pop right off. Knowing exactly what is going to be the answers for Evil and just straight out identifying what is going to be their main way to play. Gonna have to give props over to the coach, Coach FMM as well as Youngin. And for the side of Lozi, he plays a very crucial part here, excuse me, as well, because when it comes down to being a very aggressive lead, gives the team a lot of information, which is exactly what I wanted to see from game number 1.
And it's something to point out. If you notice before we cut into the match 1 game 3 highlights, right? Vanix is playing on a handicap. He still actually has this.
He actually still has.
Yeah, he's still injured, right? And he literally out there. His positioning was great. His Hanabi, his positioning was great. Was able to lane against Van, and Van literally has no questions. And over to sudden, Kingdom Esports found that secret sauce between game number 1 and game number 2. And over to sudden, if you look at this the sequence right here, Team Evil got caught in the middle of the wall right here. Eri right here there with the TOR just blocks off any form of exit, any form of advance. And Team Evil couldn't play at all.
Very good game altogether from Kingdom. They forced what they could, and they identified the timing well enough as well. I think that if Kingdom Esports were to kind of drag the game any longer than maybe 18 or 19 minutes, I think that Hanabi might be a bigger problem, probably. Because at this point in time, 15 minutes game or rather 17 minutes game, right? Evil do have a lineup that is not particularly very tanky as of yet. So many of the players from the side of Kingdom Esports can still melt them down pretty effectively. Any longer than that, we'll start to get more tank items, more ways for the members of Team Evil to absorb more damage and buy more time for Van to just Higambana his way through.
Also, kudos over to Hate, right? That he has to give up his life for quite a few things, right? But once he goes in, he does his combo, he spits with his first, I call it a spit. He spits with his first skill, and then that's the bulk of the damage that you need to set up to make sure Van as the Hanabi stays humble, doesn't go over. There's a few times that we saw the Hanabi immediately pops because of the potential burst coming out from the Valentina, and you know, with the side of Carry as well, just to clean up shop. Eri, on the other hand, is just so clean when it comes to, you know, setting up for the TOR to prevent the escapes coming out from the side of Team Evil, or even, I would say, Lozi. The way they flank, I don't think Team Evil was able to kind of hold on to that at all.
It's tough, but day one games do be like that. Evil didn't really have any winning chance in the early stages. As you can see, not a single objective taken for them. No turtle, no lord, and even when it comes down to the turrets, they also didn't really have much ways to play split push and get some of these free turrets down. Because most of the time when we see Gear, he would want to play heroes that is extremely agile, and you are able to use mobility skills even outside of combat. But unfortunately, for what an Arlet is able to bring onto the board, he's also one of the very committal heroes. So in order for him to even get away is nowhere. He gotta have to commit in. If he goes in, he's never coming out.
Yeah, and really, I think it's just, even though there's a potential cheese coming off the side of Team Evil, it did not come to fruition. Because even though the Hanabi is an interesting pick, I was also struggling to see how, the Hanabi can basically synergize with the rest of the team. The only way that I can see that synergy is if Gear does a very good final blow. That's just about it. Apart from that, if Gear doesn't land the final slash right there, and if Powerful wasn't able to continuously pick off, it makes Van's job really difficult to be able to output the damage as well. And of course, you talk about Vanix going in, popping off earlier because of his decision very quick earlier on to just be in the mid lane to join the fight for the first turtle just in case, whereas Van is still, hovering around, not too sure what to do. That time is lost, and that's what sets Kingdom's Esports pacing at the start to be really well done.
So with that all said and done, we have got game number 3, first series of the day that is done and dusted, with Kingdom Esports getting himself a 2-1 victory. So that means that Kingdom Esports will get 2 points for themselves, and Evil will then get 1 point for themselves. It's not too shabby, although I definitely believe that Evil came into MPL SG wanting to get flawless victories, kind of all across the board.
Yep.
But the level of competition is definitely getting a little bit higher and higher each day as we speak. So even a team like Kingdom, which actually do have quite a bit of some of these all-star players,
Yep.
I think that it makes competition even more difficult.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing coming out from, even though, yes, fans of Team Evil will be like, oh no, defending champion has fallen, spilled first blood in the first series of the day already, and, this is, I mean, it's still quite early, right? Regular season Evo is not very strong. If we bring back that meme last time.
Yeah, we bring back that meme, right? We used to coin them as the
playoff buff.
Yeah, they always have the playoff buff.
That's right.
Whenever they go to playoff, they start to play well because why? They have the book.
I haven't seen his book yet.
I think because he kind of
pass it over to Coach Bitoy.
I'm not too sure about that, but it kind of is. Yeah, it kind of is. So no longer have any more of the book presence anymore. But I still will definitely commend Evil for making their way all the way from season 3 all the way until now, and I still support those boys. Right? They play very honest MLBB, and they just kind of know what they want to do. Play the game, win the game, or lose the game, whatever it is, they're going back on the drawing board. Very hard-working individuals.
Yeah, of course, Team Evil, I would say Powerful, the anchor, literally, you mentioned that. His hard work is the one that earned him, his team, that first championship last season. It took them how many seasons? Let me do a quick math. 6 seasons to get... sorry, hold on. I'm very bad. 7 seasons, sorry.
8, 9, 10.
Sorry, math strikes again. Of course, congratulations with the side of Kingdom Esports. This time round, looking really strong in this first series. Coming up next, ladies and gents, is going to be Clarity Gaming going up against Ignite Gaming as well. And we'll see you after a short break.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 11. My name is Abstract, with me here is Jace, and I've just finished 5 packets of my Kelby snack.
Yeah, seriously, there was a mountain here, and now we're remaining 2 snacks, and it's all his.
Hold on.
Are you gonna even have a voice after all this? Mm-hmm. Can you take the play-by-play instead?
No.
Yeah, anyways. I'm not going to be your mom. Anyways, thank you very much for joining us for today. And of course, we've already done for our first series. That was Kingdom going out against Team Evo 2-1. It was the score. Team Evo had a very good game, number 1, but unfortunately they faltered for the remaining 2 games because Kingdom Esports finally remembered how to play MLBB.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a cheese pick coming out from Team Evo, right? So it's not their fault.
To be fair, the Selena did work really well.
The Selena did, and
they did not play that again.
And in fact, not only just that, I also would like to shout out, of course, you know, apart from the fact that Team Evo had a really strong mid laner. I'm looking at Blade. I think he impressed me so much. But of course, we'd like to shout out our sponsors as well. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, ErgoTune is our official performance share for this particular season. So all you have to do to support us, of course, and support your back is to go on ergotune.com with the discount code MPL SG. And if you notice, Abstract is just playing this arm support. Like, it's so modular, and I'm still really impressed by it right now.
I love this thing, so that, you know, sometimes different ways of putting my hands, you know, sometimes I prefer it like this, sometimes I like to do it close like this, you know. Actually, yeah, this is
how you're staring to your wife's eyes.
Yeah, like, you know, secretly plotting something. You know how awkward it will be if you want to plot something but you don't have any armrest down here? You'll just be like,
hey, you know, sometimes I do that, right? Sometimes I do that, right?
yeah, it's just kind of like
just plotting. You know, like how the flies does it?
like,
yeah, literally, right? But of course, apart from that, ladies and gents, a huge shout out to, of course, you know, MPL Singapore Season 11 is brought to you by Pulse Nova, powered by Muntan, partner in Esports, SGA, Calbies, which he's already finished like quite a lot of packs already. Calbies need to send more. Indomie, which I'm going to get later on, and Roto and Future, presented by Speedy Ninja. Thank you so much for supporting us for this season. Without you, you don't have us, we don't have games.
Yep. Now, understandably, we have 11 seasons already. I remember the good old days where we just started MPL SG and we were just like single digit, while in the meantime, the other regions, they're like double digits and all that kind of jazz.
Now we're in the double digit gang. Explodes into song and dance.
A little jingle. You know, whenever I make any mistakes, I'm just going to go straight into a jingle.
That's one way to cover your mistake. Yeah, your mistakes when he cuts out. He's not talking, he's singing. You know like how Bruno Mars does it. Oh, Jason Mraz does it. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he does that when he sings. He doesn't make mistakes, but he's just cool that way.
Oh, okay. So I thought he makes some mistakes and then he just breaks into the jingle.
He just makes jingles out of nowhere. It's really quite cool as well. But of course, you know, ladies and gents, I think we should start to slowly talk about the teams that we'll be watching later on. It's going to be CG versus IG, not Instagram. Clarity Gaming going up against Ignite Gaming.
Now, we also gotta have to remember that when between these two teams, one of them are a relatively new name, and that is Clarity Gaming. Now, Clarity Gaming, we don't particularly have too much information to a certain extent how they play as of yet, but we do know, as a matter of fact, who are playing in there, and you know what we could generally expect out of the teams and out of the players. So, in the meantime, we are going to be taking this moment in time and just kind of introduce the teams. Let's start things off with Clarity Gaming.
The Clarity Gaming roster on your screen right now. Ricky Wurz, Iron Ryan, Ryzen, Rensa, Bunboy Reborn, and of course, I feel like some of the fans may recognize Ricky Wurz. MDLRQ from Indonesia as well. Key highlight player match playmaker from the side of Indonesia, and his assassin gameplay and Rechi is super on point. So that's one of the players that you've really got to look out for.
Yep. In the meantime, let's not forget about Rensa as well, right? Rensa actually did make a debut last season, coming in all the way from the qualifiers all the way to the top stage as part of, what was that team? The Stallions, right?
Yep, Stallions. You saw Rensa before, right? How was his performance when he was performing in Team Stallion alongside Diablo and Brave, if I remember correctly,
yes,
right?
That is right. So I would say that because of the nature of Stallions, there are a lot of big names in that team itself. So a lot of us just went on and thinking, hey, look, I think that there is a lot of big plays that could be done by these individual players. So I feel that Rensa has been completely outshadowed by some of these big names, Bray as well as the Diablo and the likes. So he didn't really have much of an identity for himself. It feels like he's just kind of like making sure that he's able to play meta heroes. At the point in time, it's all fighter goal lanes.
Yeah, he's discovering himself, right?
Yeah.
And especially you talk about fighter goal lane, it's still prevalent in this particular meta, so that's something potentially Riston and also Simple. If you see them on screen, they are the coaches and analysts for Clarity Gaming. Of course, they are students from Youngin, and you know, Riston has been in the scene for a while now. I think he's already built up his name himself. You've seen him in Vanguard, and of course, you've seen him in quite a few teams as well, and he's finally here to support Clarity alongside Simple as well.
So we gotta have to look out for what this team has got in store for us. We've seen Ryzen. We also seen Iron Ryan. Let's not forget about Iron Ryan's niche pick being the Franco. So I think that any opponents that goes up against them, they always need to keep an eye out for a very potential Franco pickup. But regardless, who is going to be their first opponent of today? Ladies and gentlemen, let's just jump right in and take a look at who their opponent is. We are introducing Team IG.
Ignite Gaming on your screen right now. Kelvin, Jay, Roy, CS, Jinsanity. You may recognize these names as well, right? CS, Roy used to be from RSG as well. Jay has been playing, I would say, if I remember correctly, Kingsman days. Yeah.
Very long time ago.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I can't even remember at this point in time, but he's been playing almost every season.
Yeah, almost every season. I would say he's one of the only players that has ties all the way since season 1, right? Solid used to be a mid laner, now transitioned over to the roaming side. Unfortunately, got acquired by Ignite Gaming, I would say. Did not follow the previous team as well. So there you have it, right? Like Ignite Gaming right now in their battle stations, ready to rock at the same time. Another legend on your screen.
Wow, L14,
making appearance as well to guide this team to great success.
Yeah, all the old people. Yeah, all the old people. Now they're back again. Hey, Jay, LY4, guys.
Well, we're
nice to
considered
see
old
you
as
guys
well,
again.
right? I mean, yeah. I'm in here since season 1, so as you know, but you've casted longer than me.
Yeah, but you also season 1 or you also old?
Same age as you. You saying you're so old. It's like, you know, saying that, telling your twin that you're ugly. Yeah, that's exactly how I'm thinking about it.
I recognize that I'm old the moment that I have a kid.
I don't have a kid.
But you don't have a kid, so you probably don't recognize that you're old. So here I am humbling you. You old.
Nah, I still don't have a kid yet.
See?
Anyways, it's gonna the bug. The timer has started. We got down literally 1 minute left for the coaches to basically prepare their team mentally. There's a lot of things that we should look out for from both these two teams, right? From the side of IG, expect a very aggressive Roy on the mid laner. CS is gonna farm all the way to late game. So you know heroes such as the YSS, even to the Nathan if you want to pick it up. The Claude Soup, really good in his hands, especially those late game gold lane. However, Rensa brings in that wild card of going into that find the gold lane, and also what I mentioned earlier during the roster, we talk about Ricky's worst, going in a playmaker, I would say, in his previous team.
Now the thing about Renza is that I don't think that he's really very comfortable with the fighter goal lanes kind of thing. During his time in previous season, I feel like he's kind of forced to fill a role.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So aside from playing these fighter goal lanes, I think that we have only seen him play Claude. So if anything, he's probably going to play a lot more Claude if that is going to be his comfort hero.
Yeah, so maybe perhaps Claude is something that I expect CS to play as well, right? And CS has been in the scene since season 4 as well. Was a sub for RSG. Finally got a bit of opportunity to show himself. I think 4 seasons ago. And finally, right, like joining IG's roster right there, hopefully with the help of LY4, maybe they will be able to do something. I would say it's CG and IG. I would put them more like, I would say, kind of like a middle of the pack, right? Because these two teams are strong in their own account, and hopefully, you know, Iron Ryan was able to also play some of his Franco picks that we were kind of talking about earlier just now.
Yeah, I mean, there is way too much question marks, but if I really have to guess, I would say that Ignite is probably one level above of Clarity, solely because of the fact that we have got a tag team duo between Roy and CS. So they have a very good idea how to play with one another, and I'm betting more on that, right? Because one of the players is crucial in the early game, and the other player is crucial in the late game. As long as they have a very good synergy between them, they should be able to transition from the early game to the late games pretty well.
You're right. Like literally, right? If you notice, even in the games earlier just now, it was the synergy between your mid and roam is so important, because right now we're going back into that 1-3-1 kind of role. You don't really see a lot of babysitting in the gold lane for the side of roamers as well, and roamers are nowadays expected to do a lot more work, right? Because of the mobility, especially right now, your map of expanding rivers, expect yourself to literally run up and down, left, right, center, open the map, getting the information ready so that you don't get flanked like how you saw in game number 3 from the side of Team Evil.
Now, the thing about IG and their weakness would probably be the fact that Jay has been playing for a long time. So that will also mean that there is a lot of information about him online that you can kind of find out. And the last that we know about Jay is that whenever he plays the roam, he is very aggressive. He's constantly looking out for opportunities. And that also means that he played a lot of fighter tanks, not necessarily, you know, those typical tank, like tank heroes or enchanters even. So expect any, you know, any XP mid lane, or sorry, XP jungle, XP roamer heroes.
Alright, I'll save you right here. Yeah. Right? So Bucks, interesting bans coming out from the side of CG as well, right?
Yeah.
Like you see the Baxia getting banned away.
I see the Baxia and I see them. Okay, Baxia I think is fine.
Yeah, because of the region stuff. So expect a lot more region coming out. Maybe you potentially see a Uranus. You potentially, I don't know. I haven't seen the Olas in this particular patch, this particular day as well. So we're still seeing some form of, you know, the old reliables from the past few seasons, right?
Yeah.
IG on the other hand bans away the Harley. A lot of focus on the jungler right there. I feel like they're facing a bit of the pressure. You can see that CG is just literally having the time of their life, just literally laughing at IG, banning away the Fanny and the Harley, targeting what Ricky can play.
Yeah, but actually I feel that at this point in time, these bans kind of resembles ranked play a little bit more.
Yeah, a bit. It does have that flavor.
Yeah, it does have that. So now the Suyo is going to go straight over to the side of Clarity Gaming for the hands of Ricky Wurst, with the baton now passed back over to IG. Now, I can definitely understand that the Roam heroes would probably be, is either the Roam or the XP is going to be the last one to be picked up, with Drinsanity being the final, being the XP laners. So, if anything, since the Uranus is not picked just yet, I don't think it's going to be R1 or R2, but Drinsanity did definitely show quite a lot of prowess when it comes down to playing these super tanky XP laners that generally just be very annoying.
Yeah, there you go. Uranus immediately wide open.
R1 and R2?
Yeah, immediately wide open for the taking, right? I remember last season when Drinsanity was just literally insane on this Uranus pick. Now that the Baxia is out of the way, it's like a clear no-brainer thing to just go ahead, secure themselves, not only just a Uranus, you secure yourself with Juicing as well. Still prevalent in this particular meta, especially with the slight rework on how her throws work right now. Right now, you do a lot more damage the tankier that person is onto the rest of the enemy. So yeah, IG, I would say this Juicing, by the way, also almost 100% banned in the it's 100% banned in the previous series.
So as per expected, it is going to be a Claude for the hands of Rensa. We kind of expected that kind of that level of comfort from him. So we already have got half of the lineup kind of figured out, right? Clarity Gaming with all these three heroes, it does actually for both teams. They kind of seem like they want to play for tempo. They have got good heroes that could play in the early stages of the game, being the Suyo as well as the Leomord. Both of them have got really good jungling speed with one another. We've got someone that can be really darn annoying. One of them is the Khalid that annoys the jungle. The other one is a Uranus that annoys the lanes and the entire half.
Yep. That's YYO. I think that should be Roy. Yeah, like
what should be Roy?
YYOR.
YYOR? Oh.
Yeah.
That
should be Roy.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, but like juicing on Roy, it's something that I wasn't really expecting, because juicing, I would say it's a more not say slow but tempo, but like a lot more not as bursty as we usually see him.
Yeah.
Right? Remember Roy in his prime.
Roy likes those kind of value heroes.
Yeah,
right.
Bursty, something that just literally explodes. Like remember his Kadita was almost like 100% banned whenever he appears as well. And then apart from that, you also have the Farsa that's not also. I haven't seen Farsa for today as well. We've seen a lot more Yeebs, but yeah.
So with that Valentina being banned out, now that I thought is going to be pretty darn interesting. We don't have the gold lane being picked out just yet. We know for sure that the Uranus is going to be going over to the XP, so there must be some kind of thing that IG will want to pick up as a wild card, being that tank. Because I did mention that Jay is quite flexible, but when it comes down to tank heroes, it's mostly gonna be fighter tanks. So what's left for him is actually not too much, even to a certain extent. We saw him playing Terizla role. It was actually not bad before, right? It was actually not too bad.
Yeah, and I remember Churros keep calling him the architect, right? Because he's really good at, he's really creative in how he uses his heroes. So yeah, that's something we can also expect coming out from Ignite Gaming, of course. And I would say another rising star when it comes to Singapore roamers, Iron Ryan on the field on the side of Clarity Gaming with this Khalid, and now you get to see Ryzen going for the Zetian and also the Sora. These are the picks that I'm extremely excited about walking into this particular meta because of the potential global from the Zetian, one of the longest ranges. I would say arguably rivals what the Sicilian can do, but the global ultimate is something that is super valuable in no matter what games or what enemies you fight against in MLBB.
So at this point in time, we do have got all heroes picked up for the side of Clarity. Playing for team fights is likely going to be the case. Oh!
Yep.
Okay, now that is something a little bit different.
I like this chip pick, right? Like all of a sudden, it kind of shifts the damage just a little bit, right? So far from what I'm seeing for the side of IG, this is a bit of front-to-back kind of clash composition, right? You engage with the Uranus and also potentially with the Juicing or perhaps one roamer. Now all of a sudden, IG, because of the chip gameplay coming in, the rotations are a lot faster to kind of match what the Suyu wants to do, what the Khalid wants to do, because I could just appear anywhere. And now all of a sudden, if your Claw decides to go in and solo farm, all of a sudden a chip comes in, brings the Goon Gang, busts you down, and moves away.
That is also, having a chip also does help with the Uranus a lot, because most of the time Uranus would not be anywhere close to the team fights because you're just a little bit too much, or rather you'll be spending too much time. Right? Yes, solo pushing and putting a lot of resources and the opposite side of the map where you would expect the team fight to happen, especially since Clarity Gaming, they are kind of playing more towards team fight. I think that what Chip brings into the board is instead of reinforcing a team from team fight to become better team fight, is more of filling up the gaps of what Ignite Gaming couldn't really do, and that is playing a 5v5 against Clarity.
Yep, going into game number 1 of this particular match, you can just see how fast Ryzen could easily clear the waves, even faster than Roy, I would say. And Zetian, right now, because of the second skill, somehow just do so much damage, especially when you first land that. It's an instant burst, and I thought that usually when I was playing Zetian, right, that was a single, that one used to be a take damage, and now it's just a massive burst damage. You saw that, Abstract, right?
Damn, that's a lot of damage, which we all did not expect. But Iron Ryan is going to be the first one to go down. That is what we can expect, of course, when it comes down to the Juicing, which is why so many of us, or rather so many of the players, actually decides to ban it.
Yep, it's 100% banned until this particular series. And of course, you know, Jay burned the flicker alongside with Iron Ryan. Unfortunately, Iron Ryan goes down for the count. But of course, you know, once Ryzen finishes out his combos, he's on in this awkward delay, whereas Roy, on the other hand, can still constantly shower damage onto Clarity Gaming, and that's what Ignite Gaming used to great success.
Yeah, but still, massive amount of value. Ignite Gaming have only expended a single flicker, which can, of course, come back really soon, and definitely before the turtle even spawns. Okay, maybe not, because the turtle is already going to be spawning in 20 seconds. So, Roy doesn't have it. Jay also doesn't have it. So at least, if anything, Clarity Gaming can be a little bit more aggressive, especially if Ricky Wurst is ready for combat.
Yep, Ricky Wurst earlier just now wasn't able to do a lot because technically speaking, so much damage coming from Roy. And speaking of Roy, gets picking Iron Ryan all the way up. Iron Ryan, oh my goodness, it's not a great start for the side of Clarity Gaming. You need him to engage this turtle fight, and now it opens up for Ignite Gaming to just take this turtle. I heard a flicker earlier just now for the side of Renta. Already committing that one onto the Claw right off the bat.
Yep, you can kind of expect that CS is definitely a lot more comfortable in the gold lane, and you can see that he's doing a pretty darn good job against Renza as well. Jay comes into the fray, gets a good start on it, and CS should be able to get that kill, but that is not the big fight because of upcoming Clarity.
And members from the side of Clarity Gaming just decides to pounce, trying to catch onto Jay, and also for the side of Ignite Gaming right there. Kelvin joining the fight, already on top of the barbell, but just for him to get away, Insanity trying to buy more time, but Bumboy Reborn is also here to output the damage, and now it's just Clarity Gaming picking up the slack, taking down 3 against Ignite Gaming.
4-3 is the current Go wow.
It's so funny that you're the one that you're not very musically inclined, right?
Shut up.
Remember that time when you were playing the drums?
No, not that.
was
That
so
did not happen.
outbeat.
That did not happen.
It was so outbeat, but
That
of course,
did not happen.
A bit of a game pause for now. But in terms of the tempo that we're looking at so far, Clarity Gaming earlier just now lost just a little bit, but it seems like, you know, they stabilized themselves thanks to what Suyo brings onto the board, where Suyo is just, you know, pops out at level 3, can be earlier and snowballs, I would say, very hard against... we're really going to start calling it boss meta right now, right?
At least they did not call it Singapore's.
Well, we have to admit it. Okay, but of course, you know, we just have to make sure that, you know, the game is fair and square for everybody. But of course, you know, we talk about how Chip's aggro is there in the early game. But, you know, when Bun Boy Reborn starts joining the fights, you also got Iron Ryan, you know, losing twice. And Ricky was also started joining the fight. Seems like, you know, Clarity Gaming has hands.
Yeah.
Has fists.
Wait, what? Yes, fist. Punches.
Yeah.
Yay.
They can throw punches.
Yeah.
Right? So, right now, in terms of the game state, I would say, both of these two teams share the same goal, right? They need their gold laners to scale as quickly as possible.
Yep.
And Jay is doing a really good job mirroring Iron Ryan. That's quite a mouthful. In order to match his tempo, right? And I feel like Jay is doing exactly that.
Yep, and let's not forget that most of the time, a Khalid is the one that can actually outpace against this this Chip, because he's... I mean, okay, to be fair, they're both flying.
Why walk?
But they're both flying, kinda.
But Chip can teleport.
But oh yeah, right,
Yeah,
right. I forgot about that. Yeah,
Chip
right.
can teleport.
You're right.
Why walk? Literally, right? But it's also because how Jay is so experienced as a roamer as well. He knows how Iron Ryan is pathing, gives a lot of information. And now, because if Clarity Gaming is not having a very good, if Renza is not having a very good day down in the bottom lane, CS is able to farm up late game CS. Remember that late game CS is scary.
Yeah, we can't just give CS a free lane.
Literally.
Yeah, we
can't give CS, literally.
No way, right? So, other than that, right, we've been talking a little bit about the mid lane engagements, we talked about the bottom lane as well, but we didn't really quite touch on the top lane. Why? Because that is a wet noodle fight. It's quite literally a Uranus that can't die versus a Sora
that can just escape.
Yeah, so let's be honest here. Top lane is not gonna do too much. However, whatever small little thing that they do up there can contribute to the grand scheme of things. You know, the grand design of the game is to go for objectives.
Insanity.
And both of them are super important.
Takes two people to fly away in terms of the camera. Insanity pops a consecration, immediately goes all the way back to full health. Why bring the fountain when you can just pick on one button? Here comes the Zetian's ultimate as well, and also it's gonna be Ignite Gaming. Kelvin securing the turtle for himself. Chip already activated portal, but the members for the side of Ignite Gaming is starting to lose, starting to step ahead, and Bun Boy Reborn taking that casualty. It was a very great start of fight for the side of Clarity Gaming, but I think they need to stop focusing on Insanity because he's insane.
Yeah, start to see what exactly is going on there. At least for the team fight, Clarity Gaming might not really have too much clarity as to what they really want to do, because Bumble Reborn went in really darn hard, right?
Yeah.
So he was trying to look for an opportunity, flickering right into the vacuum, but it only caught one person. And then after that, he was hoping that he will be able to do a little bit more than that.
With Jinsanity just leading the charge, it doesn't really matter. Even though he goes down, he actually he basically phase tanks the turret so that the rest of the members can dive onto it very, very easily.
And as for now, as we continue to move on to the rest of this game, 5 minutes and 50 seconds left, or not left, but 5 minutes and 50 seconds into this game, it does definitely seem as though that we should be able to expect a little bit more out of Clarity, because they are fast-paced. They are really fast-paced as to what they are trying to do.
Yeah. And I really like what I'm seeing from the side of Ignite Gaming. All because Jay is everywhere all at once. Literally just matching the tempo for the side of Iron Ryan. All of a sudden Iron Ryan is caught in a very awkward position. Thunderbell is a good item, I would say, but he's definitely going to need more than that.
At this point in time, you just need everything. You just need everything.
Buy 6 Garden Helms.
Yeah,
At the 6 minutes mark. Literally.
But now that, okay, so now I think the problem comes in here, right? Because Drinsanity has just picked up the most important core item, the Oracle. And I don't see Clarity Gaming going for anywhere near getting themselves the Dom Eyes. And we just saw that Iron Ryan actually went straight in for... Yeah, sorry?
Thunderbelt.
Yeah, he went straight in for the Thunderbelt. So Drinsanity is going to have a really good time for the next 5 minutes.
Just look at Drinsanity, right? Just denying, he's a one-man army just pushing against Ricky Wurst, and Kelvin just all the way on the other side, even though Bumboy Reborn is literally getting focused. Hang on, goes into the ultimate for the side of Sora. It doesn't really do anything because he's literally alone and giving Kelvin the kill, and now, you know, Ignite Gaming splits up Clarity Gaming fight into 2. Zetian's ultimate is actually doing something earlier there. It's trying to slow down, and that's the only thing that Clarity Gaming has going.
See, so that is the exact thing that I was talking about, right? Because it is, at this point in time, it is a 1v4 kind of game between the XP leaders, because this is why I say that their time in the top lane is super boring, because both of them have the same idea as to what they need to do. They need to absorb as much damage as possible. They need to be the one that really distracts the rest of the game. If Drinsanity is able to pick up an Oracle, well, they don't have an answer to the Oracle coming from the side of Iron Ryan or even Bumboy Reborn himself, then Bumboy Reborn himself cannot win against Drinsanity in the game of resilience.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, the problem about Bumboy Reborn right now is that he's not able to go in and delete Kelvin, because he's not able to pop off at level 4 and then does build a snowball out there because Drinsanity neutralized that lane, right? And then because the Uranus whole goal is to neutralize the lane, and Clarity Gaming, if you notice, everybody except for Rensa cannot deal with Drinsanity. They don't have enough burst damage and constant DPS to deal with this Uranus.
Yep. So I think the only case that we want to see is Ricky Wurst having gold advantage.
Yeah.
To beat down on the Drinsanity. However, I don't see that as the case, because right now 3,800 gold lead in favor for Ignite.
Nice ultimate coming out from the side of Ryzen right there. Goes into the blazing duet by the side of Renza. Now Ignite Gaming will try to just pay a bit of the damage. Drinsanity will be able to walk away, try to heal all the way back up. But while Clarity Gaming has just expended all their utilities, Kelvin strikes with a triple kill from the side of Ignite Gaming.
Now that is absolutely cutthroat from the side of Ignite. That was a 3,800 gold lead in favor for Ignite Gaming right before the fight, and after the fight is 5,500. That is how big of a gap that fight really made, or how impactful that fight really is for Ignite Gaming. Clarity Gaming threw all in, hoping that they will be able to get a kill on the Drinsanity. And I would say that unfortunately for Clarity, Drinsanity timed the flicker really well, and he got away. At this point in time, it's not about the Oracle. The Oracle had only a substantial amount of effect in that fight, but the fact is the fact that Drinsanity ran away. The moment he ran away, he absorbed so much damage, and Clarity Gaming would not have any more answers for Calvin that is coming right in their face, which is why he got himself a triple pretty nicely, and the rest of the Clarity Gaming, they realized, oh crap, we lost because we did not get the target, and that is killing Drinsanity.
Yep, they over-invested on Drinsanity, and not only just that, right? Kudos over the side of Ryzen. That was a beautiful stun alongside with Iron Ryan as well. But because, you know, Ignite Gaming was so far ahead, Ricky was also, you know, slightly behind in terms of levels. Kelvin is already at level 15 right now, right? So Ignite Gaming has a very massive snowball against Clarity Gaming. Kelvin can literally carry himself right now.
2 and 3 of the Holy Defenses are already destroyed from the side of Clarity Gaming. As such, this is the point in time where Ignite Gaming can hopefully look for an opportunity. However, this is not exactly a team that is very divey, so I don't expect them trying to do anything aside from just kind of slightly poking out the turret. If Clarity Gaming were to overcommit, then that's the worst.
Kelvin literally throwing caution into the wind, but there's going to be a nice cloud surge coming out from the side of board. But unfortunately, that's not good enough because Kelvin is just riding into the sunset wind with him in the graveyard. Oh my goodness me.
Unfortunately, that is exactly what I was talking about, right? Because Ignite Gaming, they kind of know how Bumboy plays because throughout the entire game,
It feels like he's trying to prove himself, and
in
Kelvin,
some sense, yeah.
he's trying to prove himself, and now Ignite Gaming is just going to die because they have the manpower opportunity. But hold on a second, Renza was able to do something against Jay, bring him down.
Nice.
Unfortunately, Ignite Gaming takes down topside turret, and not only just that, Roy also dives all the way in, takes out Iron Ryan. Bumboy Reborn gets reborn, but Goals gets sent back into the graveyard once again.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we have to be really clear about what a weak link is. A weak link, okay, weak link is. But we talk about that in a bit later because right now, top lane and the middle lane inhibitor turret has already went down.
Clarity got their literally arms full right now. Ricky was trying to do something right there, you can tell, but the problem is that Insanity is just literally limiting his growth, right? And not only just that, if Bumboy Reborn decides to dive all the way back in and then give himself to literally Kelvin, and Kelvin's more than happy to piggyback off his death to get the snowball that he wants. It feels like, you know, we got an imposter on that side, right?
Yeah, so I think that the main problem is that Bumboy Reborn probably took his role as the one that absorbs damage a little bit too literally, right? Because he's constantly being super aggressive despite being behind in terms of farm. He just jumped right into Ignite and be like, hi guys, attack me, hit me, so the rest of my team can hit back at you. But they are not at the situation where they can evenly trade out the damage like that. It is too difficult for Clarity to pick up from their pieces.
I feel like Clarity Gaming has to switch their goals just a little bit more. Don't focus on Jinsanity and go. Let Jinsanity go, literally, right? You're pouring so much resources into the Uranus to no avail, right? I think the main focus that you should be looking out for is CS, but CS, of course, you know, as a carry, you immediately shred Sora immediately, unless Sora decides to go for the Thunder Surge form, and then after that, just delete CS, delete Roy, and then get out.
So right now, we've got the Lord that will be marching in from the into the middle lane, and I'll say that Ignite Gaming with 10,000 gold lead. This is GG Go Net kind of game. Unfortunately for Clarity, they are way too far behind. They don't have anyone with a mid-game power spike that can realistically be able to get themselves out of this current situation. The Lord is marching in. They don't have anyone that can do really good single target damage to deal with the Lord and of course wipe out everything.
Insanity, they're just lingering there. Members of the side of Clarity Gaming doesn't have the clarity to do something. Maybe the Surge and Ultimate will be able to change the tide just a little bit more. Iron Ryan all the way to the back line. Unfortunately, Ricky Woods gets gold taken down, but the Lord is the one that pushes the core down for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, there's just way too much things. Yeah, there is just absolutely way too much for Clarity to handle. I think that right off the bat, the fact that there's just two mistakes in the early stages of the game that contributed to what it is right now is they didn't have anyone that is a suitable holder of Dom Ice. Considering that Uranus is going to be a problem in the early stages, the moment that he goes for the Oracle. I don't fault Iron Ryan for going for the Thunderbelt. I think the Thunderbelt is really important. However, I think you gotta have to weigh the pros and cons and weigh the odds, right? In this very particular game, I think that looking at the speed of farm coming in from the side of Ignite Gaming, if whether you can really go for a little bit more greedy picks such as the Thunderbelt is gonna be the question. If you know that your team is gonna be slightly more behind, then you probably need to get yourself the Dome Ice. And if you were to kind of throw Ryzen to do that kind of job by picking up a glowing wand, I think it's okay, but it is not good because Ryzen is quite literally that mid to late game hero that we want to see to help the team get out of this very tough spot. But the moment that they are 10,000 go behind with a lot down, even Ryzen can't do anything.
Yeah, you literally said it. It's just GG Go next, right? Especially at this moment, right? Like even though it was, I would say Kelvin was overextending himself way too drastically early just now, but he wasn't getting punished, right? Clarity Gaming doesn't have enough items, enough damage to basically punish because their focus was mostly on Jinsanity. Jinsanity is getting all the attention that a girlfriend should have.
It's kind of like the valid overconfidence from Ignite Gaming. Like even if one person were to die or two person were to die, it really does not matter because it would not impact them all that much at all.
Yep, of course, MVP goes to Kelvin as well. He started the show, but of course, on his trusty steed Barbell at the same time, he poked, and you know, we expected a lot more coming off on the side of Clarity Gaming, right? Because I was telling you about this. I love this Zetian pick. I love Ricky's worst on the Suyo pick. But unfortunately, this Bumboy Reborn on the Sora was a, you know, like what you mentioned, it's a pool noodle fight.
Yeah.
Not only just it's a pool noodle fight, it's just a neutralized lane. So what's the Sora gonna do, right? You wave clear, and then after that you start rotating to mid, start creating opportunity elsewhere, because don't give the Uranus that attention.
Yeah. So I don't fault the draft. I don't think that the draft is particularly going to be the problem, but but it's more of how they executed this game. They right at the start of the game with the first turtle fight, we already saw that they might not have that good of a chemistry. Bumboy Reborn went in all by himself. There was no one that can realistically help him in terms of that dive potential. Sure, Ricky Wurst as well as Iron Ryan can dive in together as well, but do they really have enough damage to be that aggressive in the early stages of the game? I'll say no, not really. So I think that there was some some message that were delivered to Clarity, and they interpreted it wrongly, especially for Bumboy Reborn, because throughout the entire game he's been overly aggressive, and overly committal to his job of, hey, hit me kind of situation, even though he's very
not
far behind.
Yeah, he's not ready yet. And usually, you know, for Sora's, personally, I'm a fan of Sora in the gold lane, because it's such an easy pick, right? You fight against your enemy who is a gold laner. You go into, once you hit level 4, you could just go in, burst the person down, even if it's right underneath the turret, and then you go next, right? But another thing to also take note of is that, you know, Rensa against Claude against a carry, right? Then you expect Claude to do a lot more, especially with so much setup coming off from Ryzen and Iron Ryan, which they did, I would say. But it's just the fact that Ignite Gaming, Kelvin was so far ahead. Roy was also doing so much damage to CC, and Jay was not letting it up, right? He's just constantly upping the tempo, making sure Clarity Gaming stays humble, and Ricky doesn't find any openings at all. For a period of time, you saw that Ricky is like literally 3 levels behind Kelvin.
Yeah. So this is a game where both Clarity and Ignite, they want to do their own thing, but someone or somewhere, right? More like somewhere is not the right answer. Like for example, if Iron Ryan changed things up a little bit, instead of him going in this old jolly way, what if he tags onto Jay all the time? What if he predicts where Jay wants to go, instead of him deciding, okay, I'm gonna go to this certain place, I want to support this team? Maybe just a little bit of change of perspective or change of POV might have changed things up a bit.
Yep, I agree. I would say Iron Ryan mechanics is great, right? Like if you notice that, his setups are really good. Like there's a few times you saw like literally Ignite Gaming just standing there for a good whole 1 second, but because they're so far ahead, and the members from the side of Clarity Gaming was focusing on the wrong target, namely Insanity. You don't hit a Uranus, right? As much as you try. But Uranus, the job of Uranus is to just be that annoying punching bag, right?
Yep.
And somehow, sometimes, that Uranus does a lot of damage, especially with its Ionic Blades.
The longer the fight is, the better it is.
The better it is
Uranus,
for the
right?
Uranus, correct.
The more amount of Radiant stack that you have, those Ionic discs just deal so much more damage.
Yeah.
So sometimes instead of dragging the fight out by attacking the real problem with those Ionic discs, is just to move past him and deal with the backlines. You deal with the backlines, you immediately just kind of back right off.
Yep.
Because Uranus have got no way to keep you in the battle. You got no crowd control.
Yeah, you only got soft crowd control, right? The slows coming up from your Ionic this and this, that's just about it.
That's about
and there's
it,
just a few moments that you also notice because of the Uranus kit. It allows you to basically bring the fountain to you, heal, and then run away, back off, then re-engage the fight and becoming the annoying Uranus once again.
Only in certain situations where it makes sense to kill Uranus is if you have enough damage. Yeah, if you're pretty even, and most importantly, you have a form of burst, right? And in this case, you have the Suyo, you have the burst. That's one prerequisite down. But the other prerequisite is that you are even enough, because they were so far behind that even if they have the prerequisite of being able to burst him down, you can unleash every single one of your skills against the Uranus. But it's probably only half HP down.
Yeah, there's a lot of times I would say, I know we're talking a lot about Jinsanity because Jinsanity
He dictated the tempo.
He dictated the tempo, correct. It's just the fact that there's a lot of times when you see Jinsanity goes in, he goes out, he's just like
Completely unpunished.
one dot, and then still unable to, and the members from the side of Clarity Gaming was unable to kill because Uranus goes vroom, right? Literally, it just speeds away. Maybe there's also another way to also see it from the side of the Zetian, right? Unfortunately, it's just that Chip is just all over the place, dictating the tempo, and CS on the other hand, you know, he's laning pretty well against Renza, especially at the bottom lane. So that also, I would say, could potentially be something that Ignite Gaming has an edge. CS experience versus Renza's Claude experience.
Yeah. So all in all, I would still say that it's not particularly about the draft problem, but it's about how they executed that.
Yep.
So
I think it's both equal in terms of the draft.
Yeah, draft is actually pretty darn equal. Both sides could have won at a certain point in time, but how they piloted their heroes and how they piloted their in-game actions generally changes the plot a little bit differently. Because we know how strong Sora can be, and how much Sora can be a real prick at the back of the neck for
as a gold laner. I hate Sora.
Exactly. And like
facing a Sora.
If you have a choice, or rather, if you have a choice to choose whether you want to face against a Sora or a Uranus, which one would you choose?
I would say if it's an EXP lane, I go for the Uranus because Uranus really counters whatever what the Sora wants to do, right? If you notice, EXP lane, there's no budge, and we talked about this. I think that was one of the theme that we talked about before, right? Like if you don't have a solid lead in EXP, you don't have the turtle, you don't have the jungle's lead, and you don't have a jungle's lead. It is a lose-lose condition, unfortunately.
Sorry, I just realized that there's a lot of things that I can do with this thing. You know, you can go front and it's already front. It's like front and back.
Yep.
This one swivels 360 degrees. You can turn to the left. You can turn to the right. You can move it up. You can move it down. So I can actually just kind of like make the armrest touch. Almost.
You're trying to force two.
Yeah,
it feels like you're trying to force two people to kiss. Don't break the chair. Week one. But
this is how you trap me in a chair, buddy. This is how you trap me in a chair.
Or maybe this is a test where they,
you know, like this is a gantry, like gantry. Yeah. oh no, pinball machine.
Anyways, you can get your very own customizable handrest that you can put in any position that you prefer by going to urkotune.com. I'm thinking about using it as a pinball machine right now. I cannot get it out of my head. But it is fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
It is fun if you're very antsy and like you need something to play with your hands.
This is our.
Ah, okay.
1,000 points. Production's gonna kill me for kind of like tossing it out over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just grab it right back.
Yeah, but okay, but to be honest, right?
Thanks, man.
Abstract and I are usually casters that like to stand when we cast. I feel like we haven't stood the whole day.
No, we have not.
It is so comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable, and the fact that, and a matter of fact that if I stand up, it feels like I need to go to the Wii, and I kind of do, but we're in a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
can I just kind of like abandon you here a little bit, just to
go grab it. I got you back, bro.
Can you pass me your bottle? No.
I'm a bit confused because I was just like, you know, thinking about your pinball. Anyway, speaking about pinball, right now the ball is definitely in Clarity Gaming's court, right? Like, you know how Ignite Gaming, of course, we talk about, you know, the veterans on the scene. CS, Roy, and also Jay have seen international competitions before.
Yeah, they did.
Jinsanity, on the other hand, has always been.
I mean, this is kind of international for him because.
Yeah, technically speaking, but Jinsanity definitely a pain in the backside, especially in that particular game earlier just now. It seems like, you know, Clarity Gaming doesn't know how to deal with Jinsanity's insane mechanics earlier just now. But now, from the side of Clarity Gaming, right? they need to try to find a way to activate Ricky's worst, make sure that he has a great game, and it seems like, Elite Gaming is not going to let him get that chance, right? Bans away the Fanny, bans away the Harley in game number 1, expect LI4 to do so in game number 2 again.
Okay, so back to the drawing board. For the side of Clarity Gaming, like, what is their problem? Like, I think that they need to play... Nah. It's not about the draft. It's really not about the draft.
I feel like it's the execution in game number 2.
Yeah.
Like what I mentioned
I think
just now.
I think case closed. I think that is really case closed. We don't really need to kind of like go too deep in.
I think you ban away the Uranus if you're Clarity Gaming, because it seems like they're unable. You've got no choice, right? It seems like you're not able to. The team is not able to deal with the Uranus earlier just now, and there's a chance where Ignite Gaming will go for that again.
Personally, I would give it. I'll give them the Uranus, because I feel that in that game, it's just the circumstances that did not allow them to deal with the Uranus. If we had Iron Ryan actually picking up the Dom Eyes first, and they kind of play on a little bit on a safer ground, they don't kind of like just throw bodies and give free kills over to Kelvin, I think that they should be able to get decent amount of farm to realistically be able to bring down the Uranus one way or another.
Yep.
Probably just needs to be a little bit more careful with their gameplay.
Definitely. I feel like Clarity Gaming does have a few glitches in the Matrix to kind of sort themselves out later. Maybe this is the kind of glitch that you kind of need some time to fix. It's not something that you can immediately fix right off the bat, right? We're going to go into second game right now. Map selected is Flying Cloud. And it seems like Ignite Gaming this time around. There you go. Ignite Gaming this time around.
Damn.
Goes for the first pick, bans away the Uranus because through Drinsanity, they identified how powerful the Uranus is, and they just don't want to see them at all. They've got some other plans cooked up.
Okay. Respectable. But for now, Marcel, as well as that Freya, is going to be thrown into the banning pool for now. I do like to believe that the Juicin should be taken away one way or another, but it is for Clarity to ban, not for IG.
Yep.
Because if anything, IG can pick up the Juicin for themselves. But that will also mean that they will lose out on... Okay, I don't think it's that big of a problem, actually. Yeah, I think that IG, in best case scenario, pick up the Juicin for themselves.
Yeah, I think Juicin has been, like what we mentioned earlier, just 100% banned until the previous game earlier just now. So I think IG may just go for the ban, because even like instead they went for the Kalia instead.
No, it's fair because the Juicin is for Clarity to ban. So Clarity, they have to use up that slot to take away that Juicin, but as a matter of fact, if they were to take that away, then Eve, Gato Kacha, these two would have been available. Do they want to go towards that direction? That's the question.
There's also a potential clue that, the side of Clarity Gaming also need to look out for, knowing that Jinsanity's playstyle is to be that annoying EXP laner, the pesky, annoying EXP laner that's tanky, hard to kill, stuff like that. So, okay, CG bans away the Phobius. Leomord usually is also a prize contention in terms of heroes, especially first picks. You see either R1 or B1. Okay. Harley first pick right off the bat. We saw that being banned away earlier just now. And because of how Harley is in this particular patch, Harley is strong in this patch because he can flex into the jungle or the mid as well.
So it could be an either-or situation for IG. Now Juicin is available for CG if they would want to go for that pick. Other than that, XP heroes would probably be the other case. With the glue that's available, Gato Kacha can kind of flex in between as well.
The Khalid is also open, so if Iron Ryan wants to go for that one, it's going to be a Harif and a Alice. These two heroes work really well together. The TOR goes in, you just go in the Summon Force, right? Bam, bam, boom, and you win.
So Area Denial, they want to play for the zone. Yeef is something that IG probably want to steal away.
I feel like Eve is not a good idea for the side of IG because once you go into real world manipulation, you're so immobile against an Alice. You need to try to find a way to kite him back. Another way of thinking about it is to basically steal the TOR using the Valentina. Or I would usually also try the Kimi as well because you've got so much built-in mobility as well. I'm looking at IG. I feel like Jinsanity may go for his EXP pick right here just to make it annoying as well.
High loss.
Okay. But that could be easily flexed over to J, right?
It could be. Yeah.
I like what LY4 is doing right now. But at least it confirms that the Harley is going to the jungle.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do Harley gold lane, right? I'm just trolling.
That doesn't sound too out of the ordinary.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Actually, it doesn't, right?
No, it doesn't.
Right.
I can totally imagine that.
In this particular patch, in this particular patch, magic damage is so bursty.
Look, if fighter could go gold lane, there's no reason for anyone else to not be able to go gold lane anymore.
I have a bad joke in my mind, but I'm not gonna say that out. Anyway, so you'll pick up for the side of CG. They need, like what we mentioned earlier just now, they need some form of early game aggression that Suyo provides. However, I've seen Harleys, right, super strong in like the first 10 minutes, but after 10 minutes, the power spike literally, the priority literally drop like a brick in the ocean. It's just. All of a sudden, the Harley becomes a burden all the way to the later part of the game because like everybody's so tanky in the later parts of the game. If you don't have a very good game in the early game, you don't collect your Sky Piercer stacks, you're practically useless.
Right. So you're suggesting that IG were to play more of an early game kind of thing? They have to bank in on the early game and be really aggressive?
Yep, they definitely have to. It seems like, you know, they're looking for ways to kind of deal with it. Ludong's ban is pretty interesting coming up from LY4. Of course, Ludong can easily shred against a high loss, so maybe that's why they're thinking about it as well.
Yeah.
But CG right now, what is their gameplay? They already start to lock down the CC, they already locked down the Phobias, now they're gonna lock down on the Sora. I don't see Jinsanity using Sora. It's not, I don't feel like it's his identity. Maybe I've already stereotyped him in the kind of EXP, the annoying kind of EXP laners.
I mean, Sora can be really annoying as well, so let's not forget about that. But okay, CG now, they gotta have to focus and take a look at the mid laner. They need to focus, or rather, they need to fulfill the mid lane and as well as the roam. So I think that mid lane is actually a kind of important role for this one. So probably want to go and pick up your roam hero first, since the opponent kind of showed their hands to a certain extent, right?
Yeah, I mean, like what I mentioned, Khalid should definitely go into Iron Ryan. For the side is Clarity Gaming. I was thinking if Clarity Gaming will go for a mid, I don't recommend Yeeve in this particular case because you've got a high loss because she literally counters what she does. Farsa is pretty interesting. Okay, no more Farsa. You go for Kimi. Looking at how Claude is in the roster, you also got Arlott right there. So yeah, Jinsanity goes for the Arlott. Also a very annoying hero to deal with for the side of CG.
So, as you mentioned, you would prefer to see a Kimi onto their side, huh? I do think that that's pretty good because Kimi have quite a bit of crowd control, right? And even when it comes down to Traction Pulse, it's a very non-committal Tigreal ultimate, and that is kind of crazy, having a moving implosion.
Yep.
But aside from that...
But imagine a TOR with your Traction Pulse at the same time is actually really great. But nope, they're going to go for the Selena instead, taking a leaf out of the book from Team Evil earlier just now. And I think, yeah, definitely going to be Ryze and Selena. So we talk about early game priority. There you have it. CG has one of the strongest early games, I would say. If you compare that with IG's early game, a high loss of Valentina, Harley, they will only pop off around the mid game, but CG is ready to fight at level 2.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are going to be taking a look at game number 2 between IG as well as CG. Both of them ends with a G. Both of them ends with a gaming after all.
Instagram and Center of Gravity.
Oh my god, you're such a nerd.
I'm sorry, I'm such a nerd. Oh my god, I hate myself for being such a nerd, but I can't stop myself. Anyways, it is also going to be game number 2 between Ignite Gaming and Clarity Gaming. Of course, Ignite Gaming leading the charge with match point in this particular series.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
So with that said, this is gonna be bottom lane, a Arlet against a Arlet versus a Alex. Huh? I would definitely say that Arlet would have a slightly better time, even though an Arlet generally kind of gets smashed in the XP lane a little bit. But regardless, Clarity, I'll just give it to IG in terms of lane priority. Clarity definitely have got the gold lane due to the fact that it is a harem after all. And middle lane, kind of, okay, we kind of got an answer for that one.
Yeah, exactly what I mentioned, right? Clarity Gaming has a stronger early game. They'll start killing at level 2, and therefore, you know, all of a sudden, you know, Ignite Gaming is on that timer, right? It's a very awkward spot for the side of Ignite Gaming because Roy should be able to do a lot of damage at level 4 or 2. I would say level 2 because you know, you've got your combos already unlocked, but it's a little bit awkward because you still need to activate that book and also your cooldown boots in order to get the full benefits of the Valentina 1-1 combo. Kelvin, on the other hand, needs level 4 before he can start thinking about fighting.
I'm currently looking at the potential of what Roy is able to bring onto the board when it comes down to IMU, right? I think that it is mostly... Oh, okay, it's either TOR or Raging Sandstorm. But
I would say TOR.
My problem with TOR is that she doesn't exactly have a very good way of closing the gaps.
True.
So Raging Sandstorm might have been the... Double dash is not quite enough because I feel that her double dash is not exactly a dash. It's a fast walk.
Walks fastly. Walks fastly. Walks fastly. Anyways, it's going to be another Clarity Gaming trying to dive onto Ignite Gaming. Ryzen on the Selena is doing a lot of damage onto Ignite Gaming, so Ignite Gaming has to be a little bit careful about that. CS and Renza still trying to battling out, and this is really interesting, right? Usually I see a Harry bullying a Claude in the early game, but oh, Renza trying to turn it around against CS. This is actually exciting for a gold laner. But unfortunately, no blood was shed. Both of them are going to be A-OK. Clarity Gaming is now going to be putting themselves all the way down to the bottom lane with Iron Ryan just kind of tagging along and ensuring that he's able to see Jay at all times. Yep.
While Ricky was with a quick little poke down on the Insanity, waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump in as well. But Iron Ryan is kind of jumping the gun right now.
Slice and dice right there, the final slash I heard, and now that's the TOR that we're all looking for, baby. Clarity Gaming just dives in Ignite Gaming. This is a very important turtle for him. Ricky was still able to pick up, still able to survive out of Kelvin's damage at the same time. Oh, that turtle is vital for Ignite Gaming to be able to do something or anything at all. Now Ricky was, man, obviously, welcome. Oh, yep, definitely gets tagged by Insanity NJ.
Yeah, that was a little bit greedy from the side of Ricky was.
Yeah, that
a little bit too greedy on that one.
Yeah, Abstract, that turtle earlier just now was so important for the side of Kelvin, right? Without that turtle, and you saw he wasn't able to pick up a kill at the same time, right? So now all of a sudden, Ignite Gaming's game plan is a little bit wonky. Now you have a jungle that really cannot contribute in any form of assassinations, and all of a sudden, Clarity Gaming has a lot of potential right now going into the mid game.
Yeah, I think that is not that bad anymore after that quick death over the side of Ricky Wurst. We're still looking at about 500 gold lead in favor for Ricky Wurst, but it's not out of the world for now. It's not game over just yet. There's still a lot of opportunities for Kelvin to still be able to be part of this battle. But we gotta have to identify who are the targets of Harley, because honestly, there is kind of quite a bit of targets. Ricky Wurst is okay, Renza is good, Ryzen is okay, and Iron Ryan is okay, because we gotta have to remember that there is a quicksand guard that can actually take Iron Ryan out of the lethal range.
Yeah. Right now, it's just a very awkward position for the side of Ignite Gaming, right? You're in this weird stage of your life where you're not doing a lot of damage. You need some time for CS to really rack up the damage, especially on the Blazing Duet at the same time. But at the same time, you're seeing Clarity Gaming, they've got all the tools in their pockets and they're ready to strike and they're ready to handshake this turtle. I think if Ignite Gaming, I don't think Ignite Gaming should try for this turtle at all.
Let me think. I think, honestly, yeah. I feel that they could do a little bit more outside of getting this turtle because Clarity Gaming, they have pretty good burst damage in the early stages of the game. Iron Ryan is pretty aggro. Ryzen, as long as you land the arrow, that's pretty painful.
That's an arrow landed at the same time. TOR committed by the side of Bumboy Reborn. And now Ignite Gaming, even though steals away the turtle, but has to back out of there, losing 2 members. And all of a sudden, that turtle doesn't look juicy anymore.
With 2 death over to the side of Ignite, I think that is pretty okay, same kind of thing because of the turtle.
Finally! Finally, Kelvin was able to pick up that kill, takes Ricky Wurst alongside him, and that's very good for the side of Kelvin, right? As long as he's able to match in terms of the levels with Ricky's Wurst, he is still technically relevant in the game, and technically will be able to, should be able to fight a retry fight properly.
I hate to be the one to say this, but Ricky Wurst is kind of making quite a lot of rookie mistakes right now because every time that they kind of win a team fight, he gets overconfident, and then he tries to kind of push himself over the limits a little bit, and it always ends up to him going to the ground, right? Because they won 2 team fights and he died 2 times. It's always after the team fights, then Ignite just kind of pounces onto Ricky Wurst.
Alright, Ryan. You've seen the Raging Sandstorm, rather. That's an expensive ultimate just to get out of dodge. Doesn't have the flicker as well, so this means that Ignite Gaming has a lot of breathing room elsewhere for now.
So you can see Ricky was at 3.7k gold, and then now Harley is at 3.9. So just now we were looking at 500 gold gold lead in favor for Ricky Wurst.
Yep. Something interesting though, for the side of Kelvin, did not go for the Sky Piercer, right? Sky Piercer is a very key item for the side of Harley because there's a lot of times, if you notice, immediately after your ultimate's proc, you don't get a kill. That's wasted, right? So I would say Harley really depends on Sky Piercer. It's like Grandeur, like even though you're behind, you still build that Sky Piercer because it provides you so much value.
So slightly different kind of playstyle for the side of Kelvin, probably. It's either playstyle or, you know, he's looking at
maybe I'm
value
behind.
a little bit different, right?
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking I'm behind, so that's why I don't go for the Sky Piercer.
Yep.
But now, this is going to be the 3rd turtle already. Ignite Gaming was able to steal that away, a bit of a damage control. Clarity Gaming still has full turtle priority unless Ignite Gaming has some creative ways to get it.
Yeah, to be fair, I could probably place a little bit more for the team, but hold on a second, bottom lane.
Kelvin, right there, trying to steal for the turtle instead. Ricky Wurst still gets it, has to bug out of there, and now Clarity Gaming just dives onto Ignite Gaming. Insanity already for Bumboy Reborn, just tanking, and that's going to be Ricky Wurst picking up Jay. And now Ignite Gaming, 2 members down, has to seek value elsewhere.
Kelvin all the way at the back, he's looking for an opportunity there.
Doesn't have the ultimate though, unfortunately. Yeah, has to back off. And now members for the side of Ignite Gaming, they're fighting a war in 2 fronts. They're trying to do guerrilla warfare, but they're losing way too much.
As such, it does seem like Insanity jumps right back into the fight.
Final Slash was able to land onto Ryzen though, tried to make a play out of there, but he runs out. Kelvin doesn't really have any magic as well. Hylos landing down the glorious pathway, does find Iron Ryan. Ignite Gaming getting some form of consolation, but Clarity Gaming's focus is on top side. They take down the more important objectives.
Is Deadly Magic back though, so if they want to re-engage this, there is still a small little possibility that they can kind of do that. But in the meantime, top lane and the bottom lane, we are looking at a massive amount of creep wave that is rushing right in. That is money bags for Ignite Gaming. So Clarity Gaming, yes, they are 2.7k in ahead. This is a very aggressive back and forth kind of gameplay for these 2 teams. They are at it for this tug-of-war.
Yeah, if you notice, Ricky Wurst, I think should have like 1 stack of the Sky Piercer stack already. He's gonna scale out of control already, and Clarity Gaming, like what I mentioned,
Divine Glaive.
Yeah, went for the Ignite Gaming. Kelvin went for the Divine Glaive first, right? So I think he's anticipating that a lot more people. He's trying to use, you know, gets more penetration so that he makes sure he gets a kill. But I feel like the utility for the Sky Piercer is a lot more worth it at this stage. Clarity Gaming, like what I mentioned, they have a very strong early game, and now they're going into its later parts of the game. That's where Bumboy Reborn really shines. Iron Ryan, that's going to be CS blazing duet. Jinsenich trying to buy some time as much as he can, but Bumboy Reborn cuts on the escape. Ricky Wurst comes in, slice and dice, double kill in his name. Kelvin, the deadly magic does land on Ryzen though. There's some sort of a shutdown goal. Given over the side of Ignite Gaming, Ricky Wurst has a bug out of there. He's holding a lot of stacks right now. Now Ricky Wurst goes in for the re-engage, does find it, and now he's looking at Jay right now. Ricky Wurst just tagging one after another. Even though he's low health, he's balancing on a tightrope.
With only one man left on the side of Ignite Gaming, Clarity Gaming, they must be really happy with what they have gotten. As such, they will move their way over to the Lord's Pit at this 10-minute stage of the game. They will be able to get a little bit more of the Lord advantage, and that would help them continue to create a larger gap.
That sequence right there by the side, Ricky was beautiful, right? It's just like he knows the ins and outs of Suyo, knows that he has the stacks of Skypiercer on his side, trusted that, takes down one after another, and just snowballs out of control like what I mentioned. And now Ignite Gaming has to play defense against a Lord Abstract.
So they are now once again, or not once again, but Ignite Gaming now is back on the drawing board. They are about 5,000 gold behind. They need to look for an objective and something to play around with. The problem is how far ahead is CS, because he's the one that can realistically be able to deal with this Lord and technically deal with the massive amount of horde minions that are going to be marching towards him. There is still a holy defense that is available though, and it does seem like Ignite Gaming is doing a pretty decent job in defending this mid lane T2 turn 2.
Yeah. Kelvin is trying to assassinate Ricky Wurst, trying to reduce this guy's spear's attacks just a little bit, but he doesn't really have his own. That's something a little bit alarming.
Oh wait,
Just
looks like we're expecting something to happen real soon. Iron Ryan looking for an opportunity, but they managed to bring down the T2 turret in the middle lane. The Lord makes his way down to the bottom and crashes down with the spiraling trident. Clarity Gaming, all they want to do is just get some cheap damage off of these turrets.
Yep, Holy Defense popped on the mid and the bot. The base turret's still standing really strong. Kelvin's trying to look for creative angles, but is constantly getting scouted out by Iron Ryan or even Bad Boy Reborn, right?
I would say that the element of surprise for Kelvin is kind of gone because he can't seem to get any reasonable amount of kills. With the Genius one, Divine Glaive, as well as the Lightning Truncheon, doesn't seem like he's able to burst anyone else aside from maybe Ryzen and Rensa. I think that these two are probably his only target. He can't exactly go toe-to-toe with Ricky Wurst.
Or maybe perhaps Ricky Wurst, right? But Ricky Wurst does have some form of sustain. Oh, there's a final slash committed by Insanity though. Lots of damage coming out from the side of CS. Ricky Wurst, Silent Dice Air for now, just poking at each other, but not committing to that team fight as of yet.
With all of these inhibitor turrets that are still relatively healthy, Clarity Gaming realizes that there is no point in trying to force this fight out and would have to wait until the next one. The top lane Creep Waves is marching on really hard, so I think that Ignite Gaming should be able to get some of these farm over to CS, which should be one of their only ways of surviving out of this game.
It's also pretty hard for Harley, Kelvin, to basically find any form of target because don't forget, Ryzen can put down traps, and those are information that's valuable, right? So it's very hard for Kelvin to really find, as long as, Ryzen lands the traps properly, it's also quite difficult for Harley to basically find any form of targets.
With the Lord now available down to the bottom, 13 minutes into this game.
He finds Ricky Wurst though. Kelvin finds assassination onto Ricky. That's massive!
That's big.
For the side of Ignite Gaming. Now Clarity this time, it is their turn to try to make something out of that. Sindicate goes in for the final side. The Summon Force already deactivated. Rensa down already. And CS goes for the Blazing Duet. Jay fights Iron Ryan. Members from the side of Ignite Gaming still looking strong. Insanity goes down a little bit. The Deadly Magic has reset. We'll be able to land that crit on Ryzen a little bit more. The cards will do! One more done. And Kelvin still gets away scot-free. Ignite Gaming found a miracle play.
Ricky Wurst, unfortunately, is still out of commission. Rensa as well as Bad Boy Report, they want to fight this out.
And Kelvin will be able to secure the Lord for himself. What a turntable of a game that's happening for the side of Ignite Gaming. And Bad Boy Reborn, another Deadly Magic. Kelvin is Oprah Winfrey of Deadly Magics.
They lost everything. Clarity Gaming, they lost everything with a single sneeze.
What was that turnaround? Hold on a second. I'm scrubbing back. That was a what?
Allow me to break that down as much as I can, because
That was a 4K gold diff.
yes.
And Ignite Gaming made against Ignite Gaming, and now Ignite Gaming's 1K gold lead ahead of Clarity Gaming.
The main big play is the very fact that Kelvin managed to take Ricky Wurst down, because Ricky Wurst, he is at a massive amount of lead, right? He's about 10,000 gold. He's about 10,000 gold. He's got full items, but we still have to remember, despite all of that, he is still a glass cannon.
I was pressing F to doubt Kelvin's, right? I was very skeptical of Kelvin earlier just now, but then Ricky was overextended just a little bit, wasn't expecting Kelvin to be there, takes him out almost immediately. That resets his Sky Piercer stacks, and all of a sudden, Ricky Woods is holding on to an awkward item. Renza's trying to make a play out here with his Zaman Force, trying to bust it down. Jay lands down the Glorious Pathway in the mid, and all of a sudden, we're fighting on Clarity Gaming side of the territory.
And just like that, the top lane and the middle lane T3 is already down. And Clarity Gaming, they have to play this game with a massive handicap.
CS is outputting so much damage. He is online right now. I almost forgot about him because he was silently firing, and now it is deadly, like a fart in a lift.
That is the game plan, to bring all of the attention away from CS, because CS knows. He knows how to play this game, and of course he knows what exactly is going to be his role.
Another Glorious Pathway to try to cut the advance coming up from the side of Clarity Gaming. They are unable to defend, but Boy Reborn, TOR goes in, does manage to find the stun. Renza also jumps into Zaman for Trisanity already falling down. Kevin right here still outputting some for the damage, the members for the side, but no, CS goes in for the Winter Crown, outputs the damage, and deals with Ricky Woods at the same time. The Flying Cloud this time now, the map helps Clarity Gaming just a little bit more, but CS with the crown blazing the way pushes Clarity Gaming away.
He's got too much damage into his bullets already, and Daxter is just ensuring that that Claude never ever dies.
It is a clean base for the side of Clarity Gaming right now. Earlier just now, we're fighting on Ignite Gaming. Ignite Gaming bottom lane turret is already gone, and now the Lord spawning in another 20 seconds.
Completely barren. This is kind of difficult. This is a very difficult pill to swallow, because Clarity Gaming has been playing this entire game with a really good lead, right? Until that one point in time, that one objective fight that just gone completely awry.
And it was because Kelvin was so patient
with
his map movement, right? Clarity Gaming don't know where he is, and Iron Ryan is too focused on opening a map for everyone else but Kelvin, because Kelvin's, if you notice his pathing, he is a cheeky little boy.
This is the small little meme that comes out. It's like, wait a minute, kind of thing. As I look at you, and I was like, wait, Kelvin is still very, very relevant to this game.
Yeah, I thought, you know, Harley falls off very early, but no, that turned around. No Sky Piercer needed.
The only thing that fell off is the Harley's opponent. So honestly, right now, the game is in the hands of Ignite.
And don't forget, because Harley's positioning is so mysterious right now, and not only just that, you know, he could just pop up. Brenza is forced to burn, I don't know, a Flicker or Zaman Force try to dodge away. But Harley can always immediately turn it around and then start attacking, start stealing the base, right? Don't forget, he does have bonus attack speed if he lets his skills, and now we're dead even.
And let's not forget, they have even shown that we do have Harry all the way down the bottom lane, so this is actually a pretty good fight start.
But Boy Reborn right now takes a lot of damage. Deadly Magic right now. Kelvin in the spot of trouble right here. Iron Rider, but he manages to escape. CS goes in with the blazing duet. Red Sun lands on the Zaman Force. The Lord! Still stolen by Kelvin! Oh my goodness me! Stop stealing! And Roy on the other side takes down.
Wait, hold on a second.
Wait, is that
Roy? Wait,
that's Roy.
That's Roy? Why does that look like a Khalid?
Because he uses the Raging Sandstorm just to wave clear. I was very...
This random Khalid from the opponent's side just slashing at his own base. It's like, wait, Roy?
I have an imposter.
But that was all stages. That's all different kind of stages. It's like, Roy! What? Roy? Roy?
That was insane of a game. Oh my goodness, I wasn't expecting this.
This kind of game.
This
calls for a celebration.
What a roller coaster of emotions, Abstract. We start with Ignite Gaming literally losing out in the early game because they've got, Clarity Gaming got a massive snowball with the Suyo, with the Selena, and also to a certain extent Iron Ryan, right? It was looking grim for Ignite Gaming for a long time.
Now this is exciting. This is the game.
This is better than coffee.
No.
No what?
It's not better than coffee.
Okay, what's better than coffee then?
I don't know.
Yeah, you say that, but you don't have a follow-up. What the hell are you trying to talk? Oh my
Just
goodness,
so you guys know, we literally stared at each other's eyes for like a long, long time.
This is very weird, right?
No.
This is not something I do with other guys as well. But this
So you're
is
telling I'm special.
but this is exciting, Abstract. The game is more exciting than you.
How dare you? But okay, let's be real about this, right?
But this is a good clip coming out from Ricky Wurst, right? He was outplaying everybody for the side of Ignite Gaming, and this is actually the aftermath of that pick-off from the side of Kelvin onto Ricky Wurst, and everything went to, I don't know. You can see Ignite Gaming just literally went all in, burns off all the flickers they have, and was able to pick up all that shutdown gold, and then all of a sudden turn the tide against Clarity Gaming.
Yeah, so at this point in time, it's really scary for Clarity Gaming, right? Because I think, honestly, right, I didn't think that there was a need at all for the two remaining players to kind of go and sacrifice themselves to defend.
Look at Roy. He stole the Raging Sandstorm, and look at him.
He ran straight to the center.
He just slips away. I'm looking at the minimap right now, mind you.
So funny. That is so funny.
I know, right?
My God.
I was very confused.
Slash. It's like, why are you hitting your own base? Why are you hitting your own base?
It's like a Khalid, but I was like, wait.
Are you supposed to defend?
GG well play over the side of Kelvin. He opens up the game for Ignite Gaming. Holy moly,
Holy
I
moly,
am entertained.
My goodness, but honestly, I think that for the side of CG, right, they played really well for the entirety of this game. Unlike the previous game where Bumble Born is just kind of like throwing his bodies all the time, this time it makes sense for him to throw his body, right?
Correct.
Because he's playing as Alice. It's a very different kind of hero, and it yields very different kind of reward. So this time he is well within of his element, and I'm glad for whatever that has happened. However, that one little pick off right onto that Suyo and translated into a full team wipe, and not just a full team wipe, but a two-man cycle is really painful for the team, because they could have jolly well be able to defend against this Lord's push. But they decided to just throw themselves and hope that they can deny the Lord take.
My God, that was a roller coaster of emotions, Abstract. Like
it is.
It's fun. I'm like, wow, I'm pressing F to doubt Kelvin's Harley for a long time, right? I was so skeptical. You're not able to get any form of what's it called, the rewards, or any form of rewards to basically make something this big, but Ricky walked into the wrong place at the wrong time.
Unfortunately, that's kind of how Bushwhack is played by Kelvin, right? It's a hero that is like that. You hide inside a brush.
Euphoria.
Wait for a perfect time. Yeah, it's high risk. Is it really high risk? I mean, technically speaking,
it is high risk because
risk.
you're not joining the team fights, right?
Yeah, it's like high
and if you
reward,
notice how Ignite Gaming was trying to make sure that Kelvin get that kind of access all the way to the flanks and everything. Yeah, they're playing literally around Kelvin's Harley right there. So GG were playing in terms of how LY4 has briefed Ignite Gaming in terms of this creativity, because that was absolutely insane.
Indeed. Although I gotta have to.
And they won with lesser kills.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But I gotta have to give it to Clarity Gaming, right? They fought well. They fought well. They had the game. It was a game that they could have won, unfortunately. But I don't fault them for trying to go for the more safer approach, such as taking objectives to win the game. But it's just a matter of time for an assassin like Harley to find those gaps in between of your lineup and exploit it.
Yep. Technically CS also did a good job, right? The Blazing Duet at the right opportunity goes into Winter Crown, immediately zones out Renza away from the Zaman Force. You can't do anything, right? When you have a Claude that's Blazing Duet with a Winter Crown right in the middle of the Zaman Force, what can you do? You have to give up the Zaman Force, right? And without the Zaman Force, you're not outputting the maximum amount of damage that you could do, even though Bunboy Reborn was setting out TORs after TORs, even though Iron Ryan also is setting down Raging Sandstorm as well. Ryzen lands down a perfect shot, but it's just CS just threatening with a Blazing Duet with the Winter Crown. It's just, he's untouchable during that point of time, and he's outputting that damage.
Right after the fight, I think that he grew up, right? He grew up whatever that he needed to. He grew up whatever that he got whatever that he needed.
Yep.
In order to be that Claude that everyone is afraid of.
Yep. CS. You let him CS. That's exactly what you get.
Exactly. Don't let him CS.
Don't let him CS. Don't let him play the game at all.
Not at all.
Ban him. Got caught off guard by that one.
Yeah.
No, I mean, make sure that he doesn't have a good laning phase, all right?
Yes.
All right,
As
that's
much
how
as
we'll say.
possible, but it's CS after all.
Yep, he is CS after all. With that said, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away, because ladies and gents, coming up next, I like the fact that he just like turned that around. Coming up next is going to be Syndicate Esports going up against Absolute Zero. With that said, don't go away. We'll be right back after a short break.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
Indomie. Flavor favored by the world.
What makes my team strong is the fact that we've been training very early from the start before the regular season, and that makes us very good stability in our gameplay and foundations.
We adapt fast.
I usually adjust my headrest so that my neck doesn't get soiled throughout the game.
I believe that consistency is the most important in our team, and that will be the main factor to winning MPL SG 11.
5 of us will gather together at a place, and that's how we prepare for our upcoming games.
To be a champion.
gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPL SG Season 11. My name is Abstract, with me here is Jace, and we're going to be covering our third series of the day, and that still happens to be the last game, and of course that's Syndicate versus Absolute Zero.
Yeah, just in case if you're just joining us earlier just now, 2-1 is score for Kingdom versus Evil, and of course a banger of game number 2 from the team earlier just now, IG versus CG, and now here we are, AZ versus Syndicate.
Now, of course, with the last game of the day, we've got a 3-game series for first one, 2-game series on the second one, and now the upcoming one is something that we gotta have to ask. What kind of game is it really gonna be? Because these two teams, you know, still a couple of question marks. But you guys probably wouldn't know who is exactly playing these teams just yet. So let us for now introduce the very first team of now, Syndicate.
And of course, this is the roster for Syndicate Esports. Of course, the players that you've seen before that led RSG to victory back in the good old days, during the RSG golden days. Bray, Kusas, Hawks, Gira, and also slowly. What's going? Why?
My God, I remember this guy.
Where do you see him again? Sorry.
Just saw him in one of the community tournaments.
I like his pose, right?
Yeah,
he seems like a good boy.
Yeah, he's a very funny guy who played Cyclops in mid. I hate him.
No wonder you remember him. No wonder you remember him. As we, ladies and gentlemen, going to go ahead to the battle station to just take a look. You know, I'm a very big fan when we get to see, you know, player cams, because it kind of shows you, you know, how they're handling, how they're feeling. You know, sometimes when you see a team that literally look, you can sense the aura from them. They're looking very down and absolutely very scary, right? But now it seems like, you know, looking at the battle station for time Syndicate Esports, Bray, you can tell is a little bit nervous right there.
I don't think that there's nervousness.
Or he's just tuning in, locking in.
Yeah, it's like completely locked in.
And then Hawks,
he's giving off like a different vibe now.
Yeah,
isn't
he's like there's a bit of a like the evil aura like emanating from him, right?
Yeah, right.
And of course, you know, interestingly, Sailor is not playing. Instead, it's Hawks. They'll fill up the mid lane role. We were kind of hyping about, you know, Sailor and Bray's cooperation right there, and also, you know, Hawks seems like the kind of guy that will help a granny cross the road, that kind of guy, right? right.
Actually, yeah.
Right. He does have that face, right?
He does have that face, right? That's kind of funny. But hey, the moment that we see, kind of see having like Bray in the game, at least for me, I immediately think that he's the kind of guy, the kind of in-game leader that can turn any team into one
like
level
Kelvin.
above.
Like Kelvin? Oh yes, he did. Remember RSG? He had to like work with like CS. And who was it? There's another one. Oh my goodness, I can't remember.
But
the EXP laner, yeah, that's right. And all of a sudden, he literally brought the whole team to second place, right, against Team Flash. That I remember that period of time. Also saying hi to Slowly as well.
Yeah, this guy literally can pull out miracles from the team, and I
hey, is that considered bribing if I'm giving candy over to?
But anyways, speaking of bribing, let's see whether the other team is gonna give some candy bribing going on. Ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce the next team, Absolute Zero.
there you have it. Players for Absolute Zero, Nan, Lao, Suzuki, Kaiser, and Vendetta. You've seen Vendetta before, the clear EXP lane. Nan making his return. Last time he used to be an Akai jungler as well. In this current meta, day and age, we are seeing some form of jungle tanks coming back into this particular meta from other regions as well. But also, I would like to, okay, you know what? This particular matchup, it gives me a wonderful opportunity to give a huge shout out to both Absolute Zero and also Syndicate, because mind you, the organizers, the brains and the organization behind that are literally poly students.
Poly students?
Yeah, so I'm giving you guys a huge shout out because it's not easy to be able to juggle between students, being a student and also running an actual bloody esports organization as well. So kudos to those behind the scenes right there.
Okay, so before we talk about anything else, but is Larl Rapidude?
Wait, is he?
Is he Rapidude? I'm not being racist here or anything, right? Because what? He looks like... But he doesn't look like... No, wait. I think they're different people. Yeah, I think that they are different people because I know that Rapidude is kind of like a... he's a macho man. I'm not saying that he's not a macho man, Larl. I'm not saying that Larl is... I'll shut up now.
I'm fact-checking you right now as we speak.
No, right? Rapidude is not Larl, right?
I can...
Right?
Sorry, we probably need help to for production confirm.
Because the center guy is Larl, correct?
Yeah.
Because if that's really Larl, then that means that's not Rapidude. Because I know that Rapidude is a big guy, right? He's a big guy.
Okay,
He's an intimidating guy,
I'm not too sure,
like a
but you
friendly
know
giant
what?
and all.
But you know what? I am going to fact check you.
Yeah, please do.
Just in case.
Yeah, please do.
At the same time, you know, talk to me about which team are you looking out for? Are you looking out for Sin or are you looking out for AZ?
Honestly, right? If I have to be very honest with you, I think that Sin does look nicer and better on paper, solely because of the fact that we have the likes of Bray. I give Bray a lot of respect for being able to whip up miracles out of a team. Like, I feel that he's the kind of addition to a team where he can be such a good IGL that he brings out everything that a team can possibly do. And that is solely because of the time that he's played in the previous seasons where we completely dismissed his team, right? And he came in one fine day and it just like brought the team into like second place when we thought like, okay, they have zero chance at all kind of thing. And it's kind of crazy, right? It was like regular season where the team was doing like horribly.
Yes, he is Rapidude.
He is Rapidude?
Yeah, he's Rapidude. Ralph,
really?
I'm checking using names actually. I went to I went to Wikipedia, found his name, found his actual name.
Okay.
And then I cross-checked with our list.
God damn!
Why do the people keep changing names? This is so confusing.
Oh man, Rapidude,
so
he shrunk.
Yeah. Okay, unless you're telling me there's two of the same person name, like there are two Eugenes in the world.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that he's not like. I'm pretty sure there's like not. I'm pretty sure there's no two Eugenes in this world. I think that there are like a lot.
But based on that information, there is a thing. We're gonna confirm that with you when we can. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm really unable to recognize people, unfortunately, because I wasn't able to find any form of information as of yet. Maybe that's why. But yeah, I totally agree with you. A lot more respect goes over to the side of Syndicate, of course, because...
Oh wait, it is Rapidude!
Why, you recognize the tattoo?
Yeah.
That's one way of doing it.
I guess it's just...
Oh yes,
yeah, right?
I am cross-checking. This is such a CSI moment. Oh my goodness. I make... Yeah, so that is Rapidude.
Yeah, it is Rapidude. Yeah. We just needed to see his sleeve tattoo, and we'll know.
Okay. All right. Anyways, that changes quite a few things as well. I love the fact that we're actually having this conversation on that whole shebangs as well. But thanks for pointing it out, Abstract. But now you know, we focus on this two matchup right there. You got Rapidude is a really strong roamer that we saw for the past few seasons as well. But you also have to, you know, acknowledge that Bray is a solid contender when it comes to, you know, bringing the special sauce out of the players that he's the captain for.
So with that said, I think that the one other thing that we need to look out for is probably Nan. Nan did have his appearance, but albeit not like all-star kind of appearance. He have shown himself a couple of times, but that is pretty much all.
Yep, okay, that said, we're just waiting for you know, the players to get ready. Seems like, you know, just like, you know, making sure that everything feels okay. Yep. And it feels like, you know, the vibes on both sides are really happy, right? Like, it was a bit ominous for the side of Syndicate earlier just now, but then after that, you know, I think when Bray lightens up, everybody starts lighting up. A little bit more. A little bit more, yeah. Now, of course, we always like to talk about certain teams, like why they're good, why they're bad, mostly on the positive side, right? Or why they're good. But do we have anything about any of these players that, you know, didn't have a very good showing before? Not that I want to remember. Not that you want to remember. Not that I want to remember. So that was, but is that you don't want to remember? Yeah, okay. I mean, if you really want to talk about weak links, I would say definitely have to look out for. Nan used to be very flip-floppy when it comes to his kind of performance. If he gets he wakes up, he's really, if he pops off, he really pops off like no business. It's just the inconsistency as well. Bray, on the other hand, I would say, I'm comparing jungler to jungler right now, if you noticed. Okay. Bray, on the other hand, is pretty consistent, right? Like, the jungle is slowly this time. No, slowly is EXP. Wait, really? Yeah, slowly is EXP based on the listing that we saw. Oh, Bray is jungle? Yeah, Bray is jungle. Oh. Yeah, slowly used to be an EXP jungler as well, and now he's being fielded as an EXP. Right. Going up against Vendetta is also very interesting, right? Vendetta. Oh, yeah, Vendetta. Yeah, I think Kalia monster. Kalia EXP lane, when everybody was literally bringing the Kalia all the way to like Rome. He's the only one that brought him to EXP. Then also, you know, like you have his Benedetta as well, remember? Yep. Yeah, that's also like almost Benedetta. Almost on par, I would say, fighting alongside with Diablo in terms of their rivalries when it comes to Benedetta as well. Yeah. So understandably, I think that there's quite a lot of things that we gotta have to look out for between these two teams. If anything, these two teams, I think that they are quite relatively equal, right? For me, at least, I feel that they are relatively equal in power levels. But with the addition of Bray, I'm not too sure if how far up he can bring his team. Yeah, I feel like currently it's only just week 1, day 1. There's a few more days, I would say. It's not like, you know, your regular season last time where we had like 6 weeks. We have 4 weeks of gameplay. A total of hold on, let me count. 7 days of 7 days of games. This time around, we only have 5, right? Based on my calculations, yeah, we only have kind of like only 5 days in terms of our regular season. So there's not a lot of time for you to really grow your team as compared to the last time, right? But this time around, Bray is definitely working at a shorter time period. So hopefully he's able to whip his team into shape, especially when you can see like Syndicate, you know, studying it out, trying to make their presence known. At the very least, you've got Bray in the Veterancy card right there, and hopefully that could help you with actually growing the team. Of course, we're also asking where Sailor is, but seems like Hawks will be fielding the mid lane role as of yet. You said that you've seen him as a Cyclops mid. I don't think you practice Cyclops mid in MPL Singapore. I hope not. Definitely not, right? But he does play, if I recall, he does play a pretty mean Farsa before. I think he played quite a bit of Farsa. He plays Farsa? Yeah, so he's the kind of guy that I expect to play like Nanas. Right? He's the kind of... How racist? No, he looks very nice. He looks very kind, right? He's not like... You look at Nana and you think that that person's kind. If anything, I think that whoever plays Nana is the psychotic one. Nice on the outside. It's on the inside, right? Yeah. Like he looks like a very nice kid, right? Like what I mentioned, it feels like he could actually. He's the kind of guy that will walk a grandma across the road. That kind of guy, no idea. But Sala also had the kind of same vibe, right? Like he looks like a very nice guy. He's a shy person. He's can be also very blur in real life as well. But when he plays the Kagura, wow! All of a sudden he is a monster.
Indeed. To the point that whenever we see Kagura, we just kind of call that Sailor.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. I call Kagura Sailor sometimes by accident because, sometimes when you're so synonymous to that particular hero, like the caster literally remembers the hero
by the IGN.
By the IGN.
Yeah, I remember at one point in time we kind of called we kind of mixed up Diablo with Badang.
Yeah, Badang and Minsita as well.
Yeah, it's like, oh, he picked up the Diablo, and it's like, oh, wait for a second. Did
that really happen?
Yeah, for real.
Anyways, we're gonna go into game, ladies and gents. Game number 1 of this first match. Of course, today is really important because you get to see and kind of set like the power levels just a little bit. I like today's matches. I feel like it's the one time where it really provides you with a very cool comparison right off the bat, right? And if you notice, even the ban patterns and pick patterns of all the coaches all across the board looks very interesting, right? You get to see what the team doesn't want to deal with, what the team wants to deal with, and you get to see there's like already 2 different styles based on the 2 matches that we saw earlier just now.
So right now, right off the bat, we already have a Suyo, Fanny, Fulvius, and the Guinevere that has already been thrown to the banning phase. And I'm gonna say bye-bye. Jusin is still available on the board, and if anything, I think that there's still actually quite a lot. Like, if they want to consider Harley as well, Leo mod, all of that.
Now you're on the Harley train, eh?
No, I've always been on the Harley train, but the Harley is I see Harley a lot more in ranked games actually, so I'm kind of like expecting more from more Harley in ranked games than the competitive play in Singapore.
Well, we shall see, because really today it's really like the first litmus test. The only teams that played more than 2 games earlier just now was Kingdom Esports and also Team Evo, so we get to see what kind of hero pool they have. Yeah, but right now, Juicing, of course, like what you mentioned, is still open.
Different perspectives.
Marcel finally gets taken away, leaving the Leomords open. I don't know why, but I have a sensing that Bray may go into either his Fredrin or his Xborg, and then slowly can go for your Assassin EXP laners, because you slowly used to play a lot of Assassins jungle, but now, if we're fielding him in the EXP, we gotta give him a role that he's more comfortable with. That's the first kind of strategy that comes into my mind if I were Coach Jerry.
Now, we gotta see what's the rest, because the Juicin is understandably gonna be the first pick right here. And of course, whenever we see a Juicin, I feel that it's very important for the Juicin to be picked up, if it's not banned at least. So I think Juicin right now, 100% pick ban rate?
Yep, almost. Actually, yeah, 100% pick ban.
100% pick ban, okay. Nothing to
actually, no, 99%. It wasn't pick ban in the game previously. Almost immediately previously. Oh, yes, the Freya!
Oh,
I forgot about that. Yes, Freya, 100% ban until right now. Finally got leaked out, and immediately, because Absolute Zero takes a Juicin, Syndicate immediately takes in a Leomord and a Freya. Freya can go into the gold lane. It could also go to an EXP lane, and that's why it's so flexible and valuable as a flex pick right now in this particular patch.
So considering all of that, that means that we have Syndicate that is very, that is more on an aggressive role. They have a lot of aggressive plays, so if anything, it's more of an early game matchup for them. There we go, the Farsa on the Hawks.
Okay,
so
that's why he calls himself for Hawks.
I'm not too sure about that.
No, he's actually a Raven.
That's a Raven.
Yeah. That was... Stop revealing your age.
Hey, shut up.
I know that. Yeah, the Hawks playing around right now. Okay, so I see why he calls himself Hawks. I can see it right now. Masha being banned away, which is pretty interesting. You don't get that being thrown into a bit of thought at all. So I feel like Syndicate may have some important information that we're not aware about.
With the Masha gone, I didn't think that they would actually ban the Masha, but it is what it is. Chip is gone as well. So at least for AZ, they are looking at a roamer and a single XP laner. So it's very intuitive for them to kind of like choose an either or, and they can be very flexible with one another. Well, in the meantime, for Syndicate, they have one roamer and a gold. No, wait, Freya's gold.
Freya can go XP as well. So
yeah, that's true.
So Jerry's really keeping his options really wide open. And of course, if you are on the crazier side of things, if you want to talk about crazy drafts, Baxia can go into EXP.
Baxia can go in XP, yeah. Baxia can go XP roam jungle.
Roam. I would say I like Baxia more on a jungle because I feel like the Baxia is more expensive to build, and on top of that you also want to explore all across the map. You have more impact being in a jungle as compared to if you're an EXP. You can only roam all the way down to mid. I mean, you can roam all the way down to gold, but you leave your EXP very vulnerable.
At this point, final ban coming in from the side of AZ.
Targeting the roam, I presume. Like Gato Kacha is also wide open, but I feel like they may want to take it because that's one way to take, get the Farsa, to deactivate the Farsa, right? Okay, but that's a glue ban away, which is very interesting because usually glue was first phase ban, but it seems like, you know, AZ has something else.
With the Kalia, okay. So the Kalia, I was kind of expecting the Kalia to go over to the side of Vendetta, but that's not going to be the case anymore. But the Kalia could, very likely the Kalia is going to go onto the roam side.
Oh,
so
there we go.
The final pick still got zero answers as to what is really going to be. But it's so far a very early game matchup, a very early game kind of thing. So if they want to play any form of I mean, Freya can go gold so that they can still play very early game.
Yep, so that's why
Syndicate XP. So look for an XP hero.
Beat of the Flash.
Joy
XP Joy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Joy XP or Joy Gold, you know.
Likely Joy
And
XP.
that's also something that, you know, who slowly plays as well, right? It's so ironic of his name because like Joy's just been zapping around and he's slowly.
Gotta go fast!
Yeah, literally, right? Now, this seems like, yeah, Gira is gonna go for the Freya. Freya is also one of the strongest picks in the gold lane right now. You do so much damage, you got so good sustain, you pick up the war cry, you just slice and dice, and you just output so much damage that it's really ridiculous, right? You got massive attack speed, and you just go in, you just hard lock onto the MM and literally box your uncle. It's that easy to execute.
Yep, so I gotta have to say Syndicate Esports, they have a very scary draft. As much as possible, as long as they're able to find themselves the rhythm in the early stages of the game and not yield any free kills over to absolute zero, I think that they're gonna be fine.
Yep.
So it is a balance of aggression with discipline. They can't be overly aggressive and kind of give away free kills, otherwise that just kind of became very counterintuitive to what they would want to do.
But if you notice, Syndicate's esports roster is very dive heavy except for Hawks. That's your only artillery, long range artillery mage. So it's also very committal, right? If Syndicate decides to dive in and go in, they need to open up with Hawks, and then after that immediately Ray and also Gira to a certain extent has to dive all the way in. Interesting emblem coming off of Gira going for a killing spree. Well, hold on a second. That's going to be a massive damage coming out from the side of Let's go Rapid, dude. Oh, right there. Onto Hawks.
Laurel. So, okay, so I don't blame Hawks for that one. It was a really fast engage coming in from Nan. In fact, I will say that Nan played a really good one and be very decisive on that.
Seems like Nan woke up on the right side of the bed this time.
Yep, jumps right in almost immediately. Gira at least was able to get a quick dash to put some stuff in between of him and the aggressors.
Yep, Qsas is not having a good time, constantly getting picked up like a ragdoll by Sasuke. The bird, oh my goodness, so close. What a sign of Syndicate East while Qsas right there. And this opens up Lao just to like literally slowly walking scot-free. He sees Bray, and that gives a lot of information over the side of Absolute Zero.
Yep, they now know the rotation of the Leo mod, but now he's breaking that rotation a little bit by making his way all the way down to the middle lane. Cleared a little bit, I suppose, but I don't think that they can see none, at least for now.
I mean, like, if Absolute Zero really wants to go for that, he could, because Qzaz is still level 2. Lao is more than happy to just handshake in the teamfight because he does have solo edge damage. But now you're going to have to talk about the EXP matchup, right? You got Slowly going up against Vendetta. We know this Slowly isn't really interested in laning, but hold on a second. That's going to be the ultimate coming up from Bray. Stepping forward does do a lot of damage, but Vendetta is slowly shoving him away. Bray in a spot of trouble, getting slowed down. Not picking up the turtle for himself. Hawks has to fly all the way, and Bray gets stunned. Vendetta picks up the kill, and Qzaz doesn't have the ultimate to work with at all. Slowly, that's a very good petrify ultimate, but it could be a limit just in time because Gira lands in with a Valkyrie descent, allowing Slowly to pick up 2 kills against Absolute Zero.
Oh man, it kind of feels as though that Leo mod is all just but a bait. This is the kind of situation, or rather this is the kind of lineup that we saw a long time ago, whereby we call this the all-strike composition, right? All-strike meta, whereby you can't exactly identify which is the one that really truly needs to die. Because you kill one, the other 4 can still do damage. You kill 2, the other 3 can still do damage. So they all have their own different sets of win condition. You may be able to deal with a Leo mod, but you're just enabling someone else to retrade, or rather trade kills with you. So yep. you take my Leo mod, but I'm gonna take someone else, and we can benefit more from these decks.
Yep. Irregardless, right now, Syndicate's Esports still not out of the woods just yet, right? Gold leads still in the favor of the side of Absolute Zero. The roamer for the side of Syndicate Esports just hit level 4, whereas Lao. Pick a better name. Lao has already solidified himself at level 5. Should be on the way to level 6 already.
So at least he does have a lot of ways that he can continuously engage. But speaking of engagement, I think that Absolute Zero, they have good ways to start fights, right? If it's surprise factor, it comes in from the Baxia, it also comes in from this Khalid. But hold on a second,
because of the Baxia, there's going to be Qzaz already down low for the airstrike coming out from the side of Hawks, trying to bring the target over to the side of Hawks, but that's not the main target. Bray on the chase onto the Lao, while Gira trying to tank onto Nan right here. Vendetta joining the fight right now. Lao goes in, slice and dice. Hawks doesn't have the wing by wings, has to fall, and that's Syndicate Esports giving in 2 more kills, 1 more kill over the side of Absolute Zero.
Even though we are looking at a very aggressive composition from the side of Syndicate Esports, but we still need to remember, at the laning phase, it makes sense for Absolute Zero to be winning. Why? Based on the fact that they have a Baxia. Baxia is a very laning phase kind of hero, whereby he's super strong in the laning phase because he can just keep spamming his skills, and he's tanky. So he's got the damage, he's got the tank. Well, in the meantime, the rest of the members from Syndicate Esports, they need some time in order to grow, while right off the bat, just based on pure base stats, the Baxia is already good to go.
Yeah, and now, remember what we talk about, right? Slowly being a joy in the EXP lane. It's a pretty interesting pick, mind you, but you're going up against the Uranus, right? You're not expecting to kill this Uranus. You're expecting to basically burst the lane, and then after that, just run away and do something else elsewhere, right? Qzaz, on the other hand, is losing a lot of ground against Lao right there. He's not having a very good time, and he knows that if he steps forward, Lao is just going to slice and dice. He's going to do a lot of damage. Qzaz is not able to deal with because of the level gap.
But I will say that the level gap will close out eventually. But for now, Hawks picks up the glowing wand, so that is gonna help out quite a bit, especially against Vendetta, the massive healing machine. I believe that by now, Vendetta should have the Oracle, but it's not too important. But take a look down in the bottom lane. Gira almost died.
Valkyrie Descent used to try to get out of dodge right there. Freddy Airstrike coincide the Hawks, a little bit shallow, but still workable. Slowly will work on it. Finds Kaiser right now. Sasuke picks up slowly, and now he's gonna get focused upon, but slowly slips away. Out out of there, and Gira bursts the flicker to get out of dodge, taking out 2 members alongside for the side of Syndicate Esports.
Super value.
I will take, yes, I'll take that.
Gold laner down, Roamer down just for a Roamer from our side. I'll take that any day.
Yep, and the kills goes over to Slowly. As a Joy, right? You need to snowball, and that's a snowball Slowly is looking out for.
Exactly. 3:0:1. So the only one that is possibly on track, on curve, is going to be Slowly playing as that Joy. But don't take Syndicate Esports out of the game as of yet, because at any point in time, the fight can just go completely ham.
Reggie Santo taking on to Bray, and Lau kills us right there. The sacrificial lamb on the side of Syndicate Esports, allowing Bray to get on the way, but he's taking a lot of punishment and looking at Lau at the same time. But Kaizar fights Bray. Bray, just one dot right there, and Absolute Zero wasn't able to deal with that one. But then again, 3 casualties from the side of Syndicate Esports. Slowly, it's just a single Joy that's able to slip on the way.
Yep, rather die to Larl for that one. But now Slowly has went all the way to the opponent's orange buff. He's hoping that he will be able to get the dash cooldown in time, but I think that he was just shy of 1 second. Otherwise, he would have been able to get out of there.
Yep, members on to Syndicate Esports. Hack on the Vendetta though. Gira and Qzaz is not going to handshake that one.
Not at all.
Qzaz is unable to find the Tsunami Slam that I was kind of looking out for, because they don't really have the potential burst coming up from Hawks just yet. Hawks versus Susky. Susky, on the other hand, is really stable right now when it comes to his items, especially at this stage right here. Your 4K gold lead, you're nice and dandy, you've got thick body to protect you as you just shower people with your lantern.
Honestly, not really good considering that we are 8 minutes into this game and AZ, they are taking the lead.
Right? Goes into Barbell, trying to get out of there. That's a very good angle for the side of Hawks, but Hawks doesn't really have the burst as of yet.
With the mid lane being threatened, Absolute Zero makes their way around the map, especially since they managed to bring down the T1 turret down in the bottom lane. You should be able to give them a little bit more from this point onwards. And interestingly, Susky actually did pick up a very interesting item. But hold on a second, here look, bottom lane.
Gira dives all the way in. Does have the Valkyrie descent activated at the same time. But Syndicate Esports, I feel like they've overextended just a little bit. They tried to bank off, unfortunately.
As he continues to go on, Gira and the rest of the members kind of looks at Vendetta really funny.
This time around, Nan is on the chase right here. He'll be able to find Hawks. Hawks, the flicker already committed, but he's immediately getting bursted down by Lau. Lau is outputting so much damage, and Bray riding on the horse, running out there slowly, doesn't really have the combo to basically work on the accusers, getting picked out, chopped down, and the damage slowly comes in for the re-engage, but he gets melted down one after another. Syndicate falls.
I think that this is a case whereby there's too much greediness coming from the side of Syndicate, right? Even though it is a very aggressive composition, but they still require at least some core items in order for them to really go on. Yep, it's very expensive.
Look at that. Gira and also Bray need to work together to take down Lau, and now Bray is already down low, getting shredded. Hawks comes in with a feather airstrike, trying to protect, but Susky goes in the Crimson Beacon at the same time, gaining that additional survivability, and Syndicate East was unable to punish. A roam for a jungle is not a good trade.
It's kind of tough for them, because if we look at the main lineup from Absolute Zero, there are 2 heroes, or rather actually 3 heroes, that kind of can already start doing work the moment they have 1 item. And that is Vendetta with the Oracle. With the Oracle, it's pretty good already. Well, in the meantime, for the Bangsha, honestly, right off the bat, the moment that you're level 1, level 2, you can kind of do a lot of work.
Yeah, Gira's definitely going to need a lot more than just that. Qzaz goes into the Tsunami Slam, but immediately gets him first all the way down. Susky will be picking up that one, procking it with the Sky Piercer, and now Raging Sandstorm from Lau, just zoning out the rest of the members for the side of Syndicate Esports. They're unable to defend the second tier turret, and they look for the next objective.
The Lord now marching down to the bottom lane. Larl as well as Vendetta, they're doing whatever that they could to kind of buy a bit more time to keep these 2 down at the bottom, allowing Kaizar to bring down the middle lane T2. Slowly makes his way to the top lane, clears up the wave pretty effectively. That managed to buy them a little bit more time at the very least.
Well, secured by the side of the Freya.
I feel like right now you're not looking for survivability, right? You're looking for a way to shred through the enemy thick HP bars, right? The Vendetta, you've done. You got, technically speaking, Sasuke at the same time. There goes a pick off from the side slowly because he's out of position. Hawks goes in for the feather airstrike as well. Vendetta just... Look at that, Gira is just giving back scratches to Vendetta.
It's really unfortunate, right? With how tanky Absolute Zero is at this point in time, they can just run right in. They have 4 members dealing damage to Vendetta, and he got up with only half HP.
That's why you ignore the Uranus, right? You let Uranus do Uranus things. But now the problem is, Syndicate Esports, they don't really... The only person they can potentially target is Sasuke or Kai'Sa.
Now, it does seem like we're going to be looking at something here with a great defense.
But the airstrike right there, nice wave clear, but Kai'Sa is just shredding that turret right in the middle. And Gira, look at Lau!
Oh my god!
Just stalling onto Gira. He knows Gira is only giving back scratches right now. And now that means that Absolute Zero is more than confident to just step in and overwhelm Syndicate with a tremendous amount of damage using Sasuke, using Kai'Sa, and the rest of the member. Even Vendetta is in on the fun.
It's really unfortunate that there's really not much Akira could do at all. I thought that even right off the bat, even if you only have like maybe 1 item or something like that, that would put Freya in a pretty good spot. But I guess that is an absolute no. Absolute Zero, they are so far ahead. 10,000 gold lead on top of Syndicate Esports. With such a composition from Syndicate where they just want to butt heads with one another, this isn't going to go anywhere.
Yeah, they shouldn't butt heads at all. You're butting heads against another team that has 10k gold lead ahead of you. That's not something that you want to do with, right? And now if you take a look at the items, Gira is going to go for the endless battle right now. Like what I mentioned, you're dealing with HP bars. You gotta have to shred. There's not enough shred coming out from the side of Syndicate Esports when Absolute Zero is so tanky. Sasuke probably by now got like what, 20 stacks on the Sky Piercer already, and Kai'Sa is already ready to shred. So all of a sudden Qzas is already out of question because he's constantly getting shredded down by Kai'Sa.
So at this point in time, we're just going to be looking at a 13 minutes game. Hopefully, Absolute Zero should be able to end that at a 15 minutes mark. Honestly, as much as I want to believe that Syndicate Esports have a chance to live out, but they are such a greedy composition that every single one of them wants farm. So they can't exactly do any form of funneling or whatsoever. So everyone needs to grow aggressively, which means that they probably need until like, you know, past 20 minutes in order for all of them to get the items that they need.
Past 30 minutes, but you got the Lord knocking onto the core. Unfortunately, ladies and gents, this is it for the side of Syndicate Esports. They're throwing everything they could to basically try to defend. Hogs goes in for the feather airstrike. Maybe perhaps we'll find one. Flickers all the way back. Gira goes into the Valkyrie descent, but the Lord is making short work of the core, and Absolute Zero takes game number 1.
Congratulations to AZ, as they made this look really simple, actually, right? Honestly, if I were to kind of look at Syndicate's draft, I kind of would feel that they are a very aggressive and very scary draft. But it doesn't seem like that is going to be the way, because right off the bat, right, in the early stages, we already have none that is showing his showing what he's capable of. He crashed right into Hawks really early, and that hands down disabled any form of reinforcements that the middle lane could have offered to the top lane or the bottom lane. Because ironically, the top lane and the bottom lane is are heroes that need helps.
If you take a look at the EXP of Lau, and also you compare that to Qzas, Qzas only barely hit level 3. Without the ultimate being activated, because without the ultimate diff from that roamer, just in that very one instance, costed so many unnecessary kills that Syndicate is not should not be giving out to. It's not worth it, even though slowly. Yes, he's a hit. He's actually doing a decent job all the way on the other side of the map. But when everybody starts to congregate to fight, you are just a joy dealing with multiple tanks and also a potential unless slowly was able to go in, burst down Kai'Sa, then perhaps Syndicate Esports have some form of opportunity to play.
Yeah. So at least when I look at slowly, he do have 2 possible targets, right, with Sasuke as well as Kai'Sa. But 2 targets is already kind of bad because it is less than half, right? But in the meantime, I thought that the idea of having Hawks playing as the Farsa would actually make things a little bit easier, because with this artillery high ground, you'll be able to poke out the opponents well enough in order for your assassins to eventually jump right in.
Yep. Because MVP goes to Lau. I don't know why I keep seeing him. Now that you mentioned it, he's now in my head as a rapid dude. And well-deserved, right? Like, he sets the tempo of the game. He made it easier for his roamer. He made it easier for his roamer. Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. Because he is actually doing most of the damage as well. Just look at the kill participation. It's 94%, right? He's probably one of the ones that also...
How is a roamer at 709 GPM? Why?
Now you know why I get confused, right? Like Lau is just...
He did make things easier for his roamer.
He did make things...
Sure he did.
He made things easier for himself. He made things easier for his mid, his jungle, and all of a sudden it's just Bob's your uncle, right?
He's got more farm than a jungle.
I gotta do everything, I gotta do everything. You gotta do everything. But Nan also well-deserved praise as well. He's right there at the right time. All he does is to bang into anybody, and then after that, it's just Lau and also Sasuke to continue on an aggression, to deal the damage. Vendetta is there just to soak up the damage just in case, you know, Syndicate Esports has other ideas as well. Kaiser is the late game, and once, you know, you got your Golden Staff, your Demon Hunter Sword, and also the Corrosive Scythe. That's it. That's a very nice and healthy carry. Carry can immediately delete Qzas like it's butter.
At this point, one thing I need to remember is the fact that we didn't really quite see any form of combo gameplay between Qzas as well as Hawks. Because if anything, right, if Qzas, if they want to look for combo gameplay, which means that you want to Tsunami Slam into someone that can really burst you really well.
Correct.
And unfortunately, number one, Joy can't burst that well because she needs time to kind of wind up, right? Bray is not really there as well.
It's not ready yet.
Yeah, and Gira is, well, the goal later. So it takes some time for Gira to even get there or even reach there. I mean, so the only one that can do that is Hawks. But we didn't see that interaction between the two of them, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, because Qzas was totally zoned out by the side of Lau, right? Lau is, whenever his slice and dice, his slashes are really off cooldown, he's just gonna output the damage and then back off, right? And that means that if Qzas is not careful in how he actually manages all this aggression, and Hawks is, you know, not able to output the damage, like what I mentioned, this is exactly what happened, right? Sasuke is also able to output the damage because Lau sets it up for him. And then after that, all Nan has to do is just bang into the right person at the right time, especially Hawks, right? Nan's only job, I would say, in this particular roster is to really deactivate the not only just the Wing by Wings, but the Feather Airstrike as well.
But I think that for this game, the main problem about Syndicate Esports is that they did not identify the main problem of this game. And most of the time, I wouldn't say that the roamer is the problem, but it just so happened that this game is made to be the problem.
Absolute Zero's roamer is Syndicate's problem.
It's actually the problem. Why? Because this Khalid is realistically the only one that can pass through obstacles, get a crowd control down to deal with the main damage dealer, the one that really starts off the fight, and that is Hawks. Him as a Farsa, he needs to be the one that pokes out the enemies, and that is normally the signal for people to start the fight. And if you have a Kalia, your game plan is actually pick off. If you're able, if that Khalid is constantly in the face of a Kalia, why don't you just grab the Khalid, slam that into somewhere, and then have all five whacking onto that one Khalid?
Yeah, there's also another potential problem if you notice when the side of Syndicate Esports. Now that I'm looking at the highlights earlier just now, right? Like, you've got Purifies on... Wait, no. You got Purifies on the Uranus, the Juicing, and also the Carry as well. But on the other side, for the Syndicate Esports, right, you're going for Kalia. Kalia's biggest weakness is that Purify.
Yep.
Because the cooldown...
Khalid doesn't have Purify, huh? Right?
Khalid doesn't need Purify, just need Flicker, Raging Sandstorm, right? But the point is, for Syndicate Esports, they don't really have somebody to force the Purify to be cleansed before the Kalia enters in. It's not like, you know, the Arlot and the Kalia one more combo, right? You use the Kalia to basically, you use the Final Slash, force people to use that Purify, and then, you know, you get the Kalia to pick somebody off from there. But if Joy is going to go in as an assassin EXP lane, you don't really have that CC.
Yeah, which kind of further cemented my statement about catching the Khalid. The moment you catch the Khalid, you got no one that can deal with the high ground coming in from, or burst, coming in from the Farsa. And even if the opponent does run in, like for example Nan, right? He can run in pretty darn fast. If he were to crash in, he can only stun one person, if I remember correctly. He only stuns one person. No one else in that lineup can stun. Aside from Jusin, but she needs time. She needs to wind up. So if the fight is fast enough, if you're able to immediately Tsunami Slam into the Feather Airstrike, thank you. Into the Feather Airstrike, I think that the rest of the members just crashing down on the Khalid more or less is enough to kill the Khalid. If anyone comes in to reinforce them, then that is 4v5.
Definitely. In the earlier parts of the game, we've noticed when Syndicate does have some form of chance, right, is when all 5 work together to basically deal with one tanky person. Right, but of course now you're going off a very interesting composition where you are running an assassin EXP lane, like what I kind of predicted earlier just now, and then after that you went for a gold lane Freya at the same time. Yet Freya is actually really scary in this particular patch. But now it's because I got a Leo mod that kind of also need that snowball as well, and all of a sudden
everyone kind of needs snowball.
Everybody needs a snowball, right? So yeah, you're right. So maybe I'm not too sure if they really want to go down the path of the Kalia and the Joy Pick when it's an assassin. Maybe a Fredrin would look really nice on Syndicate Esports roster. You need somebody to land down, constantly land down the CCs, the taunt to basically proc that Purify, and then the Kalia just constantly go and pick.
I think that there are quite a bit of changes that could have been done. Instead of a very greedy snowbally matchup where they would identify that, okay, we're just gonna go, and go, there should be some form of insurance policy in the event that, none of our snowball heroes can snowball.
Well, Freya is a good insurance policy, mind you.
But look at what happened.
She's really strong.
But look at what happened.
Yeah. Anyways, we are going to be loading into game number 2. Syndicate Esports, that was a very awkward showing, I would say. I expected more from this particular team, right? Like, it feels like, there's a lot of things they still need to kind of debug at the same time. And also, if Absolute Zero, Lao was just able to just do whatever he does best in that particular situation, yeah, like Syndicate needs to really reconsider how they want to proceed in future games. Remember there's a period of time where this is the exact same problem that that Bray faced last time when Diablo was going on his more assessing like his Benedettas, right? Maybe this is the time where you take that understanding back and then play around that.
So I would say that for Syndicate, back onto the drawing board, perhaps something a little bit less greedy. If they want to play like an all-strike kind of thing, I think it's still possible, but they need to balance it out a little bit. Perhaps really just balance it out a little bit. I like the Freya pick. I like the Freya pick. I like the Farsa. I like the Kalia. But if you ask me about the Joy or the Leo mod, I think that these two can be swapped out. It would have been nicer if you're looking at someone else that can put on good amount of damage, while in the meantime have some good amount of utilities as well.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're going to go into game number 2 this time around. Definitely a lot of things to be changed on the side of Syndicate. Absolute Zero, absolutely fantastic in terms of how Vendetta is really proving himself to be a sore thumb to the enemy. His playstyle, that absolutely reminds me of how Jinsanity plays his Uranus.
Yeah, so do they want to ban out the Uranus or not? Because, to be fair, right, the previous game, this game, they did managed to pick up a early glowing one on the side of Hawks. So technically speaking, they do have an answer.
I mean, technically speaking, yes, but
technically speaking,
when you think about a Farsa, do you think of Farsa as a tank killer or a squishy killer? Right?
I look at Farsa as a killer.
What's your command? Your team.
Nah, okay. Farsa bursts down Squishy very easily. I felt like that's the main goal of a Farsa. So right now, because Farsight is being faced up against like, you know, all your tankiness heroes and stuff like that, so it's a little bit awkward for Hawks. It's not, I would say the blame is not entirely on Hawks as well.
Nah,
it's just
I never
the fact
thought it was Hawks.
The fact is your enemy is so tanky, you don't know who to burst down. So I totally understand that. As we go into game number 2 right here, that's going to be a Guinevere ban and a Glue ban.
Yep, Fanny's gone, Gwen gone, Glue gone.
Which is for the side of Absolute Zero. Going first pick once again.
Yep.
Same bans as of now, including the Glue.
So expecting to say goodbye and perhaps a little bit of a respect ban going on about. I would say that the Juicin was actually pretty important into the gameplay of AZ. If anything, Baxia was pretty annoying as well. But nowadays we don't really see too. Okay, we still do see Baxia banned, but is it on the hands of Sid? Is it for them to ban? That's the question.
I think the meta has grown in a way that there's so many playstyles right here. Like to a certain extent. Utility jungle is making a comeback. That means that you need to switch around in terms of how you ban, and as well, if not, you will be a little bit awkward going into the pick phase. And I like the fact that Absolute Zero just literally leaked out the Freya for Syndicate to take, right? Like, I was thinking, wow, that was a very good value for the side of Syndicate in the previous pick, right? You got a Leomon, you got a Freya. Those are your, like, S++ tier picks in this particular patch. But it seems like Syndicate wasn't able to make great use of that, so maybe Absolute Zero this time around. Ooh, okay, bans with the Baxia this time.
Okay, but I didn't think that they would be the one to ban the Baxia.
You know, some people like to live life dangerously.
I guess so. But now, final ban, let's see. Okay, Juicin is gone. One of the other first pick material, I think, taking away the Freya.
There's also
nice
a Marcel that you also need to think about as well.
I feel that, but I feel that Marcel is not exactly a very large pick.
Oh, you'd be surprised. I think after what I saw from that particular game right here, I'm not surprised by anything anymore. Lao seems like he's really got a very strong command of that game earlier just now. If you notice the conversation, if based on this battle station, he's basically making the talks and discussions between him and Vendetta as well.
Yeah, I will always believe that whoever said it in the center is the IG.
Perspectives
but Marcel, oh my goodness, okay, he's actually Marceling. Okay, okay.
Marcel is a very interesting pick right now. And if Marcel is going into play, you just demand so much space. You have so much real estate to work with. And now, because you're going to go for the Harif, I'm not a very big fan of Harif into a Marcel.
Your team is picking
Valentina. So it's Marcel for Marcel kind of thing.
Yep. Then everybody stops playing for like one second or two.
That's fine. I love that.
Oh my goodness! Because of that, Absolute Zero literally picks up Leomon and.
Oh, okay. So this is the point in time where AZ is like, let me show you guys how it's done, right?
How is? What kind of drop is this? Absolute Zero gets away with 3 S++ pick. Syndicate gets an A-OK pick to kind of deal with the Marcel. I agree for the Valentina, but I think that R2 pick could have been something else.
Yeah. The R2 pick onto the Harif. You know what? I agree with you. I do agree with you. There could have been so much more other choices and other picks that we could very potentially look out for.
Yeah, like you could potentially. I mean,
like Juicin is available. Oh wait, I mean,
the Juicin is bad. It's fine.
Bad.
I agree with Valentina to basically deal with the Marcel in a sense.
Eye for an eye kind of thing.
Yeah, but at least take one of Leomon or the Freya, because Absolute Zero would take both.
fire of battle never extinguishes.
Yeah. And now all of a sudden, it's
like Gato is. To me, Gato is a pretty okay pick as well. But it's either you choose the Valentina or the Gato, and then R2 onto either Freya or Leomod, because those two picks are kind of too good to let go at the same time.
Exactly, right? Like, I mean, Syndicate did well in the previous game when they pick up a Freya and a Leomord earlier just now. But now you go into this. Okay, we shall see. We've seen cases before where, you know, you get OP picks, but the execution doesn't go as well on paper. But now, we talk about the bans. The Atlas being banned away, which is great. The Uranus is absolutely fantastic. Atlas is a very strong pick for the side Absolute Zero, so I agree with that. The Masha ban has been really sus. No pun intended to Sasuke. The Suyu also banned away for the side Absolute Zero, but I personally feel, and what I want to see, is Bray going for, I don't know, maybe an Xbox is actually really nice here.
Actually, yeah, it is. Right now, Team Syndicate, the way that they have drafted thus far, seems like they're playing for AoE and they're playing for a teamfight compensation, right? And to put an Esmeralda in here is a good answer to the Freya as well, and it also plays into teamfight too. This is another form of Uranus in some sense.
Yeah, it's like a Uranus from Wish.com, I would say. Only good for certain cases. There's some shields that you get that will be generated from the side of Freya. That's still okay. The Lunox comes in.
Okay.
Can immediately shred the Esmeralda. But now, I got a question. I don't know why, but I got a gut feeling that Esmeralda is very sus here.
I don't think anything sus
slowly
about
plays Esmeralda, maybe?
I don't think anything is too sus about the Esmeralda, but previously we were talking about the Xbox. I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. AZ doesn't have a lineup that is too tanky enough for an Xbox to really shine, but it still needs to be someone that have a faster rotation as compared to the Leomon in this case. Is Suyo banned?
Fanny?
Suyo is banned, yeah. Fanny's banned as well.
Oh, Fanny's banned, unfortunately.
Let's go.
Huh? Hold on, Valentina jungle?
Huh? Grey jungle? Wait, what?
Wait, huh?
Okay, Gira Irithel, that's a Harith jungle, right?
Huh?
Harith, no way Harith mid.
But it shows that Hawks is playing Valentina. But okay, so we have seen before Valentina jungle. We have seen before. It's not optimal, but to see a Harith jungle is even weirder for me.
I'm pressing a lot of I'm pressing a lot of doubts right here. This is a very interesting lineup, right? Harith requires a Purify, in my opinion, in order for you to really do some work.
To be fair, they don't have a lot of lockdowns.
But there is a recent buff on the Harith. Now clears creeps, but not sure about jungle creeps because I've never thought of fielding a Harith in the jungle like this.
Okay, this is the flavor of MPL SG, I suppose.
Maybe he's up to something.
It is maybe up to something, but hey, this is just week number 1. What are stakes, right? What are stakes? I would love to see what they can, what Bray will be bringing onto the board for us. So this is gonna be fun.
Okay, we shall see.
It's actually not too bad. Hey, actually the speed is not too bad.
Yeah, the clear speed is not bad because of the recent patch, recent buff, right? Okay, we'll work with that kind of assumption, but Lao, just take a look. As the Marcel, you're just gonna cause so much confusion, and not only just confusion, you're also gonna be making the Zaman for Bray on the Harith very, very... it's gonna make him very annoyed, because like, you basically break all the combos like that.
And as for now, middle lane, doesn't seem like both of these two players are having a really good time, as they have dropped all the way down to lower than half HP already. That will kind of force them to go back home pretty early if they really need to, such as for Hawks. Qzas can kind of go back home no problem as a roamer. You have quite some time to spare around, but not for Hawks.
Yeah, you can see how Lara is just making it super annoying. This combo break thing from the side of the Marcel, I would say, is the key highlight. But whenever you bring him into, like, you know, your regular rank games, if you're solo queuing, Marcel is a horrible hero to basically solo queue.
Oh my goodness, okay, so he's got a lot of movement speed. He's got a lot of things that he can do right there. But he's not necessarily being able to do too much. He's definitely giving information to his team. But if whether they are going to make full use of that information, that remains to be the question.
So that's spawn for now. I'm not a fan of Harry. I'm still not a fan of Harry jungle, mind you. Abstract. I mean, like, if you can see Bray just immediately ducks out because there's no point fighting it. Because if he lands on the Summon Force, all Nan has to do is commit to the ultimate. There's also Lao coming in with the frozen moment as well, and it makes it super annoying to basically zip-zap around.
Yeah, so that's kind of the problem about Harith in this game, is because you are hard countered by the Marcel. The main thing that you want to play around with is going to be onto your Zaman Force. But if you have got no way to dash around during your Zaman Force, during the entire lockdown, the golden hour, then it's really tough for you to do that.
Lao feels like he's playing a totally different game right now. The ultimate is already committed by the side of Hawks as well. Sindicate picks up first blood. Gira actually joining the fight right there. Picks up Lao, unfortunately, but Hawks going down for the count. It's not looking good. Same with the side for the side of Kaiser as well. Blazing the web, burns down Bray. And that's the jungler for the side of Syndicate. Esports gone.
So just like that, 2-1 is the current scoreline. At least Syndicate did manage to get a single kill for themselves, and that comes over to the hands of Gira. So, great start, I suppose.
Qzas at the very least does have level 4 this time round, but Lao is coming in to save the day, slowing it down, allowing Vendetta to get out of dodge easily.
So, what's next now? We've got Bray that managed to find himself at 1,700 gold as compared to his counterpart, 1.7 as well. So they're actually not too far apart, but understandably the power spike is very, very different.
Yep, it feels like Lao is playing a very different game, right? Even in the second game right now, somehow, somewhere, Lao was able to get even more EXP because Qzas for a period of time was stuck at level 3. Even though, yes, I know Absolute Zero was the one that secured the turtle, but it feels like Lao is farming a lot more faster as compared to Qzas right now.
It definitely comes down to the point whereby Lao is making a lot more movements around. He's very active.
Yeah, so maybe that's why, you know, Lao was able to remember there's a period of time where, he's able to explore and get more vision of the enemy hero. That's why he's actually picking more, whereas Qzas is actually kind of stuck around mid. He's not making a lot of movements around. It seems like he is, but I'm not too sure why.
Honestly, for someone, okay, you know what, talk about that later. Take a look at the
middle time coming in at the same time. Everybody decides to stay in there. This buys a lot of time for Nan to actually secure the turtle for themselves, and all of a sudden Bray lands into Zaman Force. This is exactly what I expected coming up from this kind of aggressive lineup coming out from Absolute Zero, right? The combo break from the Lao just make it so hard for Zaman Force or basically Harith to play.
It's kind of difficult for me to kind of see that the chip is not really doing anything. Because remember how every time we take a look at the endgame screen and somehow chip always deals a lot of damage.
Giant Crossbow already committed. Kaiser is already doing tons of damage against Gira, has to back off.
I think that Qzas is missing out a lot, right? Qzas is missing out a lot. Like he could offer a lot more over in the side lanes. He could deal a lot more of these chip damages to the opponent's lanes, but it doesn't seem like he has any form of presence.
And don't forget, right, Lao on this Marcel picks up the Thunderbell. He's going to scale not only just in terms of his annoying CC, he's also going to scale in terms of damage at the same time. So that's something that, you know, Syndicate Esports has to be careful about. Bray needs to find somewhere to unlock that scary Harith that we know and love, but he's not on a very good position or role even to do so, right? The only way that I could potentially see that Syndicate could actually get out of this moment is through Gira, right? Making a giant crossbow play, and also to a certain extent maybe slowly gets a very nice flank that stuns everybody, but Lao combo breaks everybody. Like, it's so hard to deal with. With a Marcel in your enemy team, you miss time almost all your skills.
And not to forget, I think that crowd control is also another thing that Syndicate Esports is a little bit weak at as well. But in the meantime, down to the bottom.
The portal was already activated. Lao is just making a run right there, just stunning it up, making it so much easier. Vendetta just dives all the way. With the blazing the wind, it's all at the same time, and all of a sudden Syndicate Esports is nowhere to be seen.
What the hell is that, Vendetta?
And this is the power of Freya, right? You go into Valkyrie's descent, you do a lot of damage, and at the same time you splash, and also you heal so much. That's why you can do these kind of nutty pterodines. And you go for Warcry.
At one point in time, he had like 1/5, 1/6 of his HP.
Correct.
He got out of the fight without a War Axe.
Yep. It's purely from his ultimate. All that healing come from his ultimate, and now with the War Axe, he's gonna get even more. And that's why Freya is S++ tier pick.
Why didn't we see that in the previous game? Damn!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, Absolute Zero.
Yeah.
Right now, in the dominating lead against Syndicate Esports. And to be honest, right now, all the turrets... Vendetta is having a great game.
He's having a great time, dude.
Qzas can try to trap him right now, brings everybody, and that's a waste of the ultimate. And this also means that Absolute Zero can also use that to go in, to engage, and now it's going to be a nice blazing duet right here. Vendetta picking up that kill at the same time, but Sasuke returning around against Gira. The frozen moment lands on the side of Lao at the same time, stalling everybody. Hogs is trying to make a play out of that, but Vendetta is so online.
He's not caring about anything at all. The moment that he sees an enemy, he's going. He's gonna go.
Yeah. Vendetta is really strong in this patch,
Oh my god, dude. They are currently like 5,000 gold lead, and at this point in time, all the Freya had is a War Axe and
before that pop off, before, you know, remember that play earlier just about hold that thought. This is the interaction that I was talking about, right? Like, Bray is not gonna have a very good time. The Zaman Force is gonna get counted by the Marcel, and Nan is just chasing down Qzas. Qzas is definitely no way.
Yeah, no way.
Yep. As I was saying, Vendetta earlier just now was popping off right there. She heals everything back up, right? Even before the War Axe, it's because of the golden stuff.
Right.
Whatever you do, the proc, it basically has a multiplier to it, and that's why she heals so much.
And just like that, we already have a lot taken by the side of Nan. They are many goals ahead. Syndicate has got no form of damage to realistically be able to do anything about this.
I mean, there's the only way that I can foresee how Syndicate is going to get out. Look at Vendetta, is actually holding himself quite well right there, and now he's going to return in the frozen moment, goes in, buys some more time for the cooldown as well. He's going to be able to jump with the shield as well. Gira trying to shoot, trying to outrun them, but then again, Qzas goes down right there, and they're one member short in this Lord defense coming in at the bot.
It's really difficult for Syndicate Esports to do anything at this point in time. We've got a... We do even have a Lord that's just going to be marching down from the bottom lane. This would eventually be able to bring down all of the T2 turrets in bottom and the middle. The top lane has already been destroyed because Vendetta was doing an absolute banger of a job just split pushing just now.
There's a bit of a try and an A for effort up top right there. Bray ultimate is already activated slowly at the same time. Buys a lot of time for Nun to basically join the fight. Nun immediately deletes Bray where he stands, and all of a sudden the fight that Syndicate Esports starts is a fight that they don't want to be in.
Completely disrespected slowly. He activated the Valkyrie's descent onto while on a fight against slowly and decided, hey, look, Bray, and decided to just kind of weave his way through slowly and say like, you don't mean anything to me.
Yeah, and Vendetta is just gonna slice and dice all the way up top, right? Like now with Nan picking up an endless battle, that's even more damage potential coming up from Nan already.
Okay, so at least now Slowly is doing what he could to kind of slow down the imminent push down to the bottom lane. That would definitely help a lot. But now the middle lane is going to be the problem, right? Okay, so at least all they lost was just holy defense. That's all. But I think the Absolute Zero, they do have the potential and the ability to just dive right down.
Yeah, Zaman Force already laid down by the side of Bray. Just use that to wave him and you not to engage. Qzas right here, as the chip is not able to find any form of targets because you find Sasuke. It's gonna go into Brilliant. You find Kai'Sar, gonna BMI all the way out, or even worse, Flicker, and then after that, just Blazing Duet as well. Rest assured, Kai'Sar is definitely on the fighter emblem. He's gonna absorb so much HP all the way back. He's basically just gonna sustain.
So at this point in time, I think the Syndicate, what would be realistic for them as to how they can get themselves back into this game is just waiting for the very fact that Bray and Gira both goes online. Because this is not particularly a very greedy lineup, it's just weird, right? It's just a weird lineup whereby they have double marksman. As long as we're kind of looking at a double marksman situation, we just want them to get all the items that they need to do whatever that they can in order to farm up enough, and then kind of go along the way. Yep. Because it is range, right? It is ranged units, ranged marksmen. You can technically be able to kite against the likes of a Freya and a Leomon if you're farmed enough.
Kaiser is just look at the damage, attack speed coming there. That's a lot. Lord secure by the side Absolute Zero. They're just crossing the eye, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Just making sure they've got that win in the bag. 10k goal lead, of course, in the favor of Absolute Zero. I don't know how they're gonna come back from this. We've seen something like this before, mind you. I've seen comebacks for this. I've seen Kelvin did make wonders. They need 2 Kelvins in order for something to happen for for Syndicate Esports. However, Qzas immediately gets shut down by the side of Sasuke already. Let's go the frozen moment to kind of slow down. Bray is on the other side of the wall. We'll be able to get back into safety for now, alongside with slowly, but they have to expend a lot of vital resources, including a flicker.
So we now have got the golden hour that has been stolen from stolen by Hawks. So they can definitely prepare themselves for something like that. In the meantime, slowly being a really annoying Esmeralda, just preparing for something. But down in the middle lane, seems like Absolute Zero is tearing the part.
Yeah, and not only just that, the combo break, like what I mentioned already. Don't forget, at this point of time, if you are Marcel, you do a lot of damage, and you're also pretty tanky yourself, right? Absolute Zero, they come in, they take away the mid lane, and they go. And I believe there's also a Lord already taken down by the side of Syndicate Esports. Hold on a second, excuse us. On the chase of Sasuke, the Brilliant's already committed as well, but Vendetta is more than ready to... Oh, it's just a bait.
As they continue to go on, looks like Kaiser is going absolute ham as well. Almost getting killed down the slow lane.
This could be Gira's moment, ladies and gents. Zaman Force already come down.
Really?
Nan and also Sasuke already gone this time round, but no, Vendetta is there to stop Syndicate Esports in their tracks. Doesn't even need ultimate.
Nope. Slowly is going to be the last member remaining. They did not manage to penetrate the bottom lane T3 turret, unfortunately. However, the middle lane and the top lane creep waves will march in very soon. With a lone Esmeralda here to defend, Qzas will come in, but I don't think that they have
Immediately
time.
gets cut off, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
Absolute Zero, eyes on the prize, onto the core, and they take the series.
Congratulations over to Absolute Zero for a flawless 2-0 victory. Game number 1 was... Actually, both games were kind of similar in some sense, right? Because AZ, they took this game by the storm.
Yep.
They did not give the opponents any second to breathe. And I'm not too sure about what happened about that Harif jungle kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel like the draft wanted to go somewhere.
And then they realized, like, you know what? I don't think
that's
that we
not a
can
good
go
idea.
for it.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. So we pivot it with Esmeralda. Okay. Makes sense to kind of protect the
What was the
Harif.
final pick again?
Irithel.
Irithel. I think that at that point in time, they might as well just play the Harif into gold lane, unless Gira just randomly just said, "Look, I don't want to play. I don't want to play Harif." Then Bray is like, oh, okay, I'll play lor, kind of thing.
Yeah, but
I don't think that that's the case,
no,
right?
I'm not too sure, but I would say for a certain extent, you see the first pick Marcel already, then you go for a Harif. That's one counters down. Then you see a Leomor. That's another counter to the Harif, right? Because the barbell actually comes in, he knocks you up as well, and you know, you being in the Zaman Force means that, you know, you could just splash damage all across the board with the Leomor, and then you get Freya, and then it's like
very brawly heroes that can actually just fight you.
Who wants to fight in your Zaman Force?
They don't mind fighting under your Zaman Force.
Correct. Yeah, and this is the moment where I thought, okay, Gira's actually outputting some form of damage, but then, you know, when...
But he don't have items, dude.
Unfortunately, when he doesn't have enough items, he just crash and burn right there.
I honestly don't know what to say to
We're going back to song and dance as well.
Yeah,
MVP of the
70-09.
game, Freya, of course. You saw him. Just one golden staff is more than enough to basically do a lot of damage. Goes in for the final emblem. Warcry is the correct emblem in order to play Freya. Goes in with a vengeance at the same time, and all of a sudden you're just having that damage resistance and also splash damage all the way back. If you haven't played a Freya in the go or the mid, please do. She is absolutely fun.
I'm gonna try it out later.
You build golden staff, and after that you just constantly stick onto somebody. There's no way for the person to basically get out, and you have so much attack speed.
I mean, they kind of changed Freya a little bit again, right?
They did.
Because I think that Freya has been like changed like more than like 5 times or something like that. Like they are constantly just saying like, you know what, we need to make Freya a thing. And now I think that...
I feel like Freya is a thing now. It's a permaban right now.
I think the developer managed to finally do something about this.
Yeah.
Like, okay, Freya is finally in the spot.
Yeah, and I would say also, you know, there's also a very big discrepancy between the two roamers, right? Lao and also Qsas.
I agree,
Lao is just... Is that
oppressive?
Actually, yeah, it's oppressive.
Very
and I'm not
oppressive.
too sure whether this is just a UI bug, but this is an endless battle. Lao as well. Because why not?
I don't know, dude, but... Okay, it's likely a UI bug because I'm looking at Qsas with 2
not a
Dom
UI bug.
eyes.
I can confirm it's not a UI bug.
Are you serious? Because Qsas have 2 Dom eyes.
Yeah, we'll double check on that. But then again, it's still... Even if you don't look at the items, you look at a period of time, you take a snapshot after the first turtle, the level difference between Qsas and Lao is just overwhelmingly big.
Yeah.
And that small little amount of time, because your roam is so behind, you're not able to set the plays for your team because you lack. Because roams have one of the big ultimates that could turn the tide, lock person down on something, and then you could just you couldn't maneuver around the team fights.
I'm just not a really big fan of both the way that not really both, but mostly on the Qsas play, right? Because I know that as a chip, there's a lot that you could do on the battlefield. You have access to a lot of these teleportations. You can be all around the map. You can be as oppressive as a Marcel. Yes, Marcel has got really good movement speed, but you can't teleport. And not to forget, the base stats of a chip is actually pretty insane as well. It's kind of similar to Baxia to a certain extent. You can deal a lot of damage just by spamming your abilities to their enemies. At one point in time, right, when Chip first came out, there was also like Chip just gets like highest damage, no problems.
Yep, and you know, we also talk about Lao, right? Like once you start stacking the Thunderbelt stacks, right, you just do a lot of damage at the same time. You're also there to just make everybody just their brain go haywire, because it's very hard to play against a Marcel, and especially when you go in, you frozen time, and all of a sudden your spells are in the middle of a cast.
Yep.
And what everybody do is you reposition around it, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, you miss.
Yep.
And that's a critical skill shot that you kind of need to land.
So, Marcel being a big problem, but I think that aside from that, it is Larl that is really the problem.
Larl is a problem.
Larl is a problem. And him being probably the in-game leader as well, he's got a very good control, and I guess the game went into his grand design of things.
Yep, and with that said, ladies and gents, thank you for joining us. Let's take a look at the team standings to kind of summarize what happened for Week 1, Day 1, the very first day of Season 11. Of course, just, well, technically plus minus, right? 6-7 in a sense. Absolute Zero, Ignite Gaming on 1st and 2nd, Kingdom Esports 3rd, Evo, Clarity Gaming, and Syndicate Esports going down at the bottom 3. Of course, you know, still early in the season. Bottom 2 will get relegated down to the Challenger, kind of like what we mentioned earlier just now, the last chance qualifier as well.
So at this point, I'm looking forward to see what tomorrow's games is going to look like, because today's game's quite a banger if you ask me.
I like the second series a lot.
I kind of like some of these series. It's not too bad. I think that okay, this final series was kind of questionable for the side of from the side of Syndicate. Between Evil as well as Kingdom, there was some good back and forth. Ignite as well as Clarity. I think that is something that there's still a lot of question marks. So that was pretty fun to watch.
Yep, and with that said, that's the tomorrow's schedule on your screen right now. Absolute Zero at going up against Ignite Gaming at 1 p.m. Team Evil going up against Syndicate. Clarity Gaming going up against Kingdom Esports at 5 p.m. And of course, you'll be joined by Eris and Abstract, and they are the OG pairings from MLB casting.
It's been a really long time.
Yeah, literally, like I model my casting from both of them, so that's why I'm very sure you'll be very entertained by Eris as well. And of course, you know, tomorrow is Mother's Day, right?
Yeah.
So
just now you said that you don't want to be my mom, so you kind of miss out your Mother's Day present then, unfortunately.
I tried.
Yeah.
All right, but anyways, thank you so much for joining us for today. My name is Jace, and this is Abstract. Well, since I'm not going to be casting tomorrow, happy Mother's Day for all the mothers out there.
You're watching, yeah.
If you're watching, and of course, you know, thank you so much for joining us, and hope to see you for tomorrow.